Red Bones, written by Anne Cleeves and read by Kenny Blythe. The moral right of the author has been asserted. Chapter 1. Anna opened her eyes and saw a pair of hands streaked and shiny with blood. No face. In her ears a piercing squeal. At first she thought she was at Utra and Ronald was helping Joseph to kill another pig. That would explain the blood, the red hands and the terrible high-pitched sound. Then she realized the noise was her own voice, screaming. Someone rested a dry hand on her forehead and murmured words she didn't understand. She spat out an obscenity at him. More pain. This is what it is to die. The drug must be wearing off, because she had a sudden burst of clarity as she opened her eyes again to bright artificial light. No, this is what it is to give birth. "Where's my baby?" She could hear the words slightly blurred by the pethidine. "He was having problems breathing on his own. We've just given him some oxygen. He's fine." A woman's voice, a Shetlander, slightly patronizing, but convincing, and that mattered most. Further away, a man with blood to his elbow grinned awkwardly. "Sorry," he said. "Retained placenta. Better to get it out here than take you to theatre. I thought you wouldn't want that after a forceps delivery, but it can't have been very comfortable." She thought of Joseph again, the hill ewes lambing, the ravens flying off with placenta in their beaks and on their claws. This hadn't been what she'd been expecting. She hadn't thought childbirth would be so violent or so raw. She turned and saw Ronald. He was still holding her hand. "I'm sorry I swore at you," Anna said. She saw he'd been weeping. "I was so scared," he said. "I thought you were dying." Chapter 2. "Anna Clouston had her baby last night," Mima said. "A difficult birth, apparently. She was in labour for 20 hours. They're going to keep her in for a few days to keep an eye on her. It was a boy, another man to take on the Cassandra." She shot a conspiratorial look at Hattie. It seemed to amuse Mima that Anna had had a difficult labour. Mima liked chaos, disorder, other people's misfortune. It gave her something to gossip about and kept her alive. That was what she said, at least, when she sat in her kitchen, cackling into her tea or whiskey, filling Hattie in on island events. Hattie didn't know what to say about Anna Clouston's child. She'd never seen the appeal of babies and didn't understand them. A baby would just be another complication. They were standing at Setter, in the field at the back of the house. A wash of spring sunshine lit the makeshift windbreak of blue plastic, the wheelbarrows, the trenches marked with tape. Seeing it, as if for the first time, Hattie thought what a mess they'd made of this end of the croft. Before her team from the university had turned up, Mima had looked out over sloping low meadow to the loch. Now, even at the beginning of the season, the place was muddy as a building site, and Mima's view was interrupted by the spoil heap. The wheelbarrow run had scored ruts in the grass. Hattie looked beyond the disturbance to the horizon. It was the most exposed archaeological site she'd ever worked. Shetland was all sky and wind. There were no trees here to provide shelter. "I love this place," she thought suddenly. "I love it more than anywhere else in the world. I want to spend the rest of my life here." Mima had been pinning towels onto the washing line, surprisingly supple despite her age. She was so small that she had to stretch to reach the line. Hattie thought she looked like a child, prancing on tiptoes. The laundry basket was empty. "Come away in and have some breakfast," Mima said. "If you don't put on a bit of weight, you'll blow away." "Pots and kettles," Hattie said, as she followed Mima across the grass to the house. And she thought Mima, trotting ahead of her, did look so frail and insubstantial that she might be swept up in a storm and carried out to sea. She'd still be talking and laughing as she went, as the wind twisted her body like a kite tail until it disappeared. In the kitchen, a bowl of hyacinths was in bloom on the windowsill, and the smell of them filled the room. They were pale blue, streaked with white. "They're pretty." Hattie sat at the table, pushing the cat off the chair so she could sit down. "Spring-like." "I can't really see the point of them." Mima reached up to lift a pan from the shelf. "They're an ugly kind of flower and they stink. Evelyn gave them to me and expected me to be grateful, but I'll kill them soon. I've never kept a houseplant alive yet." Evelyn was Mima's daughter-in-law and the subject of much complaint. All the crockery and cutlery in Mima's house was slightly dirty, yet Hattie, usually so fastidious, so fickle in her appetite, always ate whatever Mima cooked for her. Today, Mima was scrambling eggs. "The hens are laying well again," she said. "You'll have to take some with you, back to the bod." The eggs were covered in muck and straw, but Mima cracked them straight into a bowl and began whisking them with a fork. Translucent white and deep yellow yolks splashed onto the oilskin tablecloth. Using the same fork, she scooped a lump of butter from a wrapped packet and shook it into the pan on the Rayburn. The butter sizzled and she tipped in the eggs. She threw a couple of slices of bread directly onto the hot plate, and there was a smell of burning. "Where's Sophie this morning?" Mima asked when they'd both started eating. Her mouth was full, and her false teeth didn't quite fit, so it took Hattie a moment to understand what she was saying. Sophie was Hattie's assistant on the dig. Usually, Hattie did the planning and the preparation. It was her PhD, after all, her project. She was obsessive about getting things right, but this morning she'd been eager to get onto the site as soon as possible. It was good to get away from Sophie sometimes, and as much as anything, she was glad of a chance to chat to Mima on her own. Mima liked Sophie. The season before, the girls had been invited to a dance at the community hall, and Sophie had been the life and soul of the party, so the men had been queuing up to swing her around in the 8-some reel. She'd flirted with them all, even the married ones. Hattie had watched, disapproving and anxious, but jealous too. Mima had come up behind Hattie and yelled in her ear above the noise of the music, "That lass reminds me of myself at that age. I had the men flocking around me too. It's all just a bit of fun to her. It means nothing. You should lighten up a bit yourself." How I've missed Wolsey over the winter, Hattie thought. How I've missed Mima. "Sophie's working in the bod for a while," she said. "Paperwork, you know. She'll be along soon." "Well," Mima demanded, bird-like eyes bright over the rim of the mug, "did you find yourself a man while you were out? A good-looking academic, maybe? Someone to keep you warm in bed in those long winter nights?" "Don't tease, Mima." Hattie cut a corner from the toast, but left it uneaten. She no longer felt hungry. "Maybe you should find yourself an island man. Sandy's still not found himself a wife. You could do worse. He's got more life about him than his mother, at least." "Evelyn's all right," Hattie said. "She's been good to us. Not everyone on the island supported the dig, and she's always stood up for us." But Mima wasn't ready yet to let go of the subject of Hattie's love life. "You watch yourself, girl. You find yourself the right one. You don't want to get hurt. I know all about that. My Jerry wasn't the saint everyone made him out to be." Then, lapsing into dialect, "Thee can live without a man, thee can. I lived without a man for nearly 60 years. And she winked, making Hattie think that, though Mima might not have had a husband for 60 years, she'd probably had men enough in her life. Hattie wondered what else the old woman was trying to say. Immediately after the plates were washed, Hattie went back onto the site. Mima stayed inside. It was Thursday, the day she entertained Cedric, her gentleman caller. Thoughts of this place had been with Hattie all winter, warming her like a lover. Her obsession with the archaeology, the island and its people, had become one in her mind. Walsey, a single project and a single ambition. For the first time in years, she felt a bubbling excitement. Really? She thought. I have no reason to think like this. What is the matter with me? She found herself grinning. I'll have to watch myself. People will think I'm mad and lock me away again. But that only made her smile some more. When Sophie arrived, Hattie set her to preparing a practice trench. If Evelyn wants to be a volunteer, we should train her to do it properly. Let's clear an area away from the main excavation. Shit, Hat. Do we really have to have her on site? I mean, she's kind enough, but she's a real bore. Sophie was tall and fit, with long, tawny hair. She'd been working as a chalet maid in the Alps over the winter, helping out a friend, and her skin was bronzed and glowing. Sophie was easy and relaxed and took everything in her stride. She made Hattie feel like a neurotic drone. It's a condition of our work in Shetland that we encourage community involvement, Hattie said. You know that. Oh, God, she thought. Now I sound like a middle-aged schoolteacher, so pompous. Sophie didn't answer. She shrugged and went on with the work. Later, Hattie said she'd go to Utra to talk to Evelyn about training to work on the dig. It was an excuse. She hadn't had the chance to revisit her favourite places in Linby. The sun was still shining, and she wanted to make the most of the good weather. As she walked past the house, Cedric was just driving away in his car. Mima was at the kitchen window waving him off. When she saw Hattie, she came to the open door. Will you come in and have a cup of tea? But Hattie thought Mima just wanted to prize more information from her and to give her more advice. No, she said. I've no time today, but Sophie's due a break, if you want to give her a shout. And she walked on down the track, with the sun on her face, feeling like a child playing truant from school. Chapter 3. Anna's baby spent the first night of his life in intensive care. The midwife said it was nothing to worry about. He was doing fine, a lovely little boy. But he still needed a bit of help with his breathing, and they'd keep him in the resuscitator for a while. Besides, Anna was exhausted and she needed the rest. In the morning, they'd bring the baby through to her and help her to feed him. There was no reason why they shouldn't both be home in a couple of days. She slept fitfully, drifting in and out. The doctor had given her more painkillers, and her dreams were very vivid. Once, waking suddenly, she wondered if this was what it would be like to be on drugs. At university, she'd never been tempted down that route. It was always important to her to be in control. She was aware of Ronald beside her. A couple of times she heard him talking on his mobile. She thought the conversations would be with his parents. She started to tell him that he shouldn't be using a phone in the hospital, but lethargy overcame her and the words didn't come out properly. She woke when it got light and felt much more herself again, a little bruised and battered, but alert. Ronald was fast asleep on the chair in the corner, his head back, his mouth open, snoring loudly. A midwife appeared. How's my baby? Anna found it hard to believe now that there was a baby, that she hadn't imagined the whole experience of giving birth. She felt quite disconnected from the evening before. I'll bring him through to you. He's doing very well now, breathing normally on his own. Ronald stirred in his chair and woke too. He looked like his father, with the stubble of beard on his chin, his eyes slightly vacant from sleep. The baby was lying in a plastic box that reminded Anna of a fish tank. He was lying on his back. His skin had a faint yellow tinge. Anna had read the books and knew that was normal. He had a downy covering of dark hair, and there was a pink mark on each side of his head. Don't worry about that, the midwife said. She assumed she could guess what Anna was thinking. It's because of the forceps delivery. It'll go in a couple of days. She scooped the baby up, wrapped him in a blanket, and handed him to Anna. Anna looked down at a tiny, perfect ear. "Shall we have a go at feeding him?" Ronald was properly awake now. He sat on the bed next to Anna on the opposite side to the midwife. He held out his finger and watched the baby grip it. The midwife was showing Anna the best way to feed the baby. "Put a pillow on your lap, like this, and hold his head with this hand, and guide him to your nipple, like this." Anna, usually so competent in practical matters, felt clumsy and inadequate. Then the baby latched onto her and began to suck, and she could feel the pull of it down through her belly. "There you are," the midwife said. "You're a natural. If everything goes well, there's no reason you shouldn't be home tomorrow." When the woman had gone, they continued to sit on the bed and look at the baby. He fell suddenly fast asleep, and Ronald lifted him carefully and put him back in the plastic cot. Anna had been given a room of her own with a view across the grey houses to the sea. They drafted the notice they would place in the Shetland Times. "To Ronald and Anna Clouston on March 20th. A son, James Andrew, first grandchild to Andrew and Jacobina Clouston of Linby, Walsey, and James and Catherine Brown of Hereford, England." The timing of James's birth had been planned, as everything in Anna's life was planned. She thought spring was the perfect time to bring a baby into the world, and Walsey would be a wonderful place to bring up a child. The process had been more painful and messy than she'd imagined, but now that was over, and there was no reason why their family life shouldn't run smoothly. Ronald couldn't keep his eyes off his son. She should have guessed he might be a doting father. "Why don't you get off home?" she said. "Get a shower and a change of clothes. Everyone will want to hear the news." "I might do that." She could tell he wasn't comfortable in the hospital. "But should I come and visit you tonight?" "No," she said. "It's such a long drive, and then the time on the ferry. You'll need to be in first thing in the morning to take us home." She thought she'd welcome some time alone with her son. She smiled as she imagined Ronald doing the grand tour of the island, full of news about the birth and his son. He'd have to visit all his relatives, repeating the tale of how her waters burst while they were shopping in the co-op, the difficult labour, and the child who was pulled screaming into the world. Chapter 4. Hattie could have done without having Evelyn here at Setter at all today. They'd only been back in Walsey for a week, and she had other things to think about, anxieties that snagged at the back of her mind along with the moments of joy. Besides, she wanted to get on with the dig. Her dig, which had lain covered up since the autumn. Now, the longer days and finer weather had brought her back to Shetland to complete the project. She itched to get back into the main trench, to continue the sieving and dating, to complete her meticulous records. She wanted to prove her thesis and to lose herself in the past. If she could prove that Setter was the site of a medieval merchant's house, she would have an original piece of research for her PhD. More importantly, the discovery of artefacts dating the building and confirming its status would give her grounds to make a funding application to extend the excavation. Then she would have an excuse to stay in Shetland. She couldn't bear the idea that she might be forced to leave the islands. She didn't think she could ever live in a city again. But Evelyn was a local volunteer and she needed training, and Hattie needed to keep her on side. Hattie knew she didn't handle volunteers well. She was impatient and expected too much from them. She used language they had no hope of understanding. Today wouldn't be easy. They'd woken again to sunshine, but now a mist had come in from the sea, filtering the light. Mima's house was a shadow in the distance, and everything looked softer and more organic. It was as if the surveying poles had grown from the ground like willows, and the spoil heap was natural, a fold in the land. The day before, Sophie had marked out a practice trench a little way off from the main site and dug out the turf. She'd exposed roots and a patch of unusually sandy, dry soil and levelled the area with a mattock so the practice dig could begin. The topsoil had been dumped on the existing spoil heap. Everything was ready when Evelyn turned up at 10, just as she'd said she would, wearing corduroy trousers and a thick old sweater. She had the anxious, eager-to-please manner of a pupil sucking up to the teacher. Hattie talked her through the process. "Shall we make a start, then?" Hattie knew Evelyn was enthusiastic, but really the woman should be taking this more seriously, making notes, for example. Hattie had gone through the methods of recording a site in some detail, but she wasn't sure Evelyn had taken it all in. "Do you want to have a go with the trowel, Evelyn? We wouldn't sieve everything in a site like this, though we might work it through the flotation tank, and every find would need to be set in context. You do understand how important that is?" Yes. "And we work from the known to the unknown, so we always trowel backwards. We don't want to tread on the things we've already uncovered." Evelyn looked up at her. "I might not be working for a PhD," she said, "but I'm not daft either. I have been listening." It was gently said, but Hattie felt herself blushing. "I'm no good with people," she thought, "only with objects and ideas. I understand how the past works, but not how to live with people in the present." The older woman squatted in the trench and began to scratch tentatively with the trowel, beginning in one corner, scraping away the upper layer of soil, reaching up to tip it into the bucket. She frowned like a child concentrating on routine homework. Over the next half hour, whenever Hattie glanced across to her, there was the same expression on her face. Hattie was just about to check on Evelyn's work when the older woman called over to her. "What's this?" Hattie stretched and went to see. Something solid was revealed against the lighter colour of the sandy soil and the particles of shell. Hattie was excited despite herself. This was a fragment of pottery, perhaps. Imported pottery would give the house the status she hoped for. They'd dug the practice trench away from the excavated dwelling precisely because they didn't want the amateurs to come across any sensitive finds. But perhaps they'd stumbled across a midden, even an extension to the house itself. She crouched beside Evelyn, almost pushing her away, and brushed the soil away from the revealed object. It was not pottery, though it was reddish-brown, the colour of clay. Bone, she saw now. As an undergraduate, she'd expected old bone to be white or cream or grey, and had been surprised at the richness of the colour. A large piece of bone, round, she thought, though only a fraction had been uncovered. She was disappointed, but tried not to show it. Beginners were thrilled by their first finds. In the Shetland digs, they were always finding shards of bone, sheep mostly. Once there was a horse, the skeleton almost entirely preserved. She began to explain this to Evelyn, to tell her what they could learn about the settlement from the animal remains. "We can't just dig an object out," she said. "We have to keep it in context, to continue to trowel layer by layer. This'll be good practice. I'll leave you to it and come back later." She thought how awkward she would feel to be digging while someone was staring over her shoulder. Besides, she had her own work to do. Later, they went into the house for a break. Mima made sandwiches for them, and then came out herself to see what was happening. When Evelyn went back to work on the practice trench, the older woman stood watching. Mima was wearing black crimpline trousers and Wellingtons that flapped around her knees. She'd thrown a threadbare grey fleece over her shoulders. Hattie thought she looked like a hooded crow, standing there watching her daughter-in-law work. A hooded crow ready to snatch at a fragment of food. "Well, Evelyn, what do you look like?" Mima said. "On your hands and knees like some sort of beast. In this light you could be one of Joseph's pigs, grubbing around in the soil there. You be careful, or he'll be slitting your throat and eating you as bacon." She laughed so loud that she coughed and spluttered. Evelyn said nothing. She knelt up and glared. Hattie felt sorry for her. She'd never known Mima be so cruel. Hattie jumped into the trench beside Evelyn. The bone was protruding from the earth now, largely uncovered. Hattie took her own trowel from her jeans pocket. With intense concentration, she stripped away more of the soil, then took a brush. The shape of the bone became more defined. There was a pleasing curve, a sculptured hollow. "Pars orbitalis," she said. Shock and excitement made her forget her earlier resolve not to show off, to keep her language simple so Evelyn would understand. Evelyn looked at her. "The frontal orbit," Hattie said. "This is part of a human skull." "Oh no," Mima said. Hattie looked up at her and saw that her face was white. "That cannot be right. No, no, that cannot be." She turned and scurried back to the house. Chapter 5. Sandy Wilson crossed the field unsteadily. It was a few weeks after Hattie had found the skull, one of those thick black nights that often came in the spring. Not cold, but the island covered by low cloud and a dense, relentless drizzle that hid the moon and stars, and even the lit windows of the house behind him. He didn't have a torch, but he didn't need one. He'd grown up here. If you lived on an island 6 miles long and 2.5 miles wide, by the time you were 10, you knew every inch of it. And that internal map stayed with you even after you'd left. Sandy lived in town now, in Lerwick, but he reckoned if he was dropped blindfold anywhere on Walsey, he'd be able to tell you where he was after a few minutes, just by the way the land lay under his feet and the touch of the nearest dike on his hand. He knew he'd had too much to drink, but congratulated himself on leaving the Pier House Hotel when he did. His mother would be waiting up for him. Another couple of drinks and he'd be steaming. Then he'd get the old lecture about self-restraint and about Michael, his brother, who'd given up the booze altogether. Sandy thought maybe he'd call in to his grandmother's house on the way, and she'd make him a cup of strong black coffee, so he'd be quite sober when he got home. She'd phoned him earlier in the week and told him to call at Setter next time he was home. Mima never minded seeing him a wee bit worse for wear. She'd given him his first dram, one morning when he was on his way to the big school. It was a chilly sort of day, and she'd said the whisky would keep out the cold. He'd spluttered and choked like it was the worst kind of medicine, but he'd developed a taste for it since. He thought Mima had had a taste for it from the cradle, though it never seemed to affect her. He'd never seen her drunk. The field sloped down towards the track that led to Mima's croft. He heard a gunshot. The noise startled him for a minute, but he took no notice. It would be Ronald, out after rabbits with his big spotlight. He'd talked about going when Sandy had gone to see the new bairn, and it was a good night for it. The rabbits, dazzled by the light of the torch, stood like statues, just waiting to be shot. Illegal, but rabbits were such a nuisance in the islands that nobody cared. Ronald was his cousin, a sort of cousin. Sandy began to figure out the exact relationship, but his family tree was complicated, and he was drunk, so he lost track and gave up. The rest of his walk to Setter was peppered with the occasional noise of a shotgun. There was a bend in the track, and Sandy saw, just as he knew he would, the light in Mima's kitchen window. Her house was tucked into the hill, and you came on it very suddenly. Many of the islanders were pleased that it was hidden from view by the land curved around it, because it was a scruffy sort of place, the garden overgrown with weeds, the window frames bare of paint and rotting. Evelyn, Sandy's mother, was mortified by the state of Mima's croft, nagged his father about it regularly. "Will you not go and sort the place out for her?" But Mima would have none of it. "It'll last me out," she'd say complacently. "I like it fine as it is. I don't want the fuss of you around the croft." Joseph took more notice of his mother than he did of his wife, so Mima was left unbothered. Setter was the most sheltered croft on the island. The archaeologist who'd arrived last year from a university in the south said people had been living on that land for thousands of years. He'd asked if they might dig a few trenches in a field close to the house, a project for a postgraduate student, he said. One of them had an idea that there had been a grand dwelling on the site. They'd put the land back the way they'd found it. Sandy thought Mima would have let them on anyway. She'd taken to the historian. "He's a fine-looking man," she'd said to Sandy, her eyes glittering. Sandy had seen what she must have been like as a girl, daring, shameless. No wonder the other island women were wary of her. There was a noise from the field next to the track, not gunshot this time, but a muttering, ripping and stamping of feet. Sandy turned, saw the silhouette of the cow just a few feet away. Mima was the only person left on Walsey who milked by hand. The rest had stopped decades ago, put off by the work and the hygiene regulations, which prevented the milk being sold. There were people, though, who still liked the unpasteurised milk and fixed Mima's roof or slipped her a bottle of whisky in return for a jug of the yellow liquid every morning. Sandy wasn't sure they'd be so keen if they saw Mima milking. Last time he'd seen her do it, she'd blown her nose on the filthy tea towel she went on to wipe the udders with. As far as he knew, though, no one had gone down sick as a result. He'd been brought up on the stuff, and it had done him no harm. Even his mother scooped the cream off the top of the churn and put it on her porridge for a treat. He pushed open the door into the kitchen, expecting to see Mima in her chair by the Rayburn, the cat on her knee, an empty glass by her side, watching something violent on the television. She was never one for going to bed early, hardly seemed to sleep much at all, and she loved violence. She was the only one of his family who'd been pleased by his choice of career. "Fancy," she said, "a cop." She'd had a kind of dreamy look in her eyes, and he'd been sure she'd been imagining New York, guns, car chases. She'd only been south once, to Aberdeen, for a funeral. Her pictures of the world came from the TV. Policing in Shetland had never been much like that, but she still enjoyed hearing his stories. He exaggerated them, just a touch, to make her happy. The television was on, the sound horribly loud. Mima was going deaf, though she refused to admit it to the family. But the cat lay on its own in the chair. It was large and black and vicious to everyone but its owner. A witch's cat, his mother called it. Sandy turned down the sound, opened the door to the rest of the house and shouted, "Mima, it's me." He knew she wasn't asleep. She'd never leave the light and the telly on, and the cat shared her bed as well as her chair. Mima's husband had died in an accident at sea when she was still a young woman. There were rumours of her being a wild young widow, but since he'd known her, she'd lived on her own. There was no answer. He felt suddenly very sober and walked through to the rest of the house. There was a corridor which ran along the back of the 3 rooms and led into each one. He couldn't remember ever going into her bedroom before. She'd never been ill. It was a square room taken up with a heavy dark wood wardrobe and a bed so high that he couldn't see how Mima could scramble onto it without a step. There was the same thick brown lino on the floor as in the kitchen, a sheepskin rug, white once, now grey and rather matted. The curtains, faded and tatty, cream with a design of small roses, weren't drawn. On the windowsill stood a photo of her husband. He had a thick red beard, very blue eyes, was dressed in an oilskin and boots, and reminded Sandy of his father. The bed had been made and covered with a quilt of crocheted squares. There was no sign of Mima. The bathroom was a more recent addition, built onto the back of the house, though it had been there as long as Sandy could remember. The bath and the basin were an improbable blue, though there was still brown lino on the floor, partly covered by a bright blue shaggy rug. A smell of damp and wet towels. An enormous spider crawled around the plug hole. Otherwise, the room was empty. Sandy tried to think rationally. He dealt with missing person inquiries and knew that families always panicked unnecessarily. He'd made fun of the anxious parent or partner once he'd put down the phone. "There was a party at the Ha last night, that's where they'll be." But now he felt the shock of the unexpected, the unknown. Mima never strayed from her house at night these days, unless there was a family do at his parents' house, or a big island event, like a wedding, and then someone would have given her a lift, and he'd know about it. She had no real friends. Most Walsey folk were slightly afraid of her. He felt his thoughts spinning out of control, tried to keep calm. What would Jimmy Perez do in this situation? Mima always shut her hens up at night. Maybe she'd gone out to do that and tripped and fallen. The archaeologists had dug their trenches on some land right away from the house, but she was getting on now, and it was possible that the drink was at last clouding her judgment. If she'd wandered down that way, it would be easy enough to lose her footing. Sandy went back to the kitchen and collected a torch from the drawer in the table. It had been there from the time when every house had its own generator, which only ran for a couple of hours in the evening. Outside, he felt the chill of the mist and drizzle, biting after the heat of the Rayburn. It must be nearly midnight. His mother would be wondering where he was. He walked round the house. Here was the shed where Mima brought in the cow for milking. Once his eyes adjusted to the dark, there was enough light spilling from the house for him to see quite clearly where he was going. He'd left on the bathroom light, and the window faced this way. No need yet for the torch. The hens were already shut up. He checked the catch on the wooden henhouse, and could hear the rustle of movement inside. Earlier the day had been fine, and Mima must have done her washing. The line stretched away from the house down towards where the archaeologists had set up the dig. There were still towels and a sheet pegged to the nylon rope. They hung lifeless and heavy, like the sails on a becalmed boat. Other island women would have taken down the washing as soon as the weather closed in, but Mima would probably not have bothered if she'd been eating her tea or reading a book. It was this fecklessness that so irritated some of her neighbours. How could she not care what people were thinking of her? How could she keep such an untidy house? Sandy walked past the washing to where the students had been working. A couple of poles with string stretched between to mark out the search area, or maybe for measuring. A windbreak made of blue plastic strung onto metal stakes. A pile of turfs neatly stacked, and another of soil. 2 trenches cut at right angles. He flashed the torch into them, but they were empty apart from a couple of puddles of water. It occurred to him that the area looked like a crime scene in one of the programmes his grandmother liked to watch. "Mima!" he shouted. He thought his voice sounded very thin and high-pitched. He hardly recognised it. He decided he should go home, switched off the torch, and started back to the house. He could phone Utra from there. His mother would know where Mima was. She knew everything that happened on Walsey. Then he saw that a coat had fallen from the line and lay in a crumpled heap on the grass. He recognised it as one of the students' waterproofs and thought Mima had probably offered to get rid of all the mud for them. He was going to leave it. Wouldn't it need to go through the machine again anyway? But he stopped to pick it up and take it inside. It wasn't just a coat. It was his grandmother, looking very small inside the yellow jacket. He thought she was hardly bigger than a doll, thin, her arms and legs like twigs. He touched her face, which was cold and smooth as wax, felt for a pulse. He supposed he should call for the doctor, but he couldn't move. He was frozen, paralysed by shock and by the need to take in the information that Mima was dead. He looked down at her face, chalk white against the muddy ground. This isn't Mima, he thought. It can't be. There's been some terrible mistake. But of course it was his grandmother. He looked at the ill-fitting teeth and the wispy white hair, and felt sick and very sober at the same time. He didn't trust his judgment, though. He was Sandy Wilson, who always got things wrong. Maybe he'd fumbled for the pulse and she was really alive and breathing fine. He picked her up in his arms to carry her indoors. He couldn't bear to leave her here, out in the cold. It was only when he had her in the kitchen that he saw the wounds in her stomach and the blood. Chapter 6. Inspector Jimmy Perez arrived in Walsey on the first ferry. He was there at Laxo, the terminal on the west of Shetland mainland, waiting on the pier when the boat arrived from Simbista. There was no one else in the queue. That time of the morning, traffic was mostly the other way. Folks coming off the smaller island for work in town, teenagers too old for the Walsey Junior High, still half asleep, on their way to meet the bus for Lerwick. He watched the ferry approaching, waited for the half-dozen cars to leave and the gaggle of sixth-year students from Anderston High to walk off to their waiting bus. Then he started his engine. Billy Watt was working the ferry today. The crew were all Walsey men. That was how it worked with the inter-island ferries. Billy waved Perez's car into position, watched while he drove slowly forward so his bumper was inches off the iron ramp, then gave a genial nod. Walsey was known as the Friendly Island. It was famous for the way folk waved when cars passed on the road. When he came to take Perez's money, Billy didn't ask what the detective was doing there. He didn't need to. By now, most of the people in Walsey would have heard about Mima Wilson's accident. Perez had been in the sixth form with Billy, remembered him as a pale, quiet boy who'd always come top in French. Perez wondered if he used his flair for languages on the overseas visitors who came to the islands. Not that Walsey was really on the tourist map. There wasn't anywhere for them to stay apart from the camping bod that attracted students and backpackers, and one hotel. Simbista was a working harbour, and 7 of the 8 pelagic fishing boats in Shetland put in there. For this reason, Walsey folk didn't need to sell cups of tea or hand-knitted mittens to make a living. They kept up the old traditions of hospitality and knitting, but money didn't come into it. Sandy's phone call had woken Perez up. His first reaction had been fear, which had nothing at all to do with his work as a detective. His girlfriend Fran had gone south for a couple of weeks over Easter, taking her daughter Cassie with her. "My parents haven't seen her for months," Fran had said, "and I want to catch up with all my friends. It would be so easy to lose touch living here." Perez knew it was ridiculous, but when he thought of London, he thought of danger. So while Fran dreamed of nights out at the theatre with her friends, leaving doting grandparents to make up months' worth of babysitting, he'd been thinking gun crimes, stabbings, terrorism. The anxiety must have been with him even in his sleep, because the noise of the phone triggered an immediate panic. He sat up in bed and grabbed the receiver. His heart was racing, and he was wide awake. "Yes?" Only to hear Sandy Wilson, mumbling and incoherent, as only he could be, with some story about his family, an accidental shooting, his grandmother dead. Perez listened with half his brain, the other half flooded with relief, so he found himself grinning. Not because an old woman was dead, but because nothing terrible had happened to Fran or Cassie. He saw from the clock on the bedside table that it was nearly 3 o'clock. "How do you know it was an accident?" Perez had said, interrupting at last. "My cousin Ronald was out after rabbits, and it was such poor visibility. You can see how it might have happened. What else would it be? A pause. Ronald likes his drink. And what does Ronald say? He couldn't see how it could have happened. He's a good shot, and he'd not have fired into Mima's land. Had he been drinking? He says not. Not much. What do you say? I don't see what else could have happened. On the ferry, Perez left his car and climbed the stairs to the enclosed deck. He bought a cup of coffee from the machine and sat, looking through the grimy glass to watch Walsey emerge from the dawn and the mist. Everything was muted, green and grey. No colours and no hard edges. Shetland weather, Perez thought. As they came closer, he could make out the shape of the houses on the hill. Large, grand houses. He'd grown up with myths about how rich the Walsey folk were, and he was never sure how much of it was true. Shetland was full of stories of buried treasure and trowy gold. It was said that one year a skipper was worried about the tax he'd have to pay and needed to take some money out of the company accounts. His crew were called to the pier on Christmas morning, and each found a brand new Range Rover with his name on it. Perez couldn't remember seeing any of the Walsey men driving a Range Rover, and anyway, the boats were cooperatively run, but it was a good story. Sandy was waiting for him in his own car at the pier. Before the ferry had tied up, Perez saw him get out. He stood, his hands in his pockets, the hood pulled up against the damp, until Perez had driven his car from the boat, then walked up to join him. He climbed into the passenger seat. Perez could tell that he'd had no sleep. "I'm sorry about your grandmother." For a moment there was no reaction. Then Sandy smiled grimly. "That's how she'd have wanted to go," he said. "She always liked a bit of drama. She'd not want to slip away in her sleep in some old folks' home." He paused. "She'd not want Ronald to get into any bother over this." "Unfortunately," Perez said, "it's not her decision." "I didn't know what to do." Sandy seldom knew what to do, but didn't usually admit it. "I mean, should I have arrested him? He must have committed some sort of crime, mustn't he? Even if it was an accident. Reckless use of a shotgun?" Perez thought recklessness was a tricky concept to prove in law. "I don't think you could have done anything," he said. "Besides, you're involved. You found the body, and you know everyone. It's not allowed. Certainly, it won't be your decision whether or not to arrest Ronald." "Nor mine," he thought. "That'll be down to the fiscal." The fiscal would take formal charge of the case, and he didn't know her well enough to guess what her response would be. His windscreen had steamed up. He wiped at it with a cloth. Now there was only mist on the outside. The ferry had already loaded the cars and started to make its way back to Laxo. Perez thought that would be a relaxing sort of job, moving back and forth between the islands. Perhaps that was what had drawn Billy Watt to it, though he supposed it might get boring after a while. "You know, you should go back to Lerwick," he said to his colleague. "Leave the case to me now." If there was a case, which most likely there wasn't. Sandy looked wretched, fidgeted in his seat, but made no move to leave the car. Perez wondered how he would feel if his own family was caught up in a sudden death. If anything happened to Fran and Cassie. In the past, they'd been too close to one of the cases he'd been working on, and he could never have walked away from that and handed responsibility to another officer. "I don't know, Walsey," Perez said slowly. "I suppose it would be helpful to have you around for a while to show me the lie of the land. But you don't interfere. You introduce me to your folks, and then you keep quiet. You understand?" Sandy nodded gratefully. His long fair fringe flapped over his forehead. "We'll leave your car there then, shall we? You're in no state to drive. Let's go to Setter and see where you found your grandmother." "I moved her body," Sandy admitted. "It was dark and cold, and I couldn't see the wound then. I thought she was ill, and she might still be alive. I'm sorry." There was a moment's pause. "I would have done exactly the same myself," Perez said. Sandy directed Perez to his grandmother's house. Perez could count the number of times he'd been to Walsey on one hand. There'd been a piece of vandalism. One of the yawls they used for racing had been holed and then tipped into the harbour. No one else had been available, and he'd come to deal with it, out of interest. Then Sandy had asked him and Fran along to his birthday party, a do organised by his parents in the Linby Community Hall. Perez knew that the night before Sandy had been out in Lerwick with his younger friends, but Perez hadn't been invited to that. The party in Walsey had been an old-fashioned community do, a hot meal of boiled mutton and tatties, a band, dancing. It had reminded Perez of the dances at home in Fair Isle, raucous and good-natured. His infrequent trips to Walsey had given him no real idea of the geography of the place, or of the relationships there. People from the outside see Shetland as one community, he thought, but it's not like that at all. How many of the people who live in Lerwick have ever been to Fair Isle or Fulla? Some of the Bidista folk manage to keep secrets from the rest of us for decades. The visitors are more adventurous than any of us. Sandy directed him to take a road to the right from Simbister, and soon they were on the southern shore of the island, in the community of Linby. A scattering of crofts running down to the water, surrounded by the crumbling walls of old abandoned houses. Not a village in the English sense of the word, but half a dozen families, mostly related, separated from the rest of Walsey by sheep-grazed hill, peat banks, and a reed-fringed loch. Setter took Perez back to the old days at home too, to a croft run by an old man who found the work too much for him, but refused to let anyone help. Someone had let out the hens, and they were scratching around in a patch of weeds by the door, looking damp and bedraggled. Everything was untidy and overgrown. An ancient piece of agricultural machinery, quite unidentifiable now, rusted against the cowshed wall. These days, people wanted a better income than this sort of small holding could provide. In Fair Isle, families from the south had taken over some of the crofts and set up small businesses, IT, furniture making, boat building. There were even recent incomers from the United States. He knew he was a soppy romantic, but he quite liked the old ways. "What happens to this place now?" he asked Sandy. "Did your grandmother own it, or was she a tenant?" "It was her own place. It always was hers. She inherited from her grandmother." "What about her husband?" "He died very young. My father was just a bairn." "Had she made a will?" Sandy seemed shocked by the idea. "It'll just come to my father," he said. "She had no other close relatives. I don't know what he'll do with it. Take on the land and sell the house, perhaps." "You said there was a cousin, Ronald. He has no claim?" "Ronald's related to me on my mother's side. He won't get anything as a result of Mima dying." They were still standing outside the house. Perez was what the locals called a black Shetlander. His ancestor had been washed up from a sunken Spanish Armada ship. He'd inherited the name, the dark hair and Mediterranean skin. Now he felt the cold seeping into his bones and thought he'd inherited a love of sunshine too. He couldn't wait for the summer. "We should tape off the garden where the body was found," Perez said gently. "Even if the fiscal puts it down as an accident, at the moment we have to treat it as a potential crime scene." Sandy looked up at him, suddenly horrified. Perez realised the suggested piece of routine police work had made Mima's death real again. Sandy pushed open the door, and they arrived in the kitchen. Again, Perez was taken back to his childhood. His grandparents and a couple of elderly aunts had lived in houses like this. It was the smell, as much as the furniture, that took him back. The smell of coal dust and peat smoke, a particular brand of soap, damp wool. At least in here it was warm. The solid fuel Rayburn must have been banked up the night before and still gave out plenty of heat. Perez stood in front of it and put his hands on the covered hot plate. "I don't know what will happen to the cow," Sandy said suddenly. "My father milked her this morning, but I know damn well he'll not want to do that twice every day." Reluctantly, Perez pushed himself away from the range. "Let's go outside," he said. "You can show me where she died." "I keep thinking that if I hadn't stayed for that one last drink, I might have been here in time to save her," Sandy said. "I might have stopped her going outside at all." He paused. "But I only came in to give me time to sober up before going back to my parents' house. If I'd gone straight home, I'd have taken the first ferry out this morning and someone else would have found her." He paused. "She phoned me earlier in the week and asked when I'd next be home. 'Call in and have a dram with me, Sandy. It's a long time since we had a chat.' I should have spent the evening with her instead of going down to the pier house with the boys." "What was she doing outside at that time of night?" Perez asked. He tried to imagine what would have taken an elderly woman from the warmth of her fire into a sodden, cold field long after darkness had fallen. "There was washing on the line. Maybe she'd gone to fetch it in." Perez said nothing. Sandy led him round the house. The laundry was still there, so wet now that it dripped onto the grass beneath it. This was rough grazing, rather than garden, though a strip of ground running parallel to the washing line had been dug over for planting. Sandy saw Perez looking at it. "My father did that. She'll have one strip of tatties and another of neeps. He sows a planticrub with cabbage each year for feeding the cow." "There's no laundry basket," Perez said. "If she'd come outside to fetch in the washing, what would she put the clothes in?" Sandy shook his head as if he couldn't see how such detail could matter. "What's going on down there?" Perez nodded towards the trenches at the end of the field. "An archaeological dig. A postgraduate student is researching it for her PhD. She'll be here for the next few months, working on it with her assistant. A couple of lasses. They were here for a few weeks last year and they've just arrived back. They're camping out at the bod just now. This time of year there aren't too many people wanting to stay there. There's a professor who visits every now and again to keep an eye on things. He's here at the minute, staying at the Pier House Hotel. He came in with them." "We need to speak to him," Perez said. "I thought you might do. I called in to the pier house while I was waiting for your ferry. He said he'd meet us here." Perez was surprised that Sandy had shown so much initiative, wondered if he should congratulate him or if that would just be patronising. In the office, Sandy was always considered a bit of a joke. Perez had shared the low opinion at times. He was still making up his mind how to respond when a big figure appeared out of the mist, as if Sandy had conjured him up by talking about him. He wore a full-length barbered jacket and big boots. He was a big man, very blond with cropped hair. He approached them, hand outstretched. "Hello, I'm Paul Berglund. You wanted to talk to me?" Despite the foreign name, the accent was Northern English. It was a hard voice and suited the man. Perez wasn't sure what he'd been expecting in an academic, not this large male with his uncompromising speech and the shaved head. "Sandy will have explained that there was an accident here last night," Perez said. "We'd prefer it if your student stays off the site for the day." "No problem. Patty and Sophie will be here to start soon. I'll hang on and tell them what happened. Is it okay if I wait in the house? It's a bit damp out here." For a moment, Perez hesitated. Then he recalled this was an accident, nothing more. It wouldn't be sensible to get dramatic about it. "Is that okay, Sandy?" Sandy didn't hesitate. The Wolsey hospitality again. "Sure. Why not?" Berglund turned round and left them alone. Perez felt a little ridiculous because the encounter had been so brief, but just now he had nothing specific to ask the man. If he'd asked about the archaeology, he'd have shown his ignorance. Besides, what relevance could the archaeological work have to Mima Wilson's death? Instead, he directed his questions to Sandy. "Have the students found anything?" Perez was intrigued by the idea of digging for a living. He thought he'd enjoy it. Detailed, meticulous, picking his way through other people's lives. With the right sort of case, it was what he liked most about his work. Sandy shrugged. "I haven't taken much interest," he said. "I don't think there was much. A few bits of pot. Nothing exciting. Though they did find an old skull a couple of weeks ago. Val Turner, the archaeologist from the Amenity Trust, came into the station to report it. She said it wasn't likely to be suspicious, and the fiscal wasn't interested." Perez thought he remembered talk of that in the canteen. "My mother was here when they turned that up." Sandy's voice had brightened at the mention of the skull, but Perez thought it would take treasure to excite Sandy. Gold bars, jewels. He was still like a boy. They stood for a moment, looking into the hole in the ground, their shoulders hunched against the damp. Like mourners, Perez thought, at an open grave. Chapter 7. Ronald Clouston lived in a new house close to the shore. It seemed even bigger than the places Perez had seen from the ferry, a dormer bungalow with a long single-story extension on one end. They sat outside it for a while in the car while Sandy filled in some of the background to the family. "His mother and mine are second cousins," he said. He frowned in concentration. "Second cousins? Yes, I think that's right. His father sold him that bit of land. Ronald wanted somewhere to set up house with his new wife. He had the place built a couple of years ago." He paused. "They've just had a baby. That's one of the reasons I'm in Wolsey. I wanted to bring them a present, my best wishes, you know." "His dad didn't mind losing the land?" "It was only a bit of rough grazing, and he was never a farmer." "What does Ronald do for a living?" "He's got a place on his father's pelagic trawler, the Cassandra. She's a beauty. 4 years old now, but still state-of-the-art." It was what Perez had been expecting, and fitted in with the image of the hard drinker who went out in the middle of the night shooting. Most of the Wolsey boats were family-owned. Fishing was a tough life, and the men let off steam when they came ashore. "He was the brainy one at school," Sandy went on. "Not much good at anything practical, but okay at passing exams. Kind of dreamy, you know. He went off to university, but his father was taken ill, and the place came up on the boat. He had to take it. You understand how it works. Maybe he was glad of the excuse to leave, and he wouldn't have got his degree anyway. That's what my mother says." Bit of jealousy there, Perez thought, or competition between the two cousins, Sandy's mother and Ronald's mother, comparing their sons. No one would ever have called Sandy brainy. "Is the wife a Shetlander?" "No, Anna's English. They had their wedding here, though, a couple of years ago. All her folks came up for it. It was a grand do." Sandy's eyelids drooped for a minute, and he shook himself awake, stared out at the drizzle. Condensation ran down the inside of the windscreen. Perez thought this was still a huge house for 2 people and 1 baby. He wondered where Ronald had met his Anna. There was a history of Shetland men going out to find their wives. During his brief spell at university, perhaps. Perez had married an English woman, Sarah, soft and gentle, pretty and fair. But he hadn't had it in him to be the sort of husband she'd wanted. He'd always been too easily caught up in other folks' problems. "I always come at the bottom of the pile," she'd said. "After work, and your parents, sorting out the neighbour's delinquent son and the plumber's cat. You're drained when you do find time for me. You've nothing left to give." At the time, he'd thought she was talking that way because she'd just been through a miscarriage. Now, he could see there was some truth in her words. He couldn't keep his nose out of other people's business. He told himself it was about being a good detective, but he'd have been curious even if work weren't involved. Sarah was happier now without him, married to a doctor and living in the borders with him, her children, and her dogs. And Perez had taken up with another Englishwoman, divorcee Fran Hunter. Sarah had always been needy. Fran, he thought, didn't need him at all. Sandy was shuffling in his seat. Perez's long silences always made him uneasy. "Shall we go in, then?" "You're not to speak," Perez reminded him, then told himself that Sandy had just lost his grandmother, and smiled to soften the words. "Just introduce me, then keep your mouth shut." Sandy nodded and got out of the car. Perez guessed that the building plot had been chosen for its view. It was on a low promontory, and the sea would be visible on 3 sides. To the west, it would be possible to see Laxo and the mainland. You'd be able to measure your days by the ferry moving backwards and forwards across the water. It was a square bungalow, low, like the traditional croft houses, but made of wood, so it looked Scandinavian, and with windows in the roof. It was painted blue. The long extension at the side had a lower sloped roof. Perez wondered what the extra space was for. They wouldn't keep animals there. It had a row of glazed windows. At the back of the house, a small garden led down to the shore. A bed of daffodils was sheltered from the wind by a dry stone wall, a patch of colour in the mist. An upturned dinghy had been pulled above the tide line. Sandy opened the front door and shouted. Perez heard a muted reply from further inside the house and followed him in. The couple were both sitting in the kitchen. It seemed to Perez that they hadn't moved much since returning from Seta after Sandy had rushed into the house to tell them that Mima was dead. The shock had frozen them. "What did you do that for?" Perez had demanded when Sandy had confessed that he'd left Mima and run to the Clouston house. For God's sake, the man could be a suspect. "The doctor was off the island, away on holiday. I knew it would take time to get the air ambulance here. I thought someone else would know best what to do. Their house is closest to Seta." Sandy had looked up, staring at Perez. "I know I'm stupid, but let it go. Just today? Today I can't face a bollocking." "And Anna, she's kind of organised, capable." You wanted her to tell you what to do, Perez had thought, and you've always hated being on your own. So here the couple sat, in silence, still dressed in the jeans and jerseys they'd pulled on when Sandy had roused them from their bed. Ronald must be in his late 20s if he was close to Sandy's age, and they'd been to school together, but he looked older, grey somehow. Perez thought realising you'd killed someone would do that to you. Ronald looked up when the men came into the kitchen, half rose in his chair. Then the effort seemed too much for him, and he sat down again. The woman had dark hair, twisted into a band at the back of her head, but untidy now, starting to come down. She sat very straight despite her obvious exhaustion, the shadows under her eyes. It seemed to Perez that she was furious, so angry that she didn't trust herself to speak. He couldn't tell if the fury was directed at her husband, at Sandy, or at the situation in which they found themselves. Or Perez, for the intrusion into their grief. On one of the workbenches lay half a dozen rabbits ready for skinning and gutting. Baby clothes hung from an airing rack lowered from the ceiling. "This is my boss," Sandy said. "Detective Inspector James Perez." He followed Perez's instructions to the letter, said nothing more, leaned against the wall in the corner of the kitchen, an attempt to be inconspicuous. Perez took the spare chair and sat at the table between the man and wife, sensed again the tension in the room. "Sandy took your gun," he said. Not a question. He'd checked already. Sandy had got that part of procedure right at least. It was one way to start the discussion, factual, safe. Ronald looked up again. "I don't see how it could have happened," he said, almost on the verge of tears. "I was shooting between here and Setter, but nowhere near the house or garden." He turned towards his wife. She stared stonily ahead of her. Perez saw that this was the conversation that had been going on all night. The man had spent hours trying to convince the woman that the tragedy hadn't been his fault, and she had refused to excuse him, to make his guilt any less. Clouston looked like a child desperate to be held. "It was very dark," Perez said. "Dreadful visibility. You must have lost your bearings. It happens." Despite himself, he felt sympathy for the man. This was his curse. What his ex-wife had called emotional incontinence. The ability always to see the world through other folks' eyes. Anna Clouston remained rigid. "Tell me in some detail what happened yesterday evening," Perez said. And now the woman did speak. "He was drinking," she said. Her words were bitter and accusing. "As he does every night when he's not actually working. A couple of cans." Ronald looked up at Perez, pleading. Perez resisted the temptation to reassure him. "Friday night, I deserve a couple of cans." "Were you working at all yesterday?" Perez asked, back to the safety of facts. "No. These days we just do 2 or 3 long trips a year with the deep-sea ships. I got back about a month ago." "So you were in all day?" "No. I went into Lerwick. I wanted to go to the library." Perez would have liked to ask what books the man had chosen. He was fascinated by the detail of other people's lives, even when it had no direct relevance to his work. But Ronald was continuing. "Then I stocked up on the supermarket. The shop in Simbister is fine, but sometimes you'd like something a bit different. Since we brought the baby home, we've not managed to get into town. I got back about 7:30. "Nearer 8, Anna said, not contradicting her husband, but trying to be accurate. Perez thought she was starting to relax a little. At least she was prepared now to participate. He smiled at her. "But you stayed here?" "Yes. Perhaps Sandy explained. The baby's only a few weeks old. He certainly hasn't got the hang of sleeping at night yet. I took the opportunity to grab some rest." And Perez saw now that she was very tired. Without the adrenaline triggered by Mima's death, she'd be asleep on her feet. "Did you work before you had the baby?" It wasn't relevant, but he wanted to know, to understand her better. "Yes, from home, so I'm hoping to get back to it as soon as I can." "What is it you do?" "Traditional crafts," she said. "Spinning, weaving, knitting. I work mostly with Wolsey wool. Either the natural colours or I dye it myself. The fish is already disappearing. Sheep prices have gone down, the oil's nearly gone. Eventually we'll have to develop new industries in Shetland, or go back to the old ones.
Perez thought it was an old argument. She'd had this discussion many times before. He wondered what the wealthy Walsey fishing families made of it. You sell the clothes you make? He could tell she was confused by his questions. What could this have to do with an old woman's death? But his interest pleased her too. Mostly over the internet. I hope to develop the business to teach the old skills to other people. That's why we built on at the side of the house. The idea is to run residential fibre workshops. I only started advertising at the end of last year, and I've already got some takers. A small group from the US have booked up for the summer. We won't be quite ready to put them up in the house, especially with a young baby, so they'll stay in the hotel and come here for workshops. For a moment, her anger seemed to dissipate and her face lit up. Work mattered to her. What will they think when they hear about this? It's the sort of business where you pull in customers by word of mouth. No one will come to the island if they think they're going to get shot. Fibre workshops. It seemed an odd sort of title. Besides, he was hoping it would calm her to talk about it. Any of the crafts based around wool? Perez saw now that she must be wearing one of her own creations, a hand-knitted jersey in natural fleece colours, mostly greys and murred, a rich dark brown. You spent most of the evening together. I had dinner ready for Ronald when he got back, she said. Neither of us got much sleep the night before. The baby was restless, colicky. I knew Ronald would be tired, and James slept for most of the afternoon. Again, Perez would have liked to ask where the couple had met. Even on this short acquaintance, they seemed an ill-matched partnership. Perhaps Sandy's description of Ronald had coloured his opinion, but Perez thought the man came across as vague, passive, even allowing for the shock of Mima's death. Although she looked younger than her husband, Anna was forceful and ambitious. But she cared enough for him to have prepared a meal, to understand that, like her, he'd had a long, tiring week. Any visitors? Sorry? Ronald frowned. Did you have any visitors yesterday? Sandy came for lunch to see the baby. And in the evening? Aunt Evelyn called in just as we'd finished eating. Perez wondered what sort of a cook Anna was. If she was interested in the old Shetland crafts, was she a traditional cook? He wished there was a lingering smell of the food, some dirty pots by the sink to give him a clue. Why did it matter? Why was he so fascinated by the minute details of other people's lives? He wanted to recreate in his mind the scene in the kitchen before Ronald had gone out after the rabbits. Who's she? He asked, trying to focus again on the conversation. Evelyn Wilson, Sandy's mother. Ronald shot a quick look at his cousin, almost asleep on his feet, slumped against the workbench. Where was your shotgun during this time? Locked in the cupboard in Anna's office, where it always stays unless I'm using it. And the key? In the drawer in Anna's desk. What is all this about? Nobody else took the gun away. It was there when I decided to go out later. Ronald wiped his hand across his face. Although it wasn't particularly hot in the room, there was sweat on his forehead. How long did Mrs. Wilson stay? I made her a cup of tea, Anna said. She wanted to talk about the dig. They found a piece of human skull, and it's been sent away for dating. She's a great one for community projects. She chairs the Island Community Forum, and thought it would be a good idea to put a page about my workshop project on the Walsey website. She sees you as a natural ally. Yes, Anna said, considering. I suppose she does. Not everyone on the island takes much interest. Ronald's always been passionate about history. It was his subject at university, and I find the Setter dig fascinating too. She looked across at her husband. Perez supposed this was something they had in common, But Ronald showed little enthusiasm for the archaeology now. His face was still blank and grey.
"Evelyn was here for about half an hour?" Perez asked.
"Something like that."
Anna stood up, stretched.
"Would you like some coffee? I should have offered before. I don't know what's wrong with me. The shock, I suppose."
"You were fond of Mima?"
There was a pause. "I'm not sure she liked me, but, of course, I'm sorry she's dead."
Perez thought this was a strangely careful and honest description of the relationship. After a sudden death, many people pretended to a closeness that didn't exist. "Coffee would be brilliant," Perez said. "Black for me. You'll know how Sandy takes his. So much sugar it's like treacle." They waited in silence while Anna filled the kettle and switched it on. She reached into a high cupboard for mugs. Watching, Perez thought she'd already lost some of the weight around her belly. He imagined she'd be a great one for keeping healthy, a regular visitor to the Walsey swimming pool, built with the oil money that had come into the islands in the 80s. He could imagine her jogging. He wondered if Ronald had ever taught her to shoot. "So, what time was it that Mrs. Wilson left?"
9 o'clock, perhaps.
Anna spooned sugar into Sandy's mug and handed it to him, then set the second in front of Perez. Sandy had been right. She was the organised one in the relationship, taking the lead and answering his questions. The baby woke and needed feeding. She saw herself out. "What did you two do then?"
"We had a row," Anna said, "about my husband's drinking."
She was still on her feet, and the anger suddenly returned. Perez thought she looked rather magnificent standing there, straight-backed, eyes flashing. Perhaps it was the new baby, the hormones. He was glad the fury was directed at Ronald, and not at him.
"He seems incapable," she went on, "of going a single night without a drink."
From the corner of the room, Sandy caught Perez's eye and looked suddenly sheepish. There would be lots of Shetland men who would find it hard to keep off the booze for a night.
"I suggested that just for once he should try. We eat healthily, take plenty of exercise. Now we've got the baby to think about."
"A couple of cans," Ronald said, a repeated mantra. He looked at both men in the room for support.
"But then to take out your gun?" she said.
Perez could tell she was almost losing control.
"Just to spite me because I asked you to stay in. I'd been in all day and I wanted some company. Was that too much to ask? Can't you see what you've done? You'll go to court, maybe to prison. If you weren't working with your family, you'd almost certainly lose your job. And you know what it's like here. Wherever we go, there'll be people whispering behind our backs. There's that fool that shot Mima Wilson. I don't think I can bear it."
She caught her breath at the start of a sob. Ronald looked wretched. He got up and put his arms around her, tentatively at first. For a brief moment she allowed herself to rest her head on his shoulder. From another room came the wail of a baby. It was piercing and relentless, and Perez had to stop himself covering his ears to shut it out. How could you live with a noise like that? Anna pushed herself away from her husband and left. There was an awkward silence. Perez could hear a ringed plover calling from the shore. He thought Anna had married Ronald, believing she could change him. She treated him more like a son than a lover, and he behaved like a naughty little boy. Obviously embarrassed by his wife's outburst, Ronald returned to his seat. Perez took a sip of the coffee, instant but strong and hot. "What time did you go out last night?"
10 o'clock. A bit later, maybe. It was 11:30 when I got in. Anna had already gone to bed. Look, I don't know what had got into me. The strain of the baby, maybe. I should have realised how much difference a child would make. The sudden responsibility. James seems to have taken over our lives.
I should have been more thoughtful, but I wanted to get out and clear my head, to forget about the family, just for a while. I had stuff to think about. Perhaps it was to spite her, to show her I didn't have to put up with her nagging. I don't see how I could have hit Mima. I wasn't shooting near to her house, and how could I have known that she'd be wandering around outside? It's a nightmare. I keep thinking I'll wake up and it'll be over. Were you out on your own? Yes, I was on my own. He looked directly at Perez. Nobody else was out shooting last night. I'd have heard them. I'm not blaming anyone else. I don't know how it happened. Some freak shot, maybe? Or like you said, I must have lost my bearings in the fog. What will happen now? We'll need a statement, Perez said. You'll probably have to come into Lerwick, not now. I'll let you know. Will I be charged? Not my decision. That's down to the fiscal. Again, Perez felt an impulse to reassure the man. One foolish action leading to terrible consequences which would haunt him forever. Most likely it'll go down as a dreadful accident, although shooting in those conditions was crazy, reckless. There was no criminal intent. We can all see that. Everyone hates the rabbits. But there was nothing kind about making promises he wasn't sure he could keep. He really didn't know what the outcome would be. Perez stood up. Stay here until we get in touch with you. Try to get some sleep. I'll try, but I can't get that picture of Mima out of my head. Such tiny bones, like a snipe that's been shot, that frail. On the way out of the room, Perez stopped so suddenly that Sandy, shuffling behind, almost bumped into him. He turned back towards Ronald. Where did you meet your wife? In the end, he couldn't resist the question, which had been haunting him throughout the conversation. Ronald answered immediately. She came into Shetland on holiday. She's always been interested in the traditional crafts, and she came to Walsey to talk to Evelyn about the island knitting. It has its own unique pattern, apparently, and Evelyn's a kind of expert. We met in the Pier House Hotel one night and kept in touch. She came to visit a few times. Maybe she fell in love with the place, and not the man. Sandy had described Ronald as intelligent. For the first time, Perez caught a glimpse of that. The man turned away suddenly and put his head in his hands. Perez and Sandy saw themselves out. Chapter 8. Sandy felt shattered. He'd always prided himself on being able to manage without much sleep. At Uphellia, he'd keep going for 2 or 3 days without getting to his bed, fueled by the drink, the dancing and the company. He supposed this tiredness was to do with the shock. He'd never much understood the response of bereaved relatives when he'd come across them at work. He'd known he should be sympathetic, but their slow blankness and dull, exhausted eyes had irritated him. He'd wanted to shake them. Maybe, in the future, he'd be less impatient. It had been such a relief when Jimmy Perez had arrived. Sandy had watched the ferry cross from Laxo with a sort of desperation, willing it to put on a bit of speed, knowing it was pathetic to want his boss to take things over, but not being able to help himself. Now he was grateful that Perez had been so gentle with Ronald. Sandy had always got on well with Ronald, even though they were different. Sandy had never been one for schoolwork. He considered Ronald to be his best friend. When he finally took the plunge and decided to get married, he'd ask Ronald to be his best man. Jackie and Evelyn had never been friends. There'd always been the grit of envy and competition, and while Joseph and Andrew had been more civilized, Sandy had sensed a tension there too. Perhaps he and Ronald had become so close, partly because their parents disapproved. Perez hadn't said anything after they'd left the Clouston house, except that he'd wished
he'd thought to bring his wellies because the grass was so wet. He could go half an hour at a time without saying a word, and that really spooked Sandy. He liked chat, even as background noise, always had the radio or the telly on if he was on his own in his flat. They were back standing by the car. "Where now?" he asked, thinking if he didn't move them on, they could be here all day with Perez staring out towards the shore. "I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Anywhere we could get a decent breakfast. There are no cafes on the island, but my mother does a good fry-up." As soon as he'd spoken, Sandy knew this was probably a mistake. Evelyn was an embarrassment. She'd be telling the inspector stories from his childhood, bringing out the photographs of him with the chicken pox, asking how soon Sandy could think about putting in for promotion, telling him about Michael's new job in Edinburgh. She could talk for Shetland, mostly about her sons. But it was too late to take back the offer. Perez had already got into the car and started the engine. The inspector leaned forward and wiped the condensation from the windscreen with a dirty handkerchief. "Sounds just the thing. Which way are we going?" They drove down the road past Setter and along the loch where the divers would breed later in the year, then came to the field with the pig arks and the 4 russet-coloured pigs. Of all the beasts on the croft, Sandy liked the pigs best. His mother must have heard the car coming down the track, because she had the door open and was standing there waiting for them. Outre was the biggest croft in Lindby, because it included most of the Setter land now. Sandy's father had extended the house over the years, bullied by Evelyn, who'd wanted separate rooms for her sons, a decent-sized bathroom. Money had been tight in those days. Joseph Wilson hadn't worked on the boats, had never made as much money as the fishermen. Evelyn had never said, but Sandy thought it must have been hard for her, watching the other women with their smart clothes bought on the trips to Bergen or Aberdeen. "Come in," she said, as soon as they got out of the car. "You'll need to get warm, and you'll be ready for something to eat. The kettle's just boiled. What a terrible thing. I couldn't believe it when Sandy told me. Poor Jackie. I don't know how she'll stand the shame of it." Sandy hoped Perez hadn't picked up the unpleasant note of satisfaction in her voice. Sandy knew what Evelyn was thinking. Her son's fancy education and all that money he's making will be no use to him now. Standing back to avoid her embrace, he saw that the drizzle had stopped and the sky was lightening a little. Perhaps the weather would clear soon. Then he thought that of course Perez would know just what his mother was thinking. He could pry inside people's heads like a mind reader or a magician. Inside the house, he saw his mother through Perez's eyes. Little, round, short hair that she trimmed herself if she couldn't get into Lerwick. Dressed today in her best hand-knitted sweater because she was expecting guests. Enough energy to power Shetland Hydro. She'd already warmed the pot and made the tea, and she was still talking. But she's not a stupid woman, Sandy thought. And Perez will see that too. She got all that money out of the Arts Trust for the Community Theatre project last year, and everyone says she's the best chair the Island Forum has ever had. There was a newborn lamb in a cardboard box next to the Rayburn. "An orphan," Evelyn said. "We're hand-rearing her. No one else would bother, but Joseph's a soft old thing." Now that the tea was brewing, she turned back into the room. "What can I get you to eat? We've got some of our own bacon, and Mima gave me a dozen eggs yesterday, so I have plenty to spare. Will that do you?" Sandy found himself remembering the day his father had killed the pig. Because it was for the family's own use, there'd been no need to send it out to the abattoir, but it was a horrible job. The pig always made a dreadful noise before the throat was cut. He'd seemed to sense what was about to happen to him. Sandy had been on the island that day, but he'd not been a lot of use. He'd stood watching along with Anna. His father had been the strong one, finishing off the job with Ronald's help, and Evelyn had caught the blood in a bowl. "It sounds brilliant, Mrs. Wilson," Perez said. He'd made himself at home already. His shoes were left in the porch, and he'd taken the chair by the table where Sandy's father usually sat. She beamed, took down a heavy frying pan from the wall, opened the Rayburn hot plate. "Mrs. Wilson, indeed. No one's called me that in this house since that politician from the SNP came canvassing at the last election." It was warm in the kitchen, and Sandy felt himself nodding off, heard the conversation between Perez and his mother as though from a long distance. "What time did you last see Mima?" Perez asked. "About 2 o'clock. I called round to have a chat about the dig. The 2 lasses from the university were there. What nice wee girls they are, though I think that Hattie could do with a bit of feeding up. She's a skinny little thing, all eyes and bone." She paused to take breath. Sandy knew his mother had hoped he'd take up with one of the nice wee girls. She thought he should settle down and give her grandchildren. Michael, after all, had obliged by marrying an Edinburgh lawyer and producing a daughter who was already attending private nursery. But that wasn't like having a grandchild close at hand to meddle with. Jackie scored now on that too. Sandy had liked the students well enough. Not Hattie so much, who was intense and far too clever for him, but Sophie, who was more laid back. She liked a few beers and a bit of a laugh. She was kind of flirty, posh, but friendly all the same. The boys teased him because he always had a different woman on the go, but he was starting to think it was time for him to settle down. It was tiring chasing after the lasses, and there were more single men in Shetland than there were women. But would he really want to be like Ronald, married to a woman who nagged and bossed? It would be like living at home again. "The dig is so exciting." Evelyn was distracted from Mima's death by her passion of the moment. "Hattie thinks there's a merchant's house there. It was built at the time when the Hanseatic League was starting to collapse, and folk were told they couldn't trade through Bergen anymore. I found a skull, you know. Part of a skull. Hattie thinks it might belong to the merchant who built the house. It's been sent away for carbon dating. They've been exploring the same trench, and Sophie found more bone. Part of a rib and maybe the pelvis. Imagine what a tourist attraction it would be if we excavate the site properly. I'd like to build a house just as it would have been. We could run workshops, family days. We have to look to the future if we're going to provide work for our young people." Sandy stifled a yawn, thought again that Evelyn had a lot in common with Anna. He couldn't get worked up about the island's future. He'd left Walsey for Lerwick as soon as he could escape from his mother, and felt more at home in town now. "That bacon's not burning, is it, Mother?" Evelyn shook the pan, scowled at Sandy for questioning her ability to fry a couple of rashers. "When you visited Setter, was Mima in the house or outside with the women?" Perez asked. "We were all inside. The weather had just turned nasty, and Mima had invited the girls in for a hot drink. When I arrived, the 3 of them were in the kitchen, giggling over some silly joke. You'd have thought Mima was the same age as they were. This project seems to have given her a new lease of life. That's why this stupid accident is such a tragedy." For the first time, Sandy thought his mother was genuinely upset. She'd always treated Mima as a bit of a nuisance, a wayward teenager likely to cause the family embarrassment, but now he saw she'd miss her. Which didn't mean she wasn't a little bit pleased Ronald had got himself into bother over it. His mother was still talking, her words running as a background soundtrack to his thoughts. "I had some tea with them, then the girls went back out. They'd been drenched through, and Mima had put their coats and socks near the Rayburn to dry. It was steaming like a laundry in there, condensation running down the windows so you couldn't see out. Mima already had the eggs ready for me, and I couldn't waste any more time chatting.
I was driving and got wet just running from the house to the car. The students went back to their work, though. I could see their bright yellow waterproofs from the car."
Evelyn lifted the bacon from the pan and put it on a plate in the bottom oven to keep warm. "So you had a little time with Mima on her own?"
"Just a few minutes."
She cracked 4 eggs into the pan, flipped the bacon fat over them, turned back to the table to slice bread.
"How did she seem?" "Like I said, on fine form. Mischievous, but then she was always that way."
"Did she tell you she had any plans for the evening?"
"No, she never went out much at night. She liked her telly too much."
"Did you notice if her washing was out when you left?" Perez asked.
"I noticed it was there when I arrived. Asked her if she'd like me to fetch it in for her. She said it had been there 2 days already and one more wouldn't hurt. That was Mima for you."
She set the table and put the food in front of them. Sandy roused himself from his stupor long enough to eat, was vaguely aware of Perez complimenting his mother on the food, a discussion about the problems of rearing pigs, the best treatment for pigs' sunburned nipples. Sandy watched with admiration as Perez brought the conversation back to Mima's death. He thought he'd never be such a skillful interrogator, even if he worked for the rest of his career as a detective. "Later, you went to see the Cloustons?" Perez asked Evelyn, as if it were the most natural conversation in the world.
"After tea, yes. Sandy was back for the weekend, but he was away to the bar to catch up with his pals."
She looked disapprovingly at her son. Sandy pretended not to notice. He'd heard it all before.
"He tends to treat this place like a hotel. Joseph had sport on the television. There was nothing to keep me in, and I don't like to bother Anna during the day. With a new baby, you catch up on your sleep when you can, and I know she's always busy. Young mothers these days don't seem to think they need to rest."
"How did you find them?"
"Well enough. Tired, of course, but that's the way when there's a new baby in the house. Anna's always very pleasant, though she seemed kind of tense. I wondered if I'd walked in on a row."
"And Ronald?"
"Ronald's always been a moody sort of man. He was the same as a boy."
Now Sandy felt compelled to speak.
"You can't say that, Mother. It's just not true. Maybe he wanted some time to himself. He was lucky to find that woman, and he treats her badly."
Evelyn piled the plates into the sink and switched on the tap, swished the washing up water with her hand.
"I'll leave these to soak for now. Do them later when you've gone."
"Badly in what way?" Perez asked.
"She's new here. They've only been married a couple of years. He should make more of an effort to help her settle. The trouble with Ronald Clouston is that he's lazy. He'll not put himself out. The Cassandra suits him just fine. He's only working for a few months of the year. The rest of the time he sits on his backside reading. He likes the money right enough. The Cloustons all like money. But they're not prepared to contribute anything back to the community."
She took a towel from the rail on the Rayburn, dried her hands, folded it back neatly. "Fishing's not pleasant work," Perez said. "I get seasick going home to Fair Isle on the Good Shepherd. I'd not fancy weeks in the Atlantic in winter."
Evelyn was dismissive. "These days on the fancy ships it's all pushing buttons. Not much different from being in an office."
Sandy wondered how his mother could know anything about fishing. If Perez weren't there, he'd have made some sort of sarcastic comment. "You'll know all about that, will you? When was the last time you were out in a force 8 northwesterly? Could you cope with the sleet and cold, the deck running with ice and the stink of fish? Did Ronald talk about his plans to take the gun out while you were there?"
"He didn't talk about anything much. Anna had some ideas about funding for the dig. She had experience in putting together funding applications in her previous work. Ronald's always claimed to be interested in the history of Walsey, but he won't put himself out to preserve it."
"What did Anna do before she moved here?"
She was a kind of social worker, specialising in young offenders, but she's always been interested in traditional crafts. That's what brought her here."
Sandy caught the inspector giving a little grin and wondered what was going through his mind. Maybe he was thinking Anna treated Ronald like one of her naughty boys. "Did Ronald have anything to drink while you were there?" Perez asked.
"One can, but I was only there for half an hour."
"Does Ronald drink too much?"
"All the boys here drink too much,"
Evelyn said sharply. Sandy knew she was preparing to sound off on the subject and was relieved when they were interrupted by a bang on the kitchen door. Before anyone could answer it, the door was pushed open. One of the archaeology students was standing there. She was small and slight, and to Sandy she looked about 12. She had short, choppy hair and enormous black eyes, and seemed swamped in the cagoule that reached below her knees and met the yellow Wellingtons.
"Evelyn," Hattie said, "is it true? I've just heard that Mima's dead."
Chapter 9. That morning, Hattie had woken early. She was lying curled, fetus-style, inside her down sleeping bag, but she still felt cold. They'd lit a fire in the bod the evening before to warm up when they got back from the dig, but then they'd gone to the Pier House Hotel, and by the time Hattie got back, the fire was out. She had gone to the Pier House to be sociable, but soon felt uncomfortable, and she'd left Sophie drinking with a couple of the local lads. Sophie could drink as much as the men, stumble back to the bod in the early hours, fall into a deep sleep, and be wide awake and hangover-free, ready to start work on the dig the next day. Hattie had never got the knack of either holding her drink or sleeping. Ideas and plans seemed to swirl around in her head. She'd been awake when Sophie came in the night before. She'd lain still on the hard wooden bunk, but she saw the swinging beam of torchlight, heard the whispered oaths as Sophie tripped, climbing out of her clothes, then almost immediately afterwards, her regular deep breathing. Sophie sounded like a child when she was sleeping, or an animal. She could hear the same sound now. Sophie's sleeping bag wasn't as good as hers, but the cold never woke her. Hattie flicked on her torch. 6 o'clock. Still dark outside, and still misty. She could hear the regular moan of a foghorn far in the distance. Since they'd returned to the dig at Linby, it seemed to her that Walsey had become her entire universe. It was as if the fog cut the island off from the rest of the world. Her mother was a politician, a junior minister, and growing up, Hattie had been surrounded by discussion of current affairs. The latest policy on healthcare, education, overseas aid had governed their daily lives. Here, she rarely read a newspaper, only saw television if it was on at Mima's house or in Utra, where Evelyn lived. World affairs had no relevance to her here. Digging away the layers of soil from the buried house at Linby, she found herself engrossed in political concerns, the decline of the Hansa, the emergence of wealthy men in Shetland, but ones that had nothing to do with the present. Sophie thought Hattie was driven on by ambition, and it was true that at one time the only future she saw for herself was as an academic. That meant a good PhD and a reputation as a solid and intelligent archaeologist. Now another, more personal obsession had taken over. She wanted to stay in Shetland. The site had been a merchant's house, much grander than she'd first thought. Walsey had been an important port in the Hanseatic League, the medieval trading community of towns along the Baltic and the North Sea coasts, and she'd assumed that the owner had been a trader. But there were no records, no name for the owner. The university had been working in Shetland for years, and Hattie had come first as an undergraduate, working on the dig at Scatness. She'd come across the site at Setter by chance, and had found herself tantalised by the mystery. How could such a substantial house have disappeared so completely from Shetland's history? It didn't show up in any of the early maps or the records. She hoped the dig might provide an answer. Paul, her supervisor, had first thought there might have been a fire to wipe away traces of the dwelling, but they'd found no evidence of that. Hattie, who had been given to obsession since she was a child, found herself haunted by the place. In her imagination, she lived there, in 15th century Shetland, when the islands were still culturally closer to Norway than to Scotland, and Wolsey's loyalties were to the other Hanseatic ports, to Lubeck and Hamburg, rather than Edinburgh or London. She saw the sailing ships arriving into Simbister, and her husband, the merchant, counting out gold coins to pay his men for the goods he was importing from Europe, and the money he was paying the islanders for their salt fish and dried mutton. In her daydreams, it was spring, but the sun was shining and the island was green. Did the skull Evelyn had found belong to the merchant or to his wife? They were starting to find more bones in the second trench, and perhaps they already had enough evidence to know. There were times in the early morning, as the damp penetrated her body, when she thought the dreams were driving her mad. And it's not just me, she thought. The dig's getting to Mima, too. Their last conversation had been pretty weird. At 7 o'clock, she began to get dressed, still sitting in her sleeping bag, pulling on the layers of clothes she would need to stay comfortable during the day. On top of the t-shirts she wore the hand-knitted sweater Evelyn had made for her birthday. The bod was one of a string of bothies spread across the islands, places for backpackers to stay. This was an old croft house, and it just contained 4 beds, a table and a camping stove. There was a shelf with some pans, cutlery and crockery, an open peat fire. The bod had one cold tap, and they had baths and washed their clothes at Mima's house, or, more often, at Evelyn's. Evelyn was almost as passionate about the project as Hattie, and often invited them to Utra for dinner. She mothered them. Hattie thought she had her eye on Sophie as a potential daughter-in-law. Sophie was easygoing and pleasant. She ate everything Evelyn put in front of her, and she laughed at Sandy's jokes. Hattie knew Sophie would never marry Sandy. She had wealthy parents and ambitions of her own, which didn't include being a policeman's wife in Lerwick. But she might have sex with him for her own amusement. That was the way Sophie was. Sophie didn't wake until Hattie had lit the camping stove and made coffee. Then she stretched extravagantly, blinking in the light of the Tilly lamp. Hattie watched her through the open bedroom door. Sophie always slept naked, and now sat quite comfortably, apparently not feeling the cold at all, with her breasts exposed, her long, tawny hair falling around her shoulders. Hattie envied her. I was never that comfortable with my body, she thought, not even as a child. Why would any man want to sleep with me? Sophie, her legs still encased by the sleeping bag, looked like a mermaid, or the figurehead on one of the sailing ships that, in Hattie's imagination, had brought goods to trade with her merchant husband. Hattie would have liked to ask who was in the pier house the night before. Who did you stay up drinking with? But as usual, the words stayed inside her head. Is there anything for breakfast? Sophie asked. I'm starving. Sophie was always starving. She ate like a horse without putting on weight. A natural athlete, she loped across the island at a pace that left Hattie breathless and panting, and she could work all day without seeming to get tired. Recently, she'd been recruited by Anna to take her place in the Wolsey women's rowing team. Hattie had watched her practicing with the group, bending and pulling on the oars, collapsing in laughter at the end of the session. Why can't I be like that? Hattie thought now. I'm scared of the world, and I always have been. I can't blame Paul Berglund for that. The image of her supervisor slid into her brain, filled it with his size and his strength. She felt a return of the cold panic, and forced herself to breathe slowly, to retreat to her dreams of the merchant house and her island lover. "I'm starving," Sophie repeated. "There's bread," Hattie said. "Some of Evelyn's marmalade? That'll keep us going until Eleven's is at Mima's." Sophie stepped out of her sleeping bag. Hattie was embarrassed by the sight of the girl's naked body, but fascinated too. She couldn't help looking at it, at the flat belly, the golden pubic hair, the muscular shoulders. She turned away quickly and began to slice bread. Usually, Sophie was full of chat about what had happened in the bar the night before, the island gossip, news of any overseas trawlers that had put into Simbister during the day. Men, she fancied. But this morning she seemed subdued and got dressed in silence. She opened the main door of the bod and looked outside. "God," she said, "do you think this fog will ever clear? It's getting me down. Don't you long for sun and a clear blue sky? It's spring. In the south there'll be green leaves and primroses. At least it's not pouring with rain. I left my spare coat at Mima's last night, and the other one is still wet." But Hattie found the mist disturbing too. It slid across the island, changing her perspective and challenging her ideas about the landscape and its history. She spread marmalade thinly onto a slice of bread, folded it in half and forced herself to eat it. There had been a stage in her life when food had become a source of conflict between her mother and herself. Her mother had decided Hattie was anorexic, panicked, and dragged her off to a specialist clinic. Being Junior Minister for Health made Gwen James sensitive about things like that. Sensitive, at least, about what the press might write if they got the idea that Hattie was unnaturally thin, and her mother doing nothing to address the problem. Hattie hadn't been able to understand the fuss. Not eating had been a symptom of her problem, not the root of her illness. Occasionally, she got engrossed in her work and forgot to eat. So what? Now, she remembered meals as a duty, like taking regular medicine, to keep her mother off her back. She was never hungry, and seldom took any pleasure from food, even after a day's work on the dig when Sophie was ravenous. It astounded her that people could waste time planning what they would cook, that a meal out was considered a treat. Sophie had already finished breakfast and was brushing her hair, her one vanity. It hung halfway down her back, the colour of a barley stalk. Now she tied it back into a long, loose ponytail at the nape of her neck. "We'd better go," she said. "I suppose we can't really be late with the boss on the island." The boss. Their supervisor, Paul Bergland. Another obsession from an earlier period in Hattie's life. Now she realised the obsession had turned into an unhealthy paranoia. Sophie knew nothing of this. She hadn't picked up on the antagonism between them. To Sophie, Paul was just the boss, someone who turned up occasionally to lay down the law about their methods, treated them to a decent meal out in a restaurant in Lerwick if he was in a good mood, signed off their expenses. She couldn't know that Hattie was counting the days until he left. Hattie didn't think Paul would have allowed her to set up the project if he'd been supervising from the start. But he'd only joined the department the year before. She remembered the meeting at which he'd been introduced to her and Sophie. "You'll have heard of Paul Bergland," the head of department said. "You couldn't wish for a better supervisor." Paul had shaken Hattie's hand, said how pleased he was to be working with her, and given no sign that they'd met before. His hand had been cold and dry. Hers was sweaty. She'd muttered something about feeling unwell, fled the office and thrown up in the nearest ladies' toilet. Perhaps he expected her to dump the project, find another subject for her PhD. But she hadn't left. The dig on Walsey had been her idea from the start, and she had made sure that he had no excuse for excluding her. Now, the merchant's house mattered more to her than escaping from him. Her record-keeping was impressive, and though she wasn't as physically strong as Sophie, her fieldwork was deft and thorough. Whenever she was in Paul's presence, she felt tense. She watched him, always aware of the space he took up, of his position in the room.
"Paul Bergland was in the bar after you left," Sophie said.
They'd left the bod and were on their way to Linby. They couldn't see much beyond the field on each side of the track. Sheep were darker shades in the mist.
"Oh?"
Hattie tried to sound unbothered. She didn't want to hear about him.
"Yeah, he was drinking whiskey. I never seen him pissed before. Not that pissed."
I have, Hattie thought, and shivered inside her fleece.
"Anything else happen after I'd gone?"
She wanted to move the discussion away from Bergland.
"Not really. I was chatting to Sandy, but he left before I did. He had to get home to his mammy. I mean, what is he like? He still acts like a 14-year-old.
She shifted the straps of the rucksack on her shoulders.
"I do see him as a bit of a challenge, though. I'm sure he gets up to all sorts of mischief in Lerwick. It would be fun to see if I can get him to misbehave here, on his mother's doorstep."
Hattie didn't know what to say about that. She supposed Sophie could look after herself, but in her opinion, all games around sex were dangerous. She would be quite pleased, though, if Sophie and Sandy hooked up with each other for a while. They'd reached the dip in the land that led to Setter, the most sheltered spot on the island. The merchant had chosen the land for his grand house well. Hattie wondered if it had the same name then, something similar, perhaps, which had become corrupted over the years. They always called in on Mima before they started work, both as a courtesy and because she'd put on the kettle and bring them out tea if she knew they were there. The house seemed unusually quiet. Mima liked radio too, the chat of Wogan, and singing along to the ballads she recognised. Sophie opened the door and called in, but there was no answer.
"She's not there."
Paul Bergland appeared from the back of the house, squat, short-necked, looking more like a soldier than a professor of archaeology. Hattie couldn't work out what he could be doing there. He didn't usually arrive on site so early, and if he'd been drinking the night before, shouldn't he still be in the hotel nursing a hangover? "Come into the house," he said, as if he owned the place. "Sit in the kitchen, in the warm." Something awful's happened, Hattie thought. What's he done now? She held back so Sophie walked into the house first. Usually they would have taken off their boots, but Paul was beckoning them in, and they were used to following his instructions. He'd been cutting up an apple with the knife he always carried on sight. It lay on the table, and Hattie thought again what a cheek it was that he should make himself so at home. In the kitchen, the cat wound itself round her legs and almost tripped her up. She picked it up and it hissed. "Mima's dead," Paul said. His voice was quiet but matter-of-fact. "The police were here earlier. They called me at the Pier House Hotel first thing this morning and asked me to meet them. There was a dreadful accident late last night. Some guy out after rabbits hit her by mistake." He paused. They were all still standing. "I think it would be better for you not to work today, out of respect for the island. Take the day off. I'll give you a lift into Lerwick if you like. I'm going anyway, to catch the ferry south this evening. I need to get home."
"Cool,"
Sophie said, then must have realised how that sounded.
"I mean, about the lift into town and the day off. Not Mima. We'll really miss her. I mean, what a shit thing to happen."
Hattie could tell the only thing Sophie would miss was the tea in the morning and the home baking, sitting in front of the Setter fire when it was raining outside. She didn't care about a dead old lady. "What about you, Hattie?" Paul said. "Do you want to come too?"
"No, I'll stay here."
She must have spoken more sharply than she'd intended. because they both stared at her. She'd been wondering about his sudden decision to go south. They'd been expecting him to stay for another week. The undergraduates were still on holiday for Easter.
"I'll go to see Evelyn and tell her how sorry we are. Ask if there's anything we can do."
And before either of them could stop her, she stooped to put the cat on the floor and was out of the house and on her way to Utra. Halfway there, she realised her eyes were streaming with tears. Chapter 10. Perez wasn't sure what to make of the hysterical girl who turned up at the door of Evelyn Wilson's house. At first, he mistook her for one of the island children. She might have been 15 or 16, certainly not old enough to be a postgraduate student. Even after Evelyn had introduced her, and she had calmed down sufficiently to talk more rationally, he still thought of her as a girl. Her voice was breathy, high-pitched, the voice of a well-brought-up child. She was small and thin, big dark eyes and very black hair cut short, so the eyes looked even bigger. They were ringed by grey shadows, which made her look exhausted. He wished she wasn't so sad, caught himself wondering how he could make her feel better, then stopped himself. It's not your responsibility. It's a sort of arrogance, thinking you can change the world. Fran's words, spoken with exasperation and affection, repeated often enough that they came into his head in situations like this. Hattie leaned against the doorpost to take off her work boots and looked as if she didn't have the strength to stand upright. Without the boots, she seemed even more frail. Perez had the fancy that without them on her feet to anchor her to the floor, she might float into the air. Evelyn helped the girl to a chair, automatically moved the kettle onto the hot plate. Hattie reached across the table towards Sandy, not quite touching his hand.
"I'm so sorry," she said. "I know you were close to your grandmother. She talked about you all the time."
In her confusion, she seemed not to notice Perez.
"You shouldn't have had to hear like that," Evelyn said. "One of us should have come to the board to tell you. What a shock it must have been. But we've all been so busy here and it never crossed my mind. How did you find out?" "From Paul. He was waiting for us when we got to Seta. He said it was an accident, but I don't understand. Sandy's cousin Ronald was out shooting rabbits. He won't admit it, but he must have fired across the Seta land. He couldn't have thought Mima would be out on a night like that. What other explanation is there?"
Evelyn stood quite still for a moment, then turned to pour water into a brown earthenware teapot, which she covered with a striped cosy, and put at the back of the Rayburn. She sat at the table next to Hattie. "I'm very sorry, my dear, but she was wearing your waterproof. You won't be able to use it again. We'll replace it for you."
"No."
It seemed to Perez that she hadn't heard more than the first couple of sentences. She was frozen with shock and couldn't take in the information. Not all at once.
"There's no need for that, of course not."
She turned to Evelyn.
"Are you sure that's the way it happened? How could Ronald not see the jacket? It's bright yellow." "It was very dark," Evelyn said. "The mist came down again last night. I don't understand it," she said.
She began to cry again. Perez found a clean handkerchief in his pocket and handed it over to her. She seemed to see him for the first time and stared, startled. "My name's Jimmy Perez," he said, though Evelyn had introduced him when she'd arrived. "I work for the police. We have to ask questions to be satisfied about the accident." Hattie blinked quickly, like a camera shutter clicking. Perez had the impression of thoughts and images fizzing in her head.
"If I hadn't given Mima the coat," she said, "perhaps she wouldn't have gone out." "That's plain stupid," Evelyn said. "Don't you dare think like that. We all wonder if there was anything we could have done to prevent it. It's natural after a tragedy like this, but does no good at all."
She stood up. Perez watched her take an old biscuit tin from a cupboard. When she lifted the lid, he smelled cheese scones, another memory of home. She split and buttered them and set them on a plate, poured the tea into mugs. "Why did you give Mima your coat?" Perez asked. She had just picked up her tea and stared at him over the mug.
"It was yesterday afternoon," she said. "It was pouring with rain. We came in drenched to dry out before going back to work. Mima admired my jacket when she took it out to dry. She'd been so kind that I said she could have it. I had a spare in my rucksack."
"Aye," Evelyn said. "That's how it was. I was there. She was so pleased with it. How fine I'll look going out in that. The hens won't know me. You know how she carried on, Sandy."
Sandy nodded. They sat for a moment in silence. Then Evelyn became all efficient and businesslike.
"You mustn't think this will affect the project. Not at all. Everything will carry on just as before. Setter will come to Joseph when everything's sorted out with the lawyers. We haven't even thought what we'll do with the croft just yet, but you can continue with the dig as soon as you like."
Perez looked at Sandy. Was Evelyn speaking for the whole Wilson family? But Sandy said nothing.
"I'd rather you didn't work on the dig today," Perez said quietly. "Today the fiscal might need to visit. It's her decision whether any action needs to be taken and how we should proceed."
"Will Ronald be charged?"
Hattie asked. "That's not a decision for me." "The weather's so bad," Sandy said, his first contribution to the discussion, "that you wouldn't want to be working this morning anyway."
"Oh, I would," Hattie said immediately. "I hate it when it's too wet to work. It's fascinating, addictive, I suppose. You understand that, Evelyn?"
"What exactly are you looking for?"
Perez thought she looked quite different when she spoke about her work. Her face lit up, and the grey shadows around her eyes seemed to disappear. Another young woman driven by her work, just like Anna Clouston.
"Local archaeologists picked up signs of a dwelling on that site in the 60s, but nothing much happened with it. According to Mima, although most of the Setter land is fertile, nothing much would grow just there. She said her mother had called the mound there a trowie now. You know the myths about the trows, the little people. It was supposed to be a hole in the ground, a place where they kept their treasure. Mima explained them to me, told me some of the stories."
Perez nodded. He'd been brought up on stories of trows too, small malevolent creatures who lived in the islands and ruled their kingdom with magic and decorated their houses with glittering jewels and gold.
Hattie continued, "Everyone assumed that it was a croft that had gone out of use before the first Ordnance Survey map. They thought perhaps the present house developed from it, or that the remains composed some sort of outbuilding. Then I came to Shetland on a working holiday with Sally Walker, one of my lecturers. We took a closer look at the Setter site and thought that the house looked more substantial than had been assumed. I was looking for a postgraduate project, and it seemed perfect. Sophie's taking a year out after graduating and agreed to come and help. Sally left on maternity leave and didn't feel she could continue to supervise me."
The words came out in a rush. Nerves, Perez wondered, or is it just passion for her subject? "And now Paul Berglund's in charge?"
"He's my supervisor, yes."
She doesn't like the man, Perez thought. Then he saw her face freeze again. No, he thought with surprise. It's more than that. She's scared of him.
"And what have you found?"
"Well, we've still got a long way to go, of course, but we did a geophysical survey, and there certainly seems quite a grand building on that site. The excavation we did last season bears that out. I think it could be a merchant's house. We know that Wolsey was an important trading point within the Hanseatic League. That was a community of ports around the North Sea, a sort of medieval EU. The mystery is that there's no record of the house or of the man who lived there. It's frustrating. It would be wonderful to put a name to the man who built it. We've just got a couple of months left here to see if there's enough evidence to justify funding for a full-scale dig. I suppose the bones might tell us something. They've gone for carbon dating, but I'm assuming they're 15th century. There's nothing in the context to suggest otherwise.
Sandy told me about the skull.
We found it in a trench outside the walls of the house. We found other bones there too, presumably from the same individual. It's strange because you'd expect a body to be buried in a graveyard at that period. I've spoken to people at the university. They say it might be the body of a drowned man washed up on the shore. Strangers didn't always get a proper burial. The superstition was that drowned men belonged to the sea. But Setter's quite a distance from the shore, and that doesn't really make sense to me. I'd like to think we've found my merchant.
She looked up at him.
I hope we can go on with the work tomorrow. Time's already running out.
He didn't answer directly.
Who's testing the bones?
Val Turner, the Shetland archaeologist, came in when we realised what we'd found. She sorted them out, sent them to the lab in Glasgow to date them.
He supposed it was a coincidence. 2 deaths in one place, separated by hundreds of years. Corpses growing from the same garden. Places couldn't be unlucky, could they?
How was Mima when you were with her yesterday?
She seemed in fine form, didn't she, Evelyn?
Oh, aye, just the same as usual.
Evelyn reached across the table and poured more tea.
She didn't object to you digging up her land? Perez asked.
There wouldn't be many Shetland landowners who'd be glad of that intrusion.
Not at all, Hattie said. She was really interested, and interesting. She said when she was growing up in Wolsey, there'd been a legend about a big house that had once been at Linby, built by the son of a fisherman. It's the sort of folk tale that might have its root in reality.
Aye, well, Evelyn stood up briskly. You don't want to believe everything Mima told you. She was a great one for stories. She might have remembered a few snatches from what her grandmother told her and made up the rest. I'd never heard anything about a big house at Setter. She was a bit of a romantic, was Mima.
That's what I liked about her, I think, Hattie said.
She broke off a piece of the scone on her plate and crumbled it in her fingers. Perez thought she'd just taken the scone to be polite. None of it had got as far as her mouth. She looked up suddenly and frowned.
Mima seemed shocked when we found the skull. Didn't you think so, Evelyn?
Maybe she started to believe her own scary stories, Evelyn said. Maybe she thought it was the work of the trolls.
Perez thought Hattie was going to say more about the skull, but she changed the subject.
I hope Ronald doesn't get charged, she said. Mima wouldn't have wanted that.
Perez wondered why it seemed to matter to her so much. She'd only been here for a couple of months. Whilst she'd obviously been fond of Mima, the other people in the drama could hardly be more than names to her.
How well do you know him?
She shrugged. I've seen him a few times in the bar of the Pier House Hotel. He did history at university and knows a lot about the myths and legends of the islands. He seems quite interested in the project, and last season he came out to visit the site a few times. We've tried to involve local people. That's a prerequisite of work in Shetland. Val Turner insists that we explain what we're doing to the community and include them as much as possible. Anna seems keen too.
Poor Anna,
Evelyn said. She stood up and took the empty mugs to the sink for washing up. Perez expected her to elaborate, but suddenly she turned back to Hattie.
Where's Sophie? You should have brought her in for some tea. Sandy would have been pleased to see her again.
Perez watched Sandy turn pink. Even when you'd grown up, mothers had the knack of embarrassing you. His own was just the same.
Sophie's gone into Lerwick for the day.
Hattie's voice was bland, but Perez thought he could hear a trace of disapproval.
Paul's going south on the ferry tonight, and he's offered her a lift into town.
He didn't mention earlier that he was leaving Wolsey.
Perez didn't know why Bergland should, but it seemed a strange omission.
We weren't expecting him to go yet either. He said something had turned up at home.
Now that she wasn't talking about her work, Hattie had that closed-down look again, and the shadows had come back. "Perhaps we should try to catch him before he leaves," Perez said. "Thanks for the tea and the breakfast, Evelyn." Sandy was already on his feet, anxious for an excuse to escape his mother. Though the fog was still as dense as before, Perez was glad to be out of the Croft kitchen too. As they walked to the car, he could hear Evelyn urging more food into Hattie. "Look at you, child, you're all skin and bone." The Pier House Hotel was a square stone building close to the ferry terminal. There was nobody behind the desk in reception, and Perez wandered through to the bar where a skinny middle-aged woman in a pink nylon overall was pushing a hoover across the faded carpet. The room was panelled with brown, varnished wood and was shabby and depressing. In the evening, with a crowd in, a fire in the grate and artificial light, it might look welcoming. Now, it was hard to imagine anyone wanting to spend time there. Perez yelled at the woman, but she had her back to him, and she couldn't hear. He tapped her on the shoulder, could feel the sharpness of her bone through the sticky nylon. She switched off the machine. "I'm looking for one of your guests, Paul Berglund." "Don't ask me, Hen. I only do the cleaning and keep the show on the road." An incomer from Glasgow. She grinned to show that she was happy enough with her role there. "I'll fetch Cedric for you." She disappeared into a back room and returned with an elderly man with a stoop. "Is Paul Berglund here?" He couldn't work out why he felt it so important to speak to Berglund again before he left Shetland. Perhaps it was the way Hattie had looked when she talked about him. The landlord was going to ask who Perez was. Then he saw Sandy, who'd wandered in from the car, and realised he must be police. "He checked out earlier. He's been back since to pick up his stuff. You've just missed him. The lassie from the dig was with him." Outside, they could see the ferry was already moored at the pier, a dark shape in the mist. From here, Perez couldn't tell if it was disembarking or being loaded with cars. He drove far too fast down to the jetty, but by the time they arrived, the boat was sliding away towards the opposite shore. "What do you want to do?" Sandy peered out into the mist. "Nothing." They'd be able to trace Berglund if they needed to speak to him. Besides, Perez was sure the death would go down as a terrible accident. Mima had been an old woman, and there was nobody to make a fuss on her behalf. "I'm going back to the office, and I'll talk to the fiscal. You'll go and get some sleep. Take a couple of days' compassionate leave. I'll see you back at work after the weekend." Suddenly, Perez was eager to leave the island. He wasn't sure he could make sense of the place while he was still there. He'd been aware for so long of the Walsey myths, its wealth, its friendliness and its traditions. Now, surrounded by fog, he knew it was quite different from anywhere else in Shetland, certainly from the bustling town of Lerwick and the self-contained remoteness of Fair Isle. But he couldn't define it. Perhaps it didn't matter. If Mima Wilson's death turned out to be an accident, what did it matter what Perez thought of the place where she'd spent her life? But Perez thought it did matter, and that he needed to be away from Walsey so he could think about it more clearly. Chapter 11. Perez had offered Sandy a lift back to Lerwick. "If you want to go back to town, that is. You're too tired to drive. You can come back to Walsey and collect your car another time." For a brief moment, Sandy was tempted to leave Walsey. Usually, he did what Perez told him, not because he thought his boss was always right, but because it was the easier course of action. And how good it would be to drive away and leave the mess surrounding his family behind. An afternoon's sleep followed by a few pints with the boys in the lounge in Lerwick, and he'd feel fine again. What good was he doing on Walsey anyway? His mother would deal with all the practical details of arranging a funeral for Mima, and he was in no position to provide the reassurance Ronald needed. But he told Perez he'd stay for another night on the island. It was an instinctive feeling that it was the right thing to do. His father wouldn't have run away in this situation, and ever since he was a boy, more than anything, Sandy had wanted to be like his father. Now, he saw Perez give a brief nod of approval too, and that reinforced his sense that he'd made the right decision. He watched Perez drive into the ferry and waited until it had moved out of the harbour. He felt suddenly bereft. His car was still on the jetty where he'd left it after driving down to meet his boss. He switched on the engine, and the clock on the dashboard lit up. It wasn't midday yet. It always amazed Sandy how much Perez could pack into a small space of time. If you met him, you'd think the inspector was kind of slow. It was his way of thinking before he spoke, so you knew that when the words came out, they were just the ones he'd intended. But Perez wasn't slow at all. There was a sort of magic in his asking the right questions the first time, picking up the clues in a situation, knowing when it was time to move on. As he drove past the Pier House Hotel on his way back to Utra, he saw that Ronald's car was parked outside. Sandy, jammed on the brakes, felt the car slide on the greasy road, then pulled in too. Getting pissed at lunchtime wasn't going to help the man. Sandy thought he might not have Perez's brains, but he knew that much. The woman in the pink overall had finished cleaning the bar, but the place still had that smell of last night's beer mixed with furniture polish, the smell of bars everywhere before customers arrive and start drinking. Cedric Irvin stood polishing glasses. He'd owned the Pier House for all the time Sandy could remember. He'd served the boy his first underage pint, winking as he slid it over to him. There'd never been a Mrs. Irvin, just a series of live-in barmaids and housekeepers who, it was rumoured, satisfied all his needs. The skinny Glaswegian was the most recent. Nobody was ever quite sure what the relationship was between Cedric and these women. When one of the regulars got sufficiently drunk to ask, Cedric would only shake his head and say that gentlemen never spoke of these things. "And neither will you if you hope to set foot in this establishment again." That was how he spoke. Sandy thought there was something of the preacher about him. Now, Cedric looked up from his work and gave Sandy a smile of welcome that was more than professional. He nodded to the corner of the room where Ronald sat in front of a pock-marked copper table. The man had finished his pint and was halfway through his whiskey chaser. "He needs a friend," Cedric said. "It's never a good thing drinking on your own. Not like that. Just drinking to get drunk." "He feels dreadful." "So he should. Mima was a good woman. It could have happened to any of the boys." Sandy had seen it before. The young men would get fired up on beer, then jump into cars and vans and roar across the island with their shotguns to try for rabbits or geese or anything else that took their fancy, as likely sometimes to hit each other as what they were aiming for. They were lucky there had been no other accidents. On a number of occasions, Sandy had been with them, whooping and cheering them on, behaving like a moron. It didn't only happen in Walsey. Whenever men got together and drank too much, they made fools of themselves. Never again, he thought. How would he feel if he'd been the one to kill Mima? But he knew that if he were with a gang of his friends, he'd get dragged along on other foolish escapades. He'd never been able to stand up to them. Cedric had pulled Sandy a pint of Belhaven. Ronald still hadn't noticed that his cousin had come in. The whiskey glass was empty now, and he was staring out of the window into space. "Give me another pint for him," Sandy said. "Then I'll take him away for you, before anyone else comes in and there's a scene." He carried the pints across to the table. At last, Ronald looked up. Sandy thought he'd never seen the man look so ill.
I thought we'd already done the wetting of the baby's head.
Ronald glared.
Leave the baby out of this.
I take it Anna doesn't know you're here, Sandy said. She'd kill you. He regretted the words as soon as they were spoken, but Ronald didn't seem to have heard them.
I can't see how it could have been me.
It came out as a cry. He'd changed into a shirt and tie. Perhaps it was his way of paying respect, but it made Sandy see him as a different person. The sort of person Ronald might have become if he'd stayed on at the university for the last year and got his degree. Someone who worked in a museum or a library. When they talked about careers at primary school, Ronald, to the astonishment of the rest of the class, had announced that he wanted to be an archivist. Where had that come from? Not from Jackie and Andrew. Ronald continued,
There were times when I was reckless with a gun, but not last night. Last night I knew where I was and what I was doing. But it must have been me. No one else was out there last night. Am I going mad, Sandy? Help me here. What can I do?
We can get you away from the pier house, for a start, Sandy said. It'll do no good for people to see you in here so soon after what happened. Finish your pint and I'll take you back. Ronald looked at the full glass, pushed it away from him so the beer slopped onto the table.
You're right, he said. I shouldn't be drinking at all. I'll give it up. It won't bring Mima back, but I'll not do that to anyone else. I've got the bairn to think about now, and it'll make Anna happy. Maybe. You have it, Sandy.
But Sandy couldn't face the beer either. They walked out of the bar, leaving the glasses untouched on the table. They stood together at the cars. The mist was still so low that they couldn't see much beyond the harbour wall. The fishing boats with their huge winches and aerials turned into the silhouettes of sea monsters with spiny backs and serrated jaws.
"What's Anna up to?" Sandy asked.
She's at home. The midwife was going to visit. I'd only be in the way.
Sandy was surprised by the bitterness in Ronald's voice, and wondered what it must be like to live with a woman who made you feel that way. His mother was desperate for him to marry someone with brains and an education, but that was the last thing Sandy wanted. Ronald continued,
I wish I could be at work myself. Usually I hate it, but just now it would be good to have a few weeks in the Atlantic after the whitefish.
Sandy couldn't understand that either. Working at something you hated, even if the money was so good. He supposed there'd been pressure from Ronald's family for him to take his place in the boat. And how would they be able to afford that huge house without the money it brought in?
You don't mean that. Not with the baby just home.
Though Sandy thought babies brought out the worst in women, all the female relatives would be crowding into the bungalow, cooing and gurgling, sharing stories of labour and the cowardice of men. He could understand why Ronald had taken himself off on his own with a gun the night before.
Will you be okay on your own?
Something about the way Ronald was talking made Sandy picture him holding a shotgun under his chin and blowing his head off. It couldn't happen that way, of course. Ronald's shotgun was in Perez's boot on the way to Lerwick, but in Shetland, suicide wasn't hard to arrange if you wanted it badly enough. There were cliffs to jump from, water to drown in.
Sure.
Do you want to come back to Utra for a meal?
You could ask Anna to come too. Mother would be delighted to see the bairn.
And have Auntie Evelyn reliving what happened last night and enjoying every minute of it.
No thanks.
We could take a drive up to the golf course, just for a laugh. Catch up on the old times. For a moment, Sandy thought Ronald was tempted, but the man shook his head and got into his car. He was probably close to the limit for driving, but this wasn't the time for a lecture. He followed his cousin as far as the turning to the Clouston bungalow, and then continued on his way home. In the yard, outside his house, he met his father on his way in for the midday meal. All the time Sandy was growing up, Joseph Wilson had worked as a joiner for Duncan Hunter, a Shetland businessman. Joseph had put up with being treated like shite and ordered around as if he was an apprentice and not a craftsman, just for the sake of a pay packet at the end of the week. There'd been times when he had to stay out in Lerwick to get the work finished. The croft had been a kind of hobby, fitted in after the regular work was done. There'd been little time left over to spend with his sons. A couple of years before, Joseph had given up working for Hunter and taken on the croft full-time. Sandy wasn't sure now how he managed for money. Evelyn had never worked, but that wasn't the sort of thing he could discuss with his parents. The new arrangement seemed to be working out fine. Evelyn liked the idea of having a husband who was his own boss, and Joseph had always been happier as a farmer than a builder. Maybe they'd managed to save some money when Joseph was working for Hunter. Recently, Perez had taken up with Hunter's ex-wife, and Sandy didn't know what to make of that. He teased Perez about having a woman in his life again, and Fran seemed a fine woman, but in his opinion, anyone who'd been involved with Hunter was trouble. It was lambing time, and Joseph had been up on the hill to check his ewes. Many of the islanders didn't bother so much. Mostly the hill ewes could manage on their own, and now there was no subsidy for headage. It didn't even matter if they lost a few lambs. But Joseph was conscientious, and this time of year he walked miles. His father had heard the car on the track and waited for him outside the house. "Aye, aye." This was Joseph's form of greeting to the whole world. Sandy thought if the Prime Minister arrived on his land, he'd say the same thing. He stood at the kitchen door, watching as Sandy crossed the yard. He was wearing a blue boiler suit splashed with creosote. Sandy couldn't think what to say. He wished he had Perez's gift with words. Now phrases floated around in his head, and all he could come up with was, "Well, misser, I'm sorry." He touched his father's shoulder, which was as close as they got to physical contact. He knew Joseph had adored Mima. Once Sandy had heard his mother say to his big brother Michael, exasperated because of something Mima had done, "She's a poisonous old witch. I'm sure she's put a spell on your father." And sometimes that was how it seemed. Joseph would drop everything to fix a slate on her roof or hoe her vegetable patch. A brief moment of pain crossed his father's face. Then he made an attempt at a smile. "Aye, well, maybe that's the way she would have chosen to go. She never minded a bit of drama. It would have been quick. She'd never have been able to stand illness, hospital." He paused. "I thought she had a good few years yet in her, though." That was his father's way. Things he couldn't change he made the best of. He said there was no point in taking on the world. He'd never win. Besides, he had Evelyn to do that for him. All Joseph needed to keep him happy was football on the television and a few beers in the evening. He'd worked all over Shetland for Duncan Hunter. Now he'd be quite content if he never left Walsey again. Evelyn had always been ambitious on his behalf, with her plans for the house, the croft, and her sons. Sometimes Sandy thought she might be happier if she moved away, to Edinburgh maybe, to be close to Michael and his family, that Walsey was just too small for her. Inside the house, she seemed content enough now. Perhaps, like Mima, she enjoyed a bit of drama, needed it to make her feel useful. She was sitting in the old chair, feeding the lamb from a bottle. Before she realised they were there, she was talking to it in nonsense language as if it was a baby. When she saw them, she put it back in the box, ran her hands under the tap, and stood at the Rayburn to stir a pan of soup. "Roasted mutton," she said. "I had some in the freezer, and I know you like it. I was thinking of Mima while I was heating it through. It was her favourite too." Joseph went to wash at the sink. She came up behind him, turned him to face her, and pecked his cheek. Sandy was still taking his shoes off. "Are you ready for some lunch too, son? Has that nice inspector of yours gone?" "He's away back to Lerwick to see the fiscal. I'll take a small bowl of soup."
He thinks a lot of you, I can tell. I'm proud of both my boys." "Have you told Michael about Mother?"
Joseph sat himself at the table, laid his hands flat on the oilskin cloth. The fingers were fat and red. Sandy remembered again the day they'd struggled to kill the pig, the noise that seemed to drill into his skull before the poleaxe silenced the animal. The blood.
"I rang him at home this morning, but he'd already left for work, some early meeting. I caught Amelia as she was on her way out and left a message with her for him to call me. He was on the phone a few minutes ago. She'd only just managed to get through to him."
Or she couldn't be bothered trying. Sandy thought his sister-in-law was a stuck-up cow. Nice arse, but when it came to a wife, he wanted more than that. He thought Michael could have done better for himself. His mother was still talking.
"He wanted to know when the funeral was. I said we couldn't make plans until we know when your Inspector Perez will release the body. Michael will definitely come. He's not sure about Amelia and Olivia."
Sandy knew fine well Amelia and the baby would stay in Edinburgh. She had her work for one thing, and that mattered more to her than the family. She'd brought Olivia to Wolsey once, when she'd been just a couple of months old, and she was still on maternity leave, and then there'd been nothing but complaints and anxieties. She'd gone home earlier than expected.
"Oh, I couldn't dream of missing baby massage. It's the best way there is to bond."
Sandy couldn't understand how his mother, usually so clever and on top of things, could be taken in by it all. But he made no comment. This wasn't the time for a row. He watched his mother ladle out 3 bowls of soup and his father stand to cut the bread. Suddenly, he couldn't bear the thought of Setter without his grandmother. He wasn't optimistic like his father. Despite what he'd said to Perez, he couldn't believe it was for the best. His mother wouldn't stop talking. She got that way at times of stress. Now she was rattling on about Setter and pushing Joseph to make plans for the land and the house. Sandy wasn't really listening to her, and he wasn't sure his father was either. He was eating the soup, lifting his spoon with mechanical regularity, chewing and swallowing, as if his life depended on tipping the steaming liquid into his mouth. "I've told the lasses from the bod that they can carry on with their work once the police say it's okay. That's all right, isn't it, Josie?" No answer. None needed or expected.
"I wondered if the Amenity Trust might be interested in buying the house, in renting it at least. The boys won't want to live there."
Her voice continued, but Joseph's spoon was still.
"Michael won't leave Edinburgh now, and Sandy has his flat in Lerwick. It would make a fine visitor centre once the excavation's finished."
Now Sandy was listening too. He was about to protest when he caught his father's eye across the table. Joseph gave a brief shake of the head, unnoticed by his wife. A look that said, "Don't worry, son. It'll never happen. Don't argue over it now. Just leave it to me." Chapter 12. After the midwife went, Anna Clouston sat in the window of the living room and looked out over the water. She carried James with her and sat with him lying lengthways along her knee. It was unusual for her to be alone with him, and she felt that he was a stranger. She couldn't believe it was the same child she'd been carrying in her body for 9 months. Perhaps that was because they'd had so little time on their own since they'd come back to Wolsey from the hospital. The house had been full of well-wishers, people bringing presents and cakes and casseroles, and then, this morning, the police had come. Anna had struggled to adapt to living on Wolsey. It wasn't the isolation that was the problem. That she relished. She liked the drama of living on the island. It was the feeling that she had no privacy, that her life was no longer her own, and she was crowded with people telling her how to run it. What was most difficult was finding that she'd become attached to a family so entirely different from her own. Her parents had started a family in middle age. Anna's father was a junior civil servant, bookish, reserved and a little distant. She had the feeling he'd been bored at work and had felt undervalued. His work had been routine, and he wasn't the sort of man to put himself forward for promotion. Her mother taught in a primary school. Anna and her sister had been brought up in a family where money was saved, thrift was encouraged, and academic achievement was valued but not flaunted. Treats were only obtained after hard work. It was a suburban, respectable life of church-going, music lessons, and weekly visits to the library. Nobody put their elbows on the table at mealtimes. Restraint was taken for granted. Of course, at university she'd met people from different backgrounds, but she'd come out at the end with her view of the family intact, represented by the smell of the Sunday meal as her mother lifted it out of the oven, the sight of her father dead-heading roses in a late summer garden, her sister dressing the Christmas tree with the faded baubles brought out each year. Anna had imagined that she'd replicate it in her turn, with a few minor changes. Certainly she'd be more assertive than her mother. You wouldn't catch her cooking a roast dinner every Sunday, and she'd marry someone a bit more exciting than her father. But the basic pattern would be the same. What other was there? Then she'd met the Walsey Cloustons and realised there was quite a different model of family life. Their house was always full of noise, the radio playing, Ronald's mother Jackie talking, and the gossip of cousins, aunts and neighbours who regularly dropped in. Restraint didn't feature. If Jackie decided she needed a new outfit, kitchen or car, she had it. There was no question of saving up first. Once Anna had asked where the family money had come from in the first place. Cassandra was only a few years old, and she had been bought from the proceeds of the old trawler. But before that, Anna had asked, how did your father get his first boat? Hard work, Ronald had said. It was hard work and the willingness to take a chance. Anna could imagine Andrew would have been a risk-taker when he was young. She'd seen photos of him, big and strong, his head thrown back in laughter. Then he'd become ill, and Jackie had wanted her son to give up college and take his father's share on the boat. She'd got her own way there too. Anna had thought that Ronald was different, thoughtful, less spoiled. Now it seemed he was just the same as the rest of them, determined to have his own way, whatever the consequences. Thought of his selfishness made her angry again. She could feel the tension in the back of her neck and her arms. How could they maintain their life on the island after this? James stirred on her knee and stretched his hands towards her, fingers opening like the petals of a flower. His eyes were still shut, the skin around them wrinkled. How will you grow up here? She thought. Will you be spoiled too? And she thought that he would drain the life out of her, just as she felt Ronald was doing. She felt very tired. They'd been invited to a meal at Jackie's house. You won't feel like cooking, Jackie had said. Besides, we haven't celebrated the baby properly. You must come here. It hadn't occurred to her that Anna and Ronald might like some time on their own so soon after the birth of their child. Jackie had a knack of transferring her own desires into the wishes of other people. She loved entertaining, so they would be grateful to be entertained. Ronald hadn't seen any problem with the plan. He found it impossible to deny his mother anything. We don't have to stay long, he'd said, when the invitation had been made and Anna had been less than enthusiastic. And it'll be great to have a proper meal, won't it? The baby whimpered, and Anna undid her shirt and put him to her breast. She'd expected feeding to be difficult. She'd never been a particularly physical person, but she had lots of milk, and the baby guzzled so greedily that the thin white liquid dribbled from the side of his mouth and ran down her skin. Sometimes she felt that he sucked her dry. She looked at the clock and wondered where Ronald was. He'd put on his smart clothes and gone out before lunchtime. She'd assumed he'd gone to pay his respects to Mima's family, wondered what sort of mood he'd be in when he got home. The phone rang. She reached out to answer it, hoping it would be Ronald telling her he was on his way home. A quiet afternoon had relaxed her. Perhaps it might be possible to put things right between them. But it was Jackie, sounding excited, eager.
"I was checking on the time you'd be able to make it up to the house this evening."
Jackie always called it the house, as if it was the only dwelling in Linby. Anna, cradling the baby with one arm, felt an ache of disappointment. She wasn't sure she could keep up the pretense of happy families. She'd hoped Mima's death might mean the cancellation of the meal. The rituals and proprieties surrounding death were taken seriously on Walsey.
"Whenever's best for you," she said. "We're looking forward to it."
And perhaps it would be better to have company tonight. Otherwise, she and Ronald would spend all evening going over the incident of the night before, and she might say something unwise, something she'd really regret. She replaced the phone and heard Ronald open the door into the house.
"We're in here,"
she said. Outside, the light seemed to have faded early, and she only saw him as a shadow standing just inside the room.
"Look at you two," he said.
He was still wearing his jacket, but he'd loosened his tie at the neck. She hardly recognized him in the smart clothes. He was speaking to himself, and his accent was more pronounced than when he talked to her. How can we get on? She thought. We don't even share the same language. We come from different worlds. I don't know him at all.
"Have you been to see the Wilsons?"
she asked. No, I bumped into Sandy, but I wouldn't know what to say to Joseph.
"You look so smart," she said, "all dressed up like that."
He paused, then shrugged. A gesture of respect, maybe. It didn't seem right to be wearing my working clothes today. He came further into the room and squatted beside her chair. He stroked her hair and watched while she prized the baby's mouth from her nipple with her little finger. She lifted James onto her shoulder and rubbed his back, then held him out to her husband.
"He probably needs changing," she said.
"We can do that, can't we, son? We can manage that."
He was murmuring into the baby's hair.
"Jackie's just phoned to sort things out for tonight."
"Are you all right with that?" He looked at her over the baby's head. "We can always cancel if you can't face it."
"It'll probably do me good to get out."
She smiled at him tentatively.
"I'm sorry I've given you such a hard time. It was the shock. I haven't been much support."
He shook his head. "No, I deserved it all. I've been a fool." Oh yes, she thought. You've certainly been that. But she knew better than to speak out loud. Later, they wrapped the baby in a blanket and carried him up the hill to the big house in his Moses basket. It was the first time Anna had been out that day, and she enjoyed the feel of the drizzle on her face. As soon as they walked through the door, she realized there would be the new lamb of the season to eat. The smell of it reminded her again of her parents' home, the calm lunches after church, her father drinking sherry and reading the Sunday papers. Then they were engulfed by Jackie's hospitality. She hugged them both and would have had James out to play too if they hadn't said they hoped he would sleep. Through an open door, Anna saw that the table had been set in the dining room to show this was a special occasion. There were candles already lit, and the napkins had been elaborately folded. After Mima's accident, it seemed tasteless, as if they were celebrating her demise. Usually they ate in the kitchen, even if a crowd of guests had been invited. Andrew had been dressed in a shirt and dark trousers, and Jackie wore a little black frock. rather stylish and simpler than her usual taste. Anna felt lumpy and underdressed. She hadn't bothered changing, and there was probably baby sick on the back of her top. She wondered if Jackie's understated wardrobe was a gesture towards acknowledging Mima's death. Apparently not, because she seemed in determinedly party mood. "We'll have champagne, shall we?" she cried. "I've got a couple of bottles chilling." She led them through to the kitchen, and there on the table were bottles of very expensive champagne sitting in an ice bucket. Anna wondered if she'd bought in the bucket especially for the occasion. Jackie had taken to internet shopping with gusto, but probably not. Champagne was routinely drunk in the Clouston household for every birthday and anniversary. Jackie put her arm round her son. "Come on now, Ronald. Open a bottle for me." Anna thought Ronald was going to object. She saw him tense within Jackie's embrace, then wriggle free from her. But in the end, the habit of fulfilling Jackie's expectations was too strong for him to refuse. Entering into the spirit of the occasion, he wrapped the bottle in a white napkin to stop it slipping in his hand, twisted the top, and gave his mother a brief grin, more like a grimace, when it made a louder pop than he was expecting. But he wouldn't accept a glass when she was pouring it out. "You'll have a beer, then? Your father never liked the stuff. All the more for you and me, Anna, eh?" "I'm not drinking," Ronald said. "Not after what happened last night." Jackie was going to push the matter, but stopped herself just in time. Anna saw the effort that took. The older woman turned away and took a can of Coke from the fridge, handed it to her son. "Let's not talk about that," Jackie said. "Not tonight. This is supposed to be a party." She poured herself another glass of champagne and led them into the dining room. They didn't talk about Mima again until they started the pudding, and then it was Jackie who raised the subject. Anna had found herself enjoying the meal. The wine had relaxed her. She must even have become a little drunk, because she realized she was laughing too loudly at a joke Jackie had made. That would never do. She put her hand over her glass when Ronald next offered the bottle to her. "Perhaps everything will work out," she thought. "Perhaps I can make it work." Jackie, too, had been drinking heavily throughout. Her face was flushed with the cooking and the responsibility of encouraging them to enjoy themselves. "She won't be missed, you know." "What do you mean?" Ronald was poised with a spoon in one hand. Jackie looked up at him. "Mima Wilson. She could be a dreadful old gossip, and it was an accident. You mustn't blame yourself." "Don't say that." Ronald's voice was steady. There was a pause while Jackie composed herself. "No, you're right. You mustn't speak ill of the dead." She flashed a look across the table to Anna. "We'll humour the boy. He's upset." Since the stroke, Andrew had spoken with difficulty. Sometimes it took him a long time to work out the words in his head and then get his tongue round them. Occasionally, a whole sentence came out at once, surprising his audience and himself. That happened now. "She was a good-looking woman," he said, "when she was younger." Then, seeing them all staring at him, he added, "Jemima Wilson. I'm talking about Jemima Wilson." He retreated into a shocked silence. "Oh, aye, she was bonny," Jackie said bitterly. "And didn't she know it? When she was middle-aged, she was flirting with men half her age." Anna wondered if Andrew had been one of Mima's younger men. There was an awkward silence. "I always liked her," Ronald said quietly. "When we were bairns, she told great stories." "Oh, the bairns liked her right enough. They were round her place like bees at a honey-pot." Jackie seemed about to continue, but stopped short. There was a moment of silence. Perhaps they were all replaying their memories of Mima. Andrew coughed, then came out with another of his surprise sentences. "A man died because of Jemima Wilson." He looked around the table to make sure they were listening. It seemed to Anna that he was desperate they should believe him. "A man died because of her." Satisfied that he had their attention, he added, "Well, now she's gone to join that husband of hers. They were two of a kind, a match made in heaven." A pause and a strange choking laugh. "Or in hell." Chapter 13. As he drove carefully off the ferry at Laxo, Perez had a momentary stab of shame. He shouldn't be so delighted to have escaped Wolsey and Sandy's family and the upset that always follows unexpected death. Grief he could deal with. What he found more difficult to handle were the selfish reactions, inevitable but distasteful, that came in its aftermath. The first was greed, because even if the deceased person weren't wealthy, there would usually be something to squabble over. Then came guilt, because greed seems inappropriate after the death of a loved one, and because relationships, especially between family members, aren't perfect. At least one of Mima's survivors would have thought at some time, "I wish you were dead." Not really meaning it, perhaps, but thinking it all the same. Now the thought would have come back to haunt them. He drove south down Shetland mainland towards Lerwick with the radio on. Fran said his concern for the people he met through work was a sort of arrogance. "I love the fact you care about them, but you're not a priest after all. Let people take responsibility for their own pain. Why do you think you can help them when their own friends can't?" Now he tried to take her advice, to forget Sandy's grey, exhausted face and the tension in Evelyn's back as she bent over the stove. Instead, he sang along very loudly to the proclaimers. The mist lifted a little as he approached the town, and there were streaks of pale sunlight reflected from the dock as he drove past the ferry terminal. He decided he would go home for lunch. He felt a need to talk to Fran and Cassie, and he couldn't do that from the office with its noise and interruptions. He lived in a narrow old house built right on the waterfront, so you could see the high water mark on its outside wall. By now, the mist had cleared sufficiently for the island of Bressie to be visible. It was the warmest day of the spring so far, and he opened the living room window to let in the sound of the gulls and the tide, the salt-laden air. He was missing Fran more than he thought he would. He hadn't told her, of course. She would despise it and think it was a sign of his easy emotion. Whenever he phoned, she was full of the people she'd met, the shows she'd seen, the galleries she'd visited. Sometimes he worried that she wouldn't want to come back. It occurred to him now that the Wolsey women he'd met had that in common with Fran. Sandy's cousin and father were content with life on the islands, but Evelyn and Anna looked at the world outside and wanted more. It seemed to him that in their demands for change, they might spoil the place they claimed to love. He'd bought a second-hand filter coffee machine at one of last summer's Sunday teas. He folded the filter paper and spooned in the coffee, waited for the delicious smell as the coffee dripped through. Fran envied his ability to drink strong black coffee all day and still sleep at night. He realized she was in his head, whatever else he was doing, a backdrop to all his other thoughts. He dialed the number of her parents' house, but there was no answer, and he replaced the receiver when the answering service clicked in. He didn't like the idea of them picking up his message and listening to his stumbled words in an accent that must be all but unintelligible to them. It had become an obsession that he should ask Fran to marry him. The idea had come to him as a fleeting whimsy the summer before, but now it had returned and wouldn't let him go. If he suggested that they live together, he knew she would agree at once. They'd known each other for more than a year, and he spent as much time in her house at Ravenswick as he did in his own place. She'd said recently, making a joke of it, but obviously wanting to test his reaction, "If we sold both homes, we'd be able to buy somewhere with a bit more space." He'd been non-committal, and he knew she'd been disappointed but too proud to let on. He had no moral objection to their living together, and he couldn't care less what people, even his parents, thought. But still he was haunted by the idea of marriage. It was to do with permanence and stability. He knew that Fran wanted another child, and he was terrified of being the cause of a fragmented family. There was a less noble motivation too. Fran had married Duncan, hadn't she? If she refused Perez, wouldn't that mean she loved him less than Hunter, with his affairs and his wild parties? Perez was tortured by the possibility of rejection, but couldn't let the idea go. He poured another mug of coffee, then called Fran's mobile. He wanted to talk to her and was willing to put up with a background noise of laughter and traffic. She answered almost immediately.
"Jimmy, how lovely to hear you."
"Is it convenient?" Why did he always sound so formal when he spoke to her on the phone? He might have been talking to one of his colleagues.
"Brilliant timing. We've come to an exhibition at the Natural History Museum. Mum and Dad have taken Cassie off to look at dinosaurs, and I've sneaked off to grab a decent cup of coffee."
He could imagine her face lit up with enthusiasm, wondered what she was wearing. He'd like to picture that too. Would she think it weird if he asked her? "I'm at home," he said. "I've sneaked off for a quick coffee too. I wanted to talk to you in peace."
"I wish I was there."
"Come home then. Get on the first flight from Heathrow to Aberdeen, and I'll book you on to the last Loganair. You could be back this evening." Because that was racing through his mind, and he was thinking about the practicalities of the plan, he supposed she would need to pack her bags, so after all, there wouldn't be time. He realized suddenly that there was a silence between them. She was waiting for a reply. "You don't know," he said, "how much I miss you." In his head, the haunting, ludicrous chant, "Marry me, marry me, marry me." She would despise him and think him sentimental all over again.
"Oh well," she said. "It won't be long. Less than a week now."
"I was worried that you might be enjoying yourself so much in the city that you wouldn't want to come home."
"Oh, God, no, Jimmy. Never think that. I can't wait to get home."
Then his stomach tipped like it did in a storm on the Good Shepherd, and he felt 16 again, and in love for the first time. But that had to be enough for him, because Cassie and her grandparents arrived, and Cassie demanded to speak to him, to tell him everything she'd learned about Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the office, the talk was all about the death of Sandy's grandmother, and speculation about how the accident might have happened. "I was at school with Ronald Clouston," one said. "He was always sort of absent-minded, but you'd have thought he'd be more careful around guns. He never was one of the really wild boys. According to Sandy, he liked to drink." Perez listened to the conversation and wondered how long it would be before people forgot that Ronald Clouston had shot Mima Wilson on a foggy night in Walsey. The rumours would follow the man round for years. Wherever he went, even if no criminal charge were brought, the story would stay with him until he died. To avoid getting drawn into the gossip, he picked up the phone and set up a meeting with the Procurator Fiscal. Before going over to her office, he jotted down some notes on a scrap of paper. He still wasn't sure what angle she would take. He didn't want to make light of the accident, of Ronald's folly in going out with a gun in the fog after having taken a few drinks, but he hoped he'd be able to persuade her it was reckless, not criminal. He found it hard to explain the role of the Fiscal to English colleagues. Even Fran couldn't grasp it. But what does she do? Perez always said she was a cross between a magistrate and a prosecuting lawyer, but Fran didn't even get that. All she understood was that the Fiscal was his boss. Rona Lang, the new fiscal, was a cool 50-something with a cutting tongue and a designer wardrobe which seemed completely out of place in Shetland. Rumour had it that she flew south to Edinburgh every month to visit her hairdresser. Perez never believed Shetland stories, but he could almost believe the blonde hair was natural and the way it was cut took 10 years off her age. Her passion was sailing. She'd come to Shetland on a yacht from Orkney and fallen in love with the islands. In an unguarded moment at the opening of the new museum, she'd told him that from the sea, Shetland looked like paradise. He wanted to ask what she thought it seemed like from the land, but by then she'd been swept away to meet more distinguished guests. She lived alone in an old schoolhouse near the marina in Aith, and managed to keep her past and her present entirely private. All that anyone knew about her was that she owned a catamaran, the biggest and most expensive sailing vessel in the islands. Perez didn't know quite what to make of her. She was efficient and organised, but rather ruthless, he always thought. There were rumours in the islands that she had political ambitions. She would like to be a member of the Scottish Parliament. Certainly, he thought, she would like the power. She got up from her desk when he came into the room, and they sat in easy chairs across a small table. A moment later, her assistant brought in coffee.
"You're here about Jemima Wilson?"
She poured the coffee, turned her flawless face to him.
"It looks like one of those unfortunate accidents. A man out for rabbits with a torch after dark. He couldn't have known the elderly woman would be wandering round outside. We still don't know why she was there."
"Lamping for rabbits is illegal," she said.
"Aye, but everyone does it, and we've never yet taken anyone to court."
There was a moment of silence. He could hear the tapping of a computer keyboard in an outer office. A phone rang.
"When I first moved here, I was asked to give a talk to a group in Bressie," she said. "I asked the organiser what people would think of having a fiscal who was a lowland Scot and a woman." He paused for a while, and then he said, "Folk won't consider you to be the enemy." Another pause. "No," he said, "rabbits are the enemy."
She looked up and smiled.
He was only half joking.
"So you won't be popular if you prosecute?"
"For lamping? No. A death is a different matter. There is the question of recklessness."
She was wearing a cream trouser suit. Now she crossed her legs at the ankles, and he saw the slim, flat shoes that matched in colour exactly.
To be reckless, Mr. Clouston must have considered it a possibility that Mrs. Wilson would be outside her house that late at night.
"Mima was known for keeping indoors after dark," Perez said.
"In that case, I don't see that we have a crime here."
She looked up at him and smiled.
"What do you think, Inspector?"
"I certainly don't see Clouston as a criminal."
"But—"
She gave a frown, not of impatience exactly, more of surprise. She had thought her decision on the matter to his satisfaction as much as hers.
"He claims not to have been shooting over Mima Wilson's land."
Perez wished she hadn't picked up on his hesitation, the slight emphasis on the man's name. After all, he'd got what he'd come for.
A natural response, surely. He must have been devastated to discover what he'd done. In similar circumstances, we'd all want to avoid the guilt, to persuade ourselves we weren't responsible.
Perhaps.
She looked at him. It was hard to imagine this immaculate woman managing her boat single-handed in a force-8 gale, though he was aware of the strength of character that allowed her to enjoy the experience.
"Tell me what's troubling you, Jimmy. Off the record."
"I wish I knew what Mima Wilson was doing outside in that weather. And I'd be happier if Ronald Clouston admitted to shooting over her land."
"What are you saying, Jimmy? That someone else killed the woman?"
Somewhere in her voice he picked up a hint of sarcasm, almost of derision, but there was no sign of that in her face.
Clouston says he was out on his own.
Let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have to. This music is for your restoration, and this audiobook is a gift to you.
Last night. He's not trying to lay the blame elsewhere.
So, if someone else did kill Jemima Wilson, it wasn't an accident. Is that what you're saying, Jimmy? You can't seriously expect me to open a murder investigation just on the slight possibility that Clouston didn't fire close to the house. You know how much that would cost the taxpayer. Now the words were spoken, Perez realised that the possibility of a conspiracy had been at the back of his mind since he'd first seen the scene of the shooting. He'd dismissed it as ridiculous, melodramatic. "I can't see why anyone would want to kill her," he said. "She's Sandy Wilson's grandmother. She's lived in Walsey all her life. A bit of a character by all accounts, but not a natural victim. I only have reservations because I don't understand how the accident happened." The fiscal paused, sipped her coffee. "We are sure that it was Clouston's gun that killed her." "With a shotgun, it's impossible to tell. It's not like a rifle, where each weapon leaves an individual trace on the bullet. We'll track down the ammunition used, but my guess is that everyone on Walsey will use the same when they're out after rabbits." She leaned back in her chair. Despite the expensive makeup, he saw the fine lines on her forehead, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. "I don't have enough here to put it down as anything other than accidental death," she said at last. "Anything else would cause unnecessary distress to the deceased woman's family, and the sort of hysteria in the community that doesn't help anyone. I couldn't justify it." He nodded. There was no other decision she could have taken. "We're agreed that we won't charge Clouston? It wouldn't be popular in the community." "Oh, yes," he said. "We're agreed about that. As for your reservations about the details of the shooting, I understand them. Perhaps the best course of action would be a discreet inquiry. Nothing formal at this stage. We'd have a post-mortem anyway in a death of this kind. Let's see what you turn up in the next week or so. Keep me informed." A clever decision, he thought. She was covering her back. If Mima's death did turn out to be murder, she would be able to show that she hadn't dismissed the idea out of hand. He nodded again. She hadn't been in Shetland long enough to understand that discretion in a matter like this was almost impossible. There was no privacy. Nothing went unnoticed. She'd set him on a course of action that he'd be unable to fulfill to her satisfaction, and he'd lacked the courage to tell her. At the door, he paused, remembering another detail. "A skull was found on Setter land a couple of weeks ago. Val Turner reported it to Sandy. He did tell you?" She raised her eyebrows. "Do you think that's relevant?" "I don't know." "It's old," he said. "Just a fragment of skull, part of an archaeological dig. A coincidence." Chapter 14. Sandy woke from a deep sleep. He heard the sheep outside and smelled baking, and immediately realised that he wasn't in the cramped and messy flat in Lerwick, but at home at Outre Croft in Linby. His mother baked most days, even when she and Joseph were alone in the house.
Having Sandy there gave her an excuse. He lay for a moment, looking around the familiar room. His mother had tidied it after he left, taken his posters off the walls, removed the dartboard, put up fresh wallpaper and different curtains. He'd remembered to get rid of the stash of pornography hidden under the bed since he was a teenager, before he'd allowed her into the place, smiled despite himself at the memory of his smuggling the pile of magazines out of the house in a couple of Summerfield carrier bags. How pathetic was that? She always made him feel like a 14-year-old. Now the room was clean and anonymous, and even the smell was different. Evelyn had decided that this was where the baby would sleep whenever Amelia and Michael came to stay from Edinburgh. It wasn't his space anymore. He looked at his bedside clock. 8 o'clock. If he had a day off in Lerwick, he'd be straight back to sleep. But in Walsey it was different. His mother was here, with her expectations and her judgment and her baking. You'd think he was still a peery boy the way he cared what she thought of him. He wondered if he'd ever escape her. He stretched and stumbled towards the bathroom, but already his mother had heard him.
"Sandy, the kettle's just boiled. Will I make you some tea?"
She'd never got it into her head that he preferred coffee in the morning.
Not yet. I'm going in the shower."
His voice was more aggressive than it needed to be. Their relationship was made up of these tiny stands for independence. He was certain she never noticed them, and that made the exchanges even more frustrating. Standing under the new power shower, he wondered about his father's relationship with Mima. Had he felt the same resentment when Mima called on him to kill her hens when they stopped laying? Sandy thought it hadn't been the same at all. Joseph had loved Mima and delighted in her company. They had laughed at the same jokes. Sandy was sure Joseph told Mima things he'd never have confided to his wife. Sandy had spent his life finding ways of not talking to his mother about anything important. In the kitchen, he felt the same mix of irritation and affection. Evelyn was standing at the table rolling out pastry, the sleeves of her sweatshirt rolled to her elbows. She'd be making a fruit pie because she knew it was his favourite. She had so much energy. Maybe she felt trapped here on the island. Maybe she'd sacrificed all her own ambitions to be here, bringing up her 2 boys, keeping the family together while Joseph was working for Duncan Hunter. It couldn't have been easy for her, struggling over the finances, watching Jackie Clouston and the other fishing wives with so much money that they didn't know how to spend it, knowing that if she'd been born into a different family, or married into one, she'd have been wealthy too. He knew there were times when she brooded about it.
"There's tea made," she said. Then, with a frown, remembering, "Or would you prefer coffee? I can easily do that. The kettle's not long boiled."
"Tea's fine." He poured the tea and helped himself to a bowl of cereal, found a clear corner of the table.
"Would you be able to phone that nice Inspector Perez today? Sort out when we can fix a day for the funeral?"
So Michael can arrange to get up here, he thought, so she can show her fine eldest son off to the whole island with his fancy suit and his handmade shoes. And it occurred to him then that his relationship with his mother was troubled because she cared so much more for Michael than she did for him. "I'm jealous," he thought, astounded. "That's what all this is about. How could I have been so dumb that I didn't realize?"
"Perez might come to Walsey," he said. "It depends what the fiscal said." "You mean he could be here to arrest Ronald?"
Sandy shrugged. She didn't have to sound so pleased at the prospect. But she's jealous too, he thought. Jealous of Jackie and the flash house on the hill, and the new BMW every year, and the trips to Bergen on the boat. After Andrew's illness, you'd have thought she'd have realised there was nothing to be jealous about, but she just couldn't help herself. She doesn't really want Ronald prosecuted. She only wants Jackie's nose put out of joint.
"Where's Dad?" He's gone over to set her. That cow still needs milking, and the hens and the cat need feeding.
I'll wander over, see if he needs a hand. He thought she was going to say something to stop him. Perhaps she wished the two of them got on as well as Sandy did with his father, but she stopped herself.
Why not? She said. The rain stopped and the mist has lifted. It's a fine day for a walk.
By the time he reached Setter, his father had finished with the animals. Sandy found him standing in the kitchen. He waited in the doorway and looked in. His father looked lost in thought, and it seemed like an intrusion to blunder in, but he felt kind of foolish just waiting outside. At last, Joseph saw him.
"It's hard to think of this place without her," the older man said. "I keep thinking she'll come up behind me, full of mischief and gossip."
How did she keep track of everything that was happening in the island? Sandy had wondered about this before. His grandmother knew about his friend's escapades and love affairs before he did. No wonder Evelyn had talked about her as a witch.
She didn't go out so much towards the end. "She made it to the Linby shop every couple of days," Joseph said. "People were always coming to visit her. Cedric called in every Thursday to chat, but it wasn't only her own generation who liked her company. Besides, she could smell a scandal like other folks smell rotten eggs."
He looked around the room, seemed to be scoring the details onto his memory. The postcard from Michael and Amelia's last foreign holiday propped on the dresser, the religious sampler which perhaps she'd stitched as a child, that seemed out of place in any room where Mima had lived, the enormous television, the dirty glasses by the sink, the photograph of Joseph's father that had been taken during the war, looking young in his Norwegian jersey. They both knew Evelyn wouldn't rest until everything had been dusted and scrubbed and tidied away.
"Do you still think of this house as your home?"
As soon as he'd spoken, Sandy thought that was a daft sort of question. Joseph had lived in Utra since he'd married. Utra had been in Evelyn's family and had been a tumble-down wreck when they'd moved in. Joseph had made a home almost from nothing. But his father considered before speaking, and then it wasn't a direct answer.
"It wasn't easy growing up here," he said. "My father died while I was still a baby, and Mima was never the sort of island wife to have a meal on the table when I got in from school, and clean clothes for me to put on each morning. I learned to look after myself pretty quickly. But it was a happy time. She was full of stories. She said it was us against the world."
He laughed.
"She always did have a dramatic turn of phrase. I grew up with tales of my father, about how well off we'd have been if only he'd lived. He promised me the earth, fine clothes and a fine house." She loved telling stories. It was a mix of real island characters, make-believe and myth. I could have listened to her for hours, though sometimes I'd have preferred to do it with a full belly.
For the first time, Sandy could see what had attracted his father to Evelyn. She'd make sure there was dinner ready for him when he got in from work, and the house was always clean, the clothes washed and ironed.
"Why do you think she went out that night?" "Why did Mother do anything?" Joseph laughed. "I'd known her all my life, and she was still a mystery to me."
Sandy thought that was too easy, and was just about to push it, when there was a tap on the open door. He saw the two lasses from the dig standing outside. Sophie was wearing a shirt that was open at the neck and one size too tight around the chest. She had on shorts with walking boots and thick socks. That should have made her look like a geek, but her legs were long and brown and shapely. He tried not to stare. He didn't want to get attracted to a girl with a brain. It was Hattie who spoke.
"We wondered if it'd be all right to get on with our work. The police don't mind, but we'll understand if you'd prefer it if we left it for a while. I mean, I suppose you might rather we stopped the project altogether."
Sandy could tell that was the last thing she wanted. He chatted to her a couple of times in the Pier House Hotel when he was there visiting the boys. She was always on the edge of the crowd, and her work was all she could talk about, all he could imagine her being passionate about. He remembered her leaning over the table towards Ronald Clouston, giving him a lecture about Iron Age tools. Sandy thought it was good to have the lasses in Linby. They brought a bit of life to the place. "What do you think, Dad?" His father frowned. Sandy wasn't sure if he'd even heard the question. "Dad?" "I don't know," his father said. "Things are different now. We don't know what'll happen to the croft." Sandy wondered then if Joseph dreamed of selling Utra and moving back here, to the house where he'd been so happy as a child. He couldn't see his mother going along with that. It would mean leaving behind her new kitchen and bathroom and starting all over from scratch. "But they can carry on with their work," he said, "at least until you decide. You know how Mima liked having them around the place." His father hesitated again, and Sandy thought he would refuse, but at last he smiled. "Of course," he said. "Of course. Why don't you show us what you've been doing out there?" Perhaps Joseph just didn't like having the stranger standing in his mother's kitchen. Certainly, outside he seemed more friendly and helpful to the young women. It was Sandy who found it weird to walk right past the spot where he'd found Mima lying in the rain. The memory of her stick-thin body distracted him, and he missed most of the conversation. When he tuned in again, Hattie was describing what they were doing. "It's just a couple of exploratory trenches. At this stage, there won't be any more disruption than this. If we find anything really interesting, we'd apply for funding to extend the dig, but of course we'd need your permission to do that. Mima had already given it in principle. The initial results have been fascinating, and Evelyn thinks it would be a great boost for the island." She looked at Joseph anxiously. Sandy could tell she was hoping for reassuring words from him. "Of course, you must go ahead with your dig. Mima's death won't change anything. I can see how important it is." But the man frowned again, as he had in the kitchen. "Is this where you found the skull?" "Yes, in this practice trench here, outside the wall of the main house. It's gone off to lab in Glasgow for dating. I hope we can date it at 15th century. That would fit in with my theory about the place. Of course, it could be older. We know there's been a settlement in Linby since the Iron Age, but it was quite near the surface, so we don't think it's that old." "Could it be younger?" "I suppose so, but it seems unlikely. There's no record of a more modern building here." Joseph was quiet for a moment. "I think it's too early to be making any decision about the future of the dig just yet. There's no rush, is there? We can talk about all that later." Sandy wondered why his father, usually so easygoing, especially if a pretty lass was around, should be so discouraging about this. There were no crops in that part of the croft, and it wasn't needed for grazing. What would it matter if a dozen people came to make holes all over it? Joseph was sociable. He loved a party, a few new folk to chat to. Again, he wondered if the man had his own plans for Setter, and what they might be. Sandy's phone rang. It was Perez calling from his mobile. Sandy walked away from the group so he could talk without being overheard. "I'm at Laxo," Perez said. "I've just missed a ferry. I wondered if it was worth bringing my car, or if you'd be able to meet me in Simbister." "I'll meet you." Sandy felt his mood lift. He had an excuse to run away from the family for a while, even if it was just to the end of the island. It was only as he was driving down towards the pier that he thought Perez's arrival on the island might be a bad sign, and that he could be here to arrest Ronald Clouston. Chapter 15. Hattie's feelings were spiralling out of control. She loved being in the islands, but whenever she imagined Mima lying in the rain, shot by Ronald Clouston, she started to cry, and she couldn't stop. Her imagination was a curse. Perhaps she was ill again. Depression had first appeared when she was at school, but then it had been insidious, almost gentle, so for some time the people around her hadn't recognized what had been going on. When her mother had finally bullied her into seeing her GP, he'd prescribed medication, talked about stress, said it was unlikely to happen again. But at university, there'd been a major breakdown, and there'd been a couple of short episodes since. It usually started with an obsession, an inability to let go of one thought or idea. At 18, it had all been about her schoolwork, the individual project that was submitted as part of the history course. She'd been relatively relaxed about the other subjects. She'd wallowed rather in T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland, but her English teacher had told her anxious mother that many adolescents did that. No, it was her work on a 19th century almshouse close to her home that had taken over her life and her dreams. She'd stumbled onto the original records by chance through a friend of her mother's, and from reading the first page of neat and tiny writing, she'd been hooked. The idea of the essay had been to set the records in their social context, to explore the conditions that had allowed the formation of the houses and how their establishment fitted in with the political debate of the time. But it was the individual stories that had captivated her. She had felt herself living under the humourless regime of the almshouse trustees, saw the world through the residents' eyes. Before she became ill enough to need a doctor, she had the sense to change her university application from history to archaeology. It was the specific and the human that fascinated her, not the political or strategic. What could be more grounded than digging in the earth? Somehow, she completed her examinations and submitted her dissertation. It was when school broke up for the summer, that the familiar routine of revision and writing was over, that she lost any sense of perspective. Then she heard the old women in the almshouse talking to her, and couldn't let them go. The depression had come back big style at the end of Hattie's first year at university. She stopped eating, and her mother wheeled her off to see a specialist. But then it had been Paul Berglund, rather than her academic work, that had triggered the illness. At school, she'd had no time for men or sex, watched the antics of her friends as if they were the mad ones, with their dressing up and flirting, the parties and the desperation. Falling for a man seemed just as ridiculous to her as getting excited about food. Then, in her first long vacation, she'd volunteered on a dig managed by Professor Berglund. It had been a hot summer, day after day of clear skies and sunshine. They'd camped out in a barn quite similar to the Walsey Bod. The team was full of oddballs and eccentrics, and Hattie had felt wonderfully at home. Here, she was no weirder than the rest of them. In the evening, they went to the pub and drank pints of beer and rolled home singing. The site had been surrounded by fields of ripening corn, and her first view of Paul had been of him striding down the side of a field towards them. He'd been wearing a yellow t-shirt, slightly ripped at the neck. Because of the angle of the field, she hadn't been able to see his legs. He was a bull-necked, blunt northerner, quite different from anyone she'd ever met before. None of her mother's friends were so forthright or so rude. So this is what all the girls at school were going on about, she'd thought. Paul Berglund had become her obsession. Later, when she returned to London, she lost her mind completely. She found herself unable to sleep. The events of the summer continued to haunt her. Images flashed into her head with the jagged brilliance of a drug-induced trip. Again, she couldn't bring herself to eat. She'd been admitted to an enlightened NHS psychiatric hospital that ran a residential unit for teenagers. She supposed her mother had pulled strings to get her in. By that time, she was hardly aware of what was happening. The stated cause of admission was the eating disorder, which had become the focus of her mother's concern. An eating disorder was fashionable, almost commonplace among the children of the high-powered women with whom Gwen James worked. But quite simply, Hattie thought she'd been mad. She developed paranoia, heard voices again, this time loud, controlling, battering into her brain. She couldn't trust anyone. The unit had 24 beds and had an old-fashioned emphasis on talking and shared activity. They took pills too, of course, but the other treatments seemed just as important. The place was run by a nurse called Mark, who was a little overweight, with a soft, doughy face and thinning hair. Perhaps his unappealing appearance was part of his strategy. He was so sympathetic that if he'd been at all good-looking, all the young women would have fallen in love with him. As it was, they could treat him as a favourite uncle or adored older brother. Hattie had regarded the unit as her sanctuary. She still considered some of the other patients as her friends. She had few others. Mark had taught her strategies for avoiding stress and for taking control. He told her that she wasn't to blame for what had happened, but that she found harder to accept. He encouraged her to put her thoughts into words. When she first left home for university, she developed the habit of writing a weekly letter to her mother. A letter was less demanding than a phone call, but it still kept Gwen off her back. Now, in the unit, she continued the practice. There was nothing of any importance in the letters. Certainly she didn't confide in Gwen as she had in Mark, but she enjoyed passing on the details of life in the hospital. Her mother replied with chatty notes about the house, anecdotes about the neighbours in the Islington street where Hattie had grown up. Letters seemed their most effective means of communication. In their letters they could persuade themselves that they liked each other. Stranded in the unit, Hattie looked forward to receiving them. She was discharged from hospital in the middle of the autumn and came home to prepare for her return to university. Her tutor was understanding. She was so bright, he said, that she'd have no problems catching up with the academic work. On the last day of October, her mother drove her back to the hall of residence and left her there, Hattie thought with some relief. Now Gwen could return to her real passion, politics. She convinced herself that the stay in hospital had cured Hattie forever. The illness would never come back. Now Hattie knew she had developed another obsession. She'd returned to Walsey full of hope and dreams. Then Mima had died, and everything had become more complicated. Perhaps she was ill again, though she didn't recognise this as depression. She was suffering from the same symptoms as before, the difficulty in sleeping, a reluctance to eat, the inability to trust her own judgment, but it didn't feel at all the same. It had been very different when she'd first arrived back in Walsey. Then the summer had spread ahead of her full of possibilities. Mima had realised how happy she was. 2 nights before she'd been shot, she'd called Hattie into the house. She'd poured glasses of whisky, put them on a tray with the bottle and a little jug of water. It had been unusually mild, and they'd sat outside on the bench made of driftwood that stood by the kitchen door, the tray on the ground between them. "Now what has happened to you over the winter? You look like the cat that got the cream." "Nothing's happened. I'm just pleased to be back in the island. You know how much I like it here. It's the only place I feel quite sane. It's the best place in the whole world." "Maybe it is." Mima had gathered her cat onto her lap and given a little laugh. "But what would I know? I've never lived anywhere else.
But maybe it would be good to see a bit of the world before I die. Perhaps you'll dig up a hoard of treasure in my land, and I'll be able to travel like the young ones do."
Then she'd looked at Hattie with her bright black eyes, quite serious.
"And it's not so perfect here, you ken. Bad things happen here the same as everywhere else. Terrible things have happened here."
Hattie had taken another drink of the whisky, which she thought tasted of peat fires.
"I can't believe that. What are you talking about?"
She'd expected gossip. Mima was a great gossip. She thought there'd be a list of the usual island sins, adultery, greed, and the foolishness of bored young men. But Mima hadn't answered directly at all. Instead, she'd gone on to talk about her own youth.
"I got married straight after the war," she said. "I was far too young, but my man worked with the men of the Shetland bus, and we got used to seeing them taking risks. You'll have heard about the Shetland bus."
Hattie shook her head. She was dazed now by the whisky, the low spring sun in her eyes.
"It was after the Germans had invaded Norway. Small fishing boats were used to carry agents in and bring folk out. They called that the bus. It was run from the big house in Luna. There were a few Walsey men who helped, and they got close to the Norwegian sailors. I'm never sure exactly what happened. Jerry never liked to speak about it, and he wasn't quite the same afterwards."
She stared into the distance.
"We were all crazy then."
Hattie had thought Mima was going to explain, but she had wrapped her arms around the cat, poured herself another dram, and laughed.
"Certainly more mad than thee."
"I hope it didn't upset you too much to see the skull in the practice trench."
Hattie had remembered Mima's white face, the way she'd fled into the house.
"It's not that unusual, you know, old bones turning up at a dig. I suppose we're used to it, and we're not squeamish anymore."
"I'm not squeamish."
Mima's voice had been almost brutal.
"It was a shock, that was all."
Hattie hoped she was going to explain further, but the old woman pushed the cat from her lap and stood up. It was clear Mima was ready for her to go.
"You'll have to excuse me. There's a phone call I must make."
And Mima had stomped into the house without saying goodbye. Hattie had heard her voice through the open door. It sounded angry and loud. Now, Mima was dead, and Hattie would never find out what had so disturbed her. Setter felt quite different without Mima there. Even from outside it was different. Before, they'd have heard the radio, Mima singing along or shouting at it if she disagreed with one of the speakers. Sophie saw Sandy through the window as they were walking past, and it was her idea to go in.
"Come on,"
Sophie said in her loud, confident, public schoolgirl voice.
"We'd better go in and tell him we're here. Besides, he might have the kettle on."
They hadn't seen Joseph at that point, and could hardly turn round and go out again when they realised Mima's son was there. Then Hattie had brought up the matter of the dig. So eager to please, so apologetic, the words had tumbled out, and Joseph had frowned and refused to give any sort of commitment about the future of the project. At least that was how it seemed to her. She thought she might be banished from Shetland and never allowed back. Why didn't I keep my mouth shut? She thought. Why didn't we just sneak past the house and go on with our work? After Sandy's phone had rung, he and his father left Setter. Hattie watched them go, and it was only as she felt her pulse steady at their departure that she realised how anxious the men had made her. She was kneeling in the main trench, carefully easing her trowel around what could have been the base of a stone doorpost. The soil was a slightly different colour here, and she wanted to dig in context. Sophie had gone to turn on the outside tap, so the water could run into the float tank. She was planning to wash the soil from the second trench, allowing the soil to float off and the more dense fragments to sink and be collected in the net beneath. Sophie called over from the tank.
"Did you get the impression that Mima's son doesn't want us here?"
Hattie was surprised. She'd got exactly the same impression, but had wondered if she was being paranoid again.
"Yes," she said. "Yes, I did."
Sophie stretched her arms above her head to ease the tension out of her muscles.
"I don't think we have to worry about him throwing us off the croft. Evelyn's all in favour of the project, and none of the men in that family stands up to her."
Hattie looked up at her and considered.
"Do you think so? Joseph seems very easy to manage, but if there was something he really wanted, I'm sure he'd get his own way in the end."
Sophie gave one of her wide, easy, slightly predatory smiles.
"All the men on this island are easy to manage. Don't you think so?"
Hattie didn't know what to say to that. She disapproved of Sophie's relationships with the island men. Sophie continued,
"I mean, what they really want is a bit of fun. The women here take themselves so seriously."
Hattie thought some of the Walsey men must want more than fun, but she didn't answer. As she looked back into the trench, the pale sun caught something softly metallic. Hattie leaned forward on the kneeler. She could smell the soil, felt it damp through her sweater where she must have propped herself on her elbow. She troweled back the soil around the object. Sometimes it felt that the trowel was an extension of her arm, more sensitive even than her fingers. She could be as delicate as she would be with a brush. Sophie must have sensed her excitement because she jumped across the trench so she could get a better view without blocking the light. Hattie could tell the other woman was holding her breath, and realised she was too. Now, Hattie did take a brush and cleaned the object that stood in relief, proud of the soil.
"What do you think? A coin?"
Sophie looked down with a huge grin. For a moment, the tension between them evaporated.
"Similar to the ones they found at Dunross Ness."
It had been in Hattie's mind from the moment she'd seen it. At a dig in the south of Shetland mainland, a dwelling had been validated by the discovery of a store of medieval coins.
"Absolutely."
Sophie grinned again.
"I'd say you've found your merchant's house, and I think the boss will be in on the next plane."
And now, Hattie thought with relief, I'll be able to stay in the islands forever. Chapter 16. Perez walked off the ferry to Walsey after the cars had driven down the metal ramp. This should be a pleasant task. He'd be telling Ronald Clouston that no charge would be brought against him. Yet he felt a gloom settling on him as he walked past the two huge fishing boats moored at the pier. A strange sort of claustrophobia. Though he'd grown up in Fair Isle, and that was smaller than Walsey, here he felt trapped, as if it was hard to breathe. Perhaps that was because from Fair Isle there were low horizons in every direction. Even on a very clear day, the Shetland mainland was no more than a smudge to the north. From Walsey, the Shetland mainland seemed a close and oppressive presence. The low cloud just made it worse. A couple of men stood outside the fish factory, smoking and chatting. Perez didn't recognise the language, something Eastern European, Polish or Czech. He was distracted for a moment, wondering what they made of Walsey, and if the island's famous friendliness extended to them. He thought it probably would. Sailors were the most open-minded people he knew. They travelled the world and came into contact with strangers all the time. It was the people left behind who distrusted incomers. Sandy was waiting in his car. He seemed anxious, jumpy, and Perez realised he'd read his boss's arrival as a bad sign. He assumed that Perez was there to arrest Ronald, that he'd be involved in taking his cousin into custody. "The fiscal doesn't think there's enough to charge Ronald," She'll take no further action. Perez settled himself in the passenger seat and waited for a response. It took a moment for Sandy to take in the information. Then there was a huge smile. No words. He couldn't find anything to describe how he felt. Perez waited for him to drive off, but he seemed incapable of smiling and driving at the same time. "Well, shall we go and tell him?" Perez said. Sandy switched on the engine. "He's not at home. He's at his mother's house. I saw him go in as I came down the road to get you." "We'll go there then, shall we?" Perez found himself interested to meet Jackie Clouston, Evelyn's rival. He couldn't help his curiosity. Fran laughed at him, told him he was like the old woman in Ravenswick who sat by the window watching the cars go past, who knew all her neighbours' business. Perez dressed up his nosiness and his fascination with gossip as work, Fran said, but really he was just a voyeur. She was right, of course, but he had been charged by the fiscal to make discreet inquiries into Mima Wilson's shooting. Now he had a licence to be inquisitive. The house had been built in the last 10 years and stood on its own land, on a slight hill away from Ronald and Anna's bungalow. If she were the curious sort, Jackie would see everything that went on there from the windows at the front of her home. The building was 2 stories high, with a porch held up by moulded pillars and a roof of green tiles. In Shetland terms, it was enormous, and would have been more in place in a suburb of Houston or a gated estate in the south of England. Perez wondered briefly how it had managed to get planning permission and which architect had actually designed something so tasteless. "They knocked down the old house and built on the same site," Sandy said. "Ronald and Anna lived here too while they were waiting for their place to be finished." "There'd be plenty of room." "Aye, it's a grand place for a party." It seemed a poor excuse to put up such a monstrosity. Jackie had seen them coming and had the door open before they had the chance to ring the bell. She was small, wiry and energetic, with dyed blonde hair so tightly curled that it might have been a wig. Perez guessed she was older than Evelyn. She wore a white T-shirt in lycra with Diamante letters on the front. Perez didn't want to stare at her chest to read it, and by the end of the visit was still not sure what it said. Her jeans had more Diamante on the pockets. Her sandals were gold. In the house, the central heating was full on, and even with the door open, the heat was overwhelming. Perez was still dressed for the ferry and began to sweat. Jackie seemed to know exactly who he was and why he was there. "Ronald's in the kitchen," she said. "The baby's finally gone to sleep, so Anna thought she'd do some work and he decided to keep out of her way." She paused briefly for breath. "Whoever would have thought you could make a business out of teaching people to knit and to spin? It's always seemed an old-fashioned kind of pastime to me, and it's so easy, with the internet, to buy clothes in. But Anna says it's a big business in America. In my day it was enough for us to look after the house and bring up the bairns, but now all the women want work of their own. Doesn't seem right so soon after the baby was born." She paused again. He wondered if she was remembering the time when Andrew was skipper of a trawler and Ronald was a boy. "Thanks," he said. He didn't want to encourage the flow of words. He understood that Jackie was nervous on behalf of her son, but her tension was having an effect on him. He suddenly felt an irrational panic, as if the woman's stress was contagious. The kitchen was the size of his house, with chunky units built of orange pine, a 6-hob range cooker, and a huge stainless steel fridge. Jackie pointed out the main features of the room with pride. "We've just had it done." Her speech was rapid, clipped. It reminded him of the regular metronomic click of knitting needles. "The old one was looking kind of tired." Ronald sat at the table reading a newspaper, not the Shetland Times, one of the more intelligent nationals. When he saw them come in, he got to his feet. He appeared to Perez like one of the rabbits he dazzled and then shot, terrified but unable to move. Next to him was an older man.
"This is Andrew," Jackie said. "My husband."
The man waved a hand at them. He was a giant, tall and big-boned, with frizzy grey hair and a full grey beard. Perez could tell Andrew Clouston wasn't well, but wasn't sure how he knew. Something about the stiffness of the gesture, the brief moment of panic in the eyes at seeing a stranger in the house. The fact that he was wearing slippers and a cardigan rather than working clothes during the day. Jackie stroked his shoulder.
"There's nothing to worry about. He just wants to speak to Ronald."
"Perhaps Ronald and I could talk on our own." Perez thought the house was sufficiently large to allow 6 confidential interviews. It wasn't that he felt the need for privacy, but he wanted to escape the woman's words for a while.
"You can use the office,"
Jackie said. Ronald seemed to have lost the power of speech. The office was on the ground floor, just off the lobby. There was a desk with a PC, printer and scanner. Perez shut the door behind him and leaned against it. He nodded to Ronald to take the chair.
"The Fiscals decided not to proceed with the matter," he said at once. "You won't be charged."
Ronald stared at him, speechless.
"She couldn't get a conviction to any criminal charge at this point," Perez went on. "It'll go down as an unfortunate accident."
"But I killed a woman."
"You couldn't have known she would be outside. You had every reason to think she'd be in her house, not wandering about on her land. That means you weren't criminally reckless."
"I feel as if I should be charged with something," Ronald said. "Not murder. I honestly didn't know she was there, but it doesn't feel right to kill someone and for nothing to happen."
"It's the law."
"I must go home and tell Anna," Ronald said. "She'll be so relieved. I don't think either of us has slept since it happened, and that's nothing to do with the baby. She was worried about it affecting her business. She wants us to be more independent here. My parents are brilliant. I'm the only child, and they'd give me everything I wanted. But she doesn't like that. She says we should stand on our own feet. And besides, she says, the fishing's precarious. We still make a good living from it, but maybe she's right, and it won't go on forever."
Perez wondered if Ronald had any opinions of his own. He might be a bright man, but he seemed incapable of independent thought. "Do you enjoy the work?" There was a second's pause.
"I hate it. I'd be glad if the seas were all fished out and there'd be no reason to leave harbour."
"You have a choice," Perez said mildly. "You were at university. You could have finished your degree."
"My father had a stroke. It's a family business. There was nobody else."
"Your family could have found someone."
"That wouldn't be the same. Besides—"
Perez said nothing, waited for him to find the words to continue.
"Besides, the money's addictive. I'm not sure how I'd take to being poor. I earn more in a month than some of my old school friends do in a year. I grew up living comfortably, and I want that for my children."
His mood suddenly lightened.
"So I'll have to hope that Anna's business becomes a roaring success, won't I? Then she can support the family and I can go back and take my degree."
"I'm still not quite sure how the accident happened," Perez said. "Now you've had some time to think about it, perhaps it'll be clearer in your mind."
"No," he said. "I've been running it over and over again in my head to work out what must have happened, and I still don't understand it."
His relief at finding out that he wouldn't be charged had already evaporated. He seemed pleased for Anna, but still haunted by what he'd done.
"All the same, I would like you to take me through it again." Is there any point now?
Ronald looked up at him.
Mima's dead. I killed her, I accept that. I still have to make a report, tie up the loose ends. I went out to shoot rabbits. I'd had a row with Anna, so I wasn't in the best of moods. It was dark and murky. I shot a couple from the car, then went out with the flashlight into the field. I didn't think I was anywhere near Mima's place, but I was thinking about Anna, and what I should have said to her, about how I shouldn't have been so scratchy. She was still tired after giving birth, moody, hormonal. It wasn't easy for her. I never thought giving birth would be— He paused to search for the right word. As violent as that. You know how it is, when you've had an argument, you rerun everything in your mind.
Perez reflected that he and Fran didn't argue much. He'd never liked rows, didn't see the point of them. Sometimes that frustrated her.
Don't just agree with me. Stand your ground and fight.
But usually he did agree with her. He could see her point of view and was happy to concede that she was right.
You're sure you didn't see anyone else out? No one else was shooting.
Ronald looked out of the window. Following his gaze, Perez had a view of the bungalow where he and Anna lived. Anna came outside and hung a basket of washing on the line, just as Mima had done the day before she was shot.
But there were people about, Perez persisted.
He could understand why Ronald just wanted the nightmare of Mima's death to be over, but he couldn't let it go, and it wasn't something Ronald would wake up from.
A car went down the road while I was shooting over the field.
You have no idea who it belonged to?
It was dark, man, and I had other things on my mind.
The tension was starting to tell again.
I saw headlights and heard an engine, nothing more.
Which direction was it going?
I don't know. Does it really matter?
Was it coming from the pier house, or away from Linby?
Not from the pier house, the other way.
So, Perez thought, not drinkers on their way home from the bar.
Who else shoots regularly in Walsey? He asked.
He tried to keep his voice relaxed and easy.
Most of the men do. We're all trying to keep down the rabbits. What is this about?
It's the sort of thing I need to say in my report. Better me asking the questions than a lawyer in the court.
I'm sorry.
Ronald looked straight at Perez again.
I know you're only doing your job. I should be grateful. Ask whatever you like. Nah, I've done for today. Go and tell Anna the news.
Ronald grinned.
Thanks, I will. I'm going out tonight fishing with one of my friends. Not on the big boat, but one of the inshore ones. I wouldn't have wanted to leave her alone with this hanging over us. At least now she'll be able to focus on the baby and her work. She's setting up a website for her business, and she still has knitting orders to complete.
Perez thought that sounded like a phrase Anna would use. I need to focus on my work. Ronald stood up and left the office. He didn't wait for Perez to follow, but ran straight out of the front door of the house. Then he began to bound down the hill to the bungalow, like a boy running just for the pleasure of it.
Ronald, is that you?
Jackie emerged from the kitchen, saw Perez alone in the office and frowned.
What have you done with Ronald?
I've done nothing with him. The fiscal has decided not to press charges. He's gone to celebrate with his wife. It wasn't his place to tell the woman, but she'd find out soon enough. He was surprised Ronald hadn't called in to tell her, even more surprised that Sandy had managed to keep his mouth shut. She stood very still. Suddenly, Perez realized that the gaudy clothes, the silly hairdo, the talking had been her way of fending off the possibility of her son's disgrace to keep up appearances in front of her husband. It would have hurt her just as much as Anna to see Ronald in court, his picture in the Shetland Times in a suit and tie, waiting for the case to be heard.
"Thank God," she said,
her voice so low that he could hardly make out the words. Then, quietly triumphant,
"This will stop the talk on the island. Evelyn Wilson will have to watch what she says about us now. There'll be no more spreading of stories and lies."
Sandy had walked into the hall to see what was going on. He heard the words and blushed. Chapter 17. They went for lunch at the Pier House Hotel, fish and chips served in the bar, blessedly free of smoke since the ban. Perez had been surprised at how law-abiding Shetlanders had been when the smoking ban came in, especially on the outer islands, where there was little danger of being caught by the police. On the smaller isles, few people even bothered with MOTs or vehicle licenses. He remembered as a boy the police flying into Fair Isle after a birdwatcher had fallen to his death from the cliff. As the plane came into land, all the cars on the place were driven into barns or hidden by tarpaulin. By contrast, this law was generally observed.
"Will my grandmother's body be released for the funeral now?"
Sandy was halfway through his second pint. His resolution to give up strong drink hadn't lasted long. Perez had ordered coffee and was surprised at how good it was.
"Aye, I don't see why not. Only, my mother wants to start making the arrangements. My brother will need to come up from the south. He doesn't like dragging himself up here, but he can hardly get out of visiting at a time like this." "Do the two of you not get on?"
Sandy shrugged.
"I was always closer to Ronald when we were bairns. Michael was my mother's favourite. Maybe I was jealous."
Perez wasn't sure what response to make to this. Sandy didn't usually show so much insight.
"It is all over," Sandy went on. "I mean, the case."
Again, Perez thought Sandy was being uncharacteristically perceptive.
"The fiscal doesn't see any case to answer. It's just, you were a long time with Ronald this morning. I mean, it doesn't take half an hour to tell a man he won't be prosecuted. I want to be sure in my own mind that it was an accident," Perez said. "You're saying Ronald meant to shoot her?"
The words had come out as an outraged shriek. Sandy looked around him and was relieved to see that the bar was empty. Even Jean from Glasgow had disappeared into the kitchen.
"I'm saying there are problems with his version of events. He's not a liar," Sandy said. "Never has been."
"Have you seen much of him since you left home?"
"Not so much. It's not like when you're at school, is it? We each have our own lives to lead. But he wouldn't have shot Mima, not on purpose. She was as much a grandmother to him as she was to me."
Perez hesitated, reluctant to put into words the idea that had taken root in his mind and had been growing since the conversation with the fiscal. He looked around to check that the bar was still empty and kept his voice low.
"Someone else could have shot Mima, put the blame on Ronald." "That's what Rona Lang thinks."
Sandy seemed astonished.
"She's not prepared to dismiss the idea out of hand. It's one explanation for the facts, for Mima being outside on a night like that, for Ronald's certainty that he wasn't shooting over the Setter land. But she doesn't want any sort of fuss made, in case she upsets her friends in high places."
Everyone in Shetland knew about Rona Lang's political ambitions.
"Aye, something like that."
Perez paused.
"You said Mima asked you to call in the next time you were in Walsey. Did she give you any idea what she wanted to discuss?"
"No."
Sandy looked up at him. "You think she realised she was in danger?" "I'm just considering possibilities." "What will you do about it?"
For a moment, Perez thought. What in fact could he do? He could only afford a limited time in Walsey, and from his office in Lerwick he had no chance of getting any sort of sense of what was going on here. It might only be a short ferry ride from Shetland mainland, but this was an enclosed community, and it took an insider to understand what was going on. "Do you have any leave to take?" Perez knew Sandy always had leave. He was famous for it. He managed to carve out time for himself from his official working day, and always complained at the end of his leave year that he still had holiday to take. "Aye, a few days." Sandy was suspicious. They'd had arguments about this before. Perez on the warpath. "If you've been out on the piss and wake up with such a hangover that you can't face work, take it as holiday. Don't invent imaginary dental appointments." Maybe now would be a good time to use them up. Stay here. Help your mother sort out the funeral. Ask a few questions. Perez looked at Sandy, just checking that he understood what Perez was asking. "But I'm involved," Sandy said. "They're all family. You said yourself I should have got out as soon as the investigation started." "This isn't an investigation," Perez said. "You're making informal inquiries. Mima was your grandmother. It's hardly surprising that you're interested in how she died. But be discreet. The fiscal was absolutely clear about that." "The fiscal asked me to follow this up." Sandy stared back. The fiscal had never been particularly complimentary about his abilities as a detective. Perez was saved the necessity of lying because they were interrupted by the arrival of two young women. He recognized one as the archaeologist who'd turned up, distressed at the Wilson house. The other was taller, stronger, with long corn-coloured hair, a wide mouth, freckles. She was talking, almost dragging Hattie behind her into the bar. "Come on, a find like that. We can take a bit of time off to celebrate. After what happened to Mima, I don't feel much like celebrating." Hattie seemed even thinner. "Anyway, we should keep this quiet. We don't want treasure hunters turning up at the site, hoping to make their fortune. This is Shetland. Do you really think you're going to keep this a secret? And Mima would have been so excited. It was always what she wanted, wasn't it? For us to find something really spectacular on her land? Besides, we have to eat, don't we? I feel as if I've been living off sandwiches for months. You can't work a dig on an empty stomach." "I thought Paul bought you a meal in Lerwick yesterday." "Only a bowl of soup in the museum coffee bar before his meeting with Val at the Amenity Trust. I fancy a huge steak, so rare it's almost breathing." Sophie saw Sandy, waved at him, grinned. "And a mountain of chips." She pulled her sweater over her head. Her t-shirt rode up at the back, revealing a firm brown torso. The legend on the shirt read, "Archaeologists do it in holes." "Hi, Sandy. Is it okay if we come and sit with you?" Sandy had been staring at Sophie with a stunned fascination. Now he looked at Perez. "Why not?" Perez said. The curiosity was kicking in again, though he found Hattie more interesting than her friend. "Can I get you both a drink?" "Oh, please." Sophie gave a shiver of anticipation. Perez thought he'd never met anyone quite so physical. Like a small child, she communicated her thoughts through her body. "A large red wine." Then, sensing her friend's disapproval, "Don't look at me like that, Hat. It's not as if we can get much done this afternoon. Really, we need to wait for guidance from Paul, and he won't be here until tomorrow. And you must feel like celebrating. It's what you've been dreaming of since the project started." "What's happened?" Perez thought he'd have to continue the conversation. No good leaving it to Sandy, who was still staring, his mouth half open. Sophie was wearing a sleeveless vest with a scoop neck, showing a lot of cleavage. Soon he'd be drooling.
Go on, Hat. You tell him. It's your find.
Let me get you a drink first. Perez stood up. He thought Hattie would refuse. He sensed a real tension between her and her colleague. He couldn't understand why Hattie had come, but at last she gave a quick smile.
All right, then. Beer. A half. Sophie's right. We are celebrating, and Mima would have been excited.
She sat on the bench seat and unlaced her boots, slipped them off so she was sitting in her stockinged feet. She pulled her feet underneath her and looked, Perez thought, like a trow, one of the mythical small men he'd heard stories about since he was a child. When he returned with the drinks, and Sophie had ordered food, Perez repeated his question. So, what's happened? Hattie took a deep breath.
I can hardly believe it. We've been hoping that the dwelling on Mima's land would turn out to be something grander than a croft, and maybe we've found the proof. Look. Let me put it in context.
She leaned forward.
In the 15th century, Shetland was a strong member of the Hanseatic League, a trading partnership, but there was a problem. The merchants in the islands were mostly German incomers. As the trading policy became more isolationist, the Germans left, and there was nobody to take on that role. My thesis is that some of the more important Shetlanders became traders in their own right. There's evidence that happened in Shetland mainland, but nothing so far here in Wolsey.
She paused and looked at Perez to check that he was following. He nodded. Her voice was very precise, almost as if she was presenting to an academic audience. Perhaps she didn't know how to speak to anyone else.
The remains of the building at Seta are bigger than you'd expect for a croft, but there could be reasons for that. Perhaps there were extensive outbuildings, a workshop. The foundation stone we found is even, dressed. It's not the rough boulders you'd expect to make up the wall of a croft, but that hasn't provided the proof I was looking for. Today, though, we made a find that would suggest the inhabitants were much wealthier than they'd have been as crofters. This is a big deal, for me at least. I mean, it kind of proves my theory. It makes the whole project worthwhile.
She gave a sudden, wide smile that lit up her whole face.
It means I can get funding to extend the project. We should be able to do a full-scale dig over a number of years.
So, what did you find? Sandy managed to drag his attention from Sophie's body.
Silver coins. 6 of them, beautiful and quite intact. I came across one by chance, and the others soon after. It's likely that the floor would have been made of wood, rather than beaten soil, though, of course, there's no trace of that now. We can't tell how the coins got left there. Maybe they slipped through the cracks in the floor and into the hole in the foundation. Maybe they were hidden there. We might find more.
Hattie took another breath.
2 silver coins of the same age were found during a dig at Wilsness, Dunross Ness, in Shetland mainland. In the dunes close to the airport, those coins confirmed the interpretation of that building as a merchant's house. I'm hoping that this find will do the same for me.
Where are the coins now?
We've taken them to Evelyn. She's locked them up in a drawer in her desk. Val Turner, the Shetland archaeologist, will come in later, and Paul Bergland will be in too.
The little Glaswegian came out with food for Hattie and Sophie. Perez watched Sophie slice her steak with complete focus. He thought she was like a man. She didn't like to concentrate on more than one thing at a time. But now she'd started, Hattie was happy to continue talking.
We'll get an expert to look at them, of course. I mean, they could be more modern, but they look right to me, and Sophie thought so too, as soon as she saw them. We're both familiar with the Wilsness coins, but we do need Paul's advice about what we should do next.
She stopped abruptly and forked a tiny piece of lasagna into her mouth, frowned as she chewed. When's Mr. Bergland coming in?
Professor Berglund, Hattie corrected him. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day. He'd hardly got home when he got our call. He needs a bit of time to sort things out at home. He's got a young family.
Perez thought she seemed subdued. Did she resent her supervisor coming in and taking over her project? Or the fact that he hadn't left immediately to return to Wolsey? "Are these coins worth anything?" Sandy asked.
They're invaluable.
"But if I was to try and sell them on the open market?"
You mean money?
Hattie seemed startled by the question. "Aye, money." Sandy looked at her as if he was tempted to add, "What else would I mean?"
I don't know. If they were sold at auction to a collector, perhaps they would.
She seemed uncertain. The whole concept of private collection and trading in artifacts was strange to her. Perez felt a rush of sympathy. She seemed too frail and innocent to be living alone here in Wolsey. Sophie, the Sloane Ranger, was no sort of guardian. How would Hattie survive in the big world outside? He wanted to ask if she kept in touch with her parents. He imagined a protective mother who'd had to find the courage to let her daughter go, but who had sleepless nights about her, who held her breath every time the phone went, in case there'd been a disaster. Because somewhere in Hattie's history there must be illness or tragedy, he thought. No one got that haunted look if they'd had a happy childhood. Curiosity led him to form a question about her family in his head. "Your parents must be very proud of you. Will they get a chance to visit the islands?" Then he heard Fran's voice, had a very clear picture of her tipping her head to one side, a half smile, her nose slightly wrinkled, as it was when she meant to tease. "What business is it of yours, Jimmy Perez? You're a policeman, not a psychotherapist. Let the poor child alone." So he said nothing. There was a moment of awkward silence at the table. Sophie picked up a piece of creamy fat which remained on her plate and bit into it with sharp white teeth. She looked around her.
"Now," she said, "which of you lovely men would like to buy me another glass of wine? I thought this was supposed to be a party."
Chapter 18. Outside the pier house, Hattie and Sophie stood briefly before separating. Hattie had only drunk 2 halves, but felt disengaged and a little woozy. She wasn't used to eating a big meal at lunchtime. "The boys have promised me a look round one of the big ships," Sophie said. "I'd like to see what it's like inside, and they might not ask again. Don't suppose you want to come?" "Who's going to be there?" "Oh, you know, the usual Artemis crew." Hattie shook her head. The way she was feeling, a boat would make her sick, even if it were moored at the harbour. Anyway, she never knew what to say to most of the fishermen, with their unintelligible voices and their stories of adventures at sea. Besides, she had other plans. "They said I could go out with them sometime," Sophie said, looking out towards the Shetland mainland. "There's a spare cabin I could use. It's got a DVD, everything. Do you think they'd take me for a spin today? The sea's flat calm." She turned back to Hattie, a challenge as well as a question in her look. "You should be careful," Hattie said. "You'll get a reputation." Sophie laughed, her head thrown back so Hattie could see her long neck, stretched even further, much paler than her face. "Do you think I care about that? It's not as if I want to make my life here." "Shouldn't you be here when Paul gets in?" Hattie was thrown by the thought that she might have to deal with Paul on her own. She felt a return of the old panic. "Oh, I wouldn't really want to go." Sophie grinned, so Hattie realised the woman had just been winding her up. "But don't expect me back until the morning." She grinned again and loped away quite steadily, though she'd had twice as much to drink as Hattie. There was a rip in her jeans, and the flesh of her thigh showed through. It reminded Hattie of the fat on the steak Sophie had just eaten. Hattie watched her walking away down towards the harbour.
There were times when she hated Sophie for her beauty, her easy way with men, her thoughtlessness. There were times when Hattie wanted to lash out and slap her. It seemed to Hattie that the walk down the island had a hallucinatory quality. Phrases and ideas came into her mind with no logic or reason. April is the cruelest month. Living in the south of England, that had never made sense to her in a literal way. Spring was a time of gentle rain and imperceptible growth. Now she thought of the last ewes lambing untended on the hill with the ravens circling above. Mima lying on the sodden ground at Setter. She repeated the phrase under her breath to the beat of her footsteps. She wasn't used to drinking in the middle of the day. Perhaps that was it. She hadn't slept the previous night, consumed by a recurring paranoia that the shot that had killed Mima might really have been meant for her. The implication of that was so shocking that now she couldn't bring herself to consider it in any detail, and she allowed her thoughts to float away from her. Instead, she tried to relive the moment of finding the silver coins in the Setter dig, from glimpsing the first glint of metal. The scene was so close to what she'd dreamed of that she found it hard to believe in the reality of it. Still walking, keeping the rhythm of her feet on the road and the words of T.S. Eliot at the back of her mind, she took her hands out of her pockets and looked at them. Under the fingernails, she saw the soil in which the coins had been buried. In that one moment, the instant of rubbing the earth from the dull silver, she'd justified the project, established a future for herself in the islands. Unreal, she thought. It's unreal. She decided to walk on to Utra. She'd ask Evelyn to open the drawer of her desk and show her the coins. There was a British Museum website with images of coins, and she wanted to check it out, see if there was anything similar to her find. Evelyn had a computer with internet access. Hattie thought if she didn't do something constructive in her present state, she'd go crazy, maybe even manage to convince herself that the find was a dream. In the past, after all, she'd muddled fantasy and reality. She wished Mima were still alive. She'd always helped Hattie get things in proportion. As she walked down the track that led to Utra, she passed an elderly couple. The old man was pushing a wheelbarrow with a hoe and a fork balanced on the top. The woman carried a plastic carrier bag containing something so heavy that one shoulder was lower than the other. Hattie didn't recognize them. They stopped. The man smiled and said a few words of greeting. He only had one tooth, and Hattie couldn't understand a word he said. "Good afternoon," she grinned, lifted her hand. "Good afternoon." The old woman said nothing. Further along the track, Hattie swivelled back to look at them, but they disappeared. She told herself that they'd turned off. Perhaps they were working in one of the planticrubs, the old woman with her grey skirt and her Wellingtons, the old man with his gummy smile. But she wasn't entirely sure that they existed at all. Perhaps they were ghosts, like the merchant's wife at Setter and her powerful husband, conjured up by her own imagination. Evelyn was real enough. She was standing at the kitchen table cutting meat. The knife was small with a sharp serrated blade. There was a pile of fat and bone pushed to one side of the wooden chopping board. It made Hattie feel ill. "I thought I'd do a casserole," Evelyn said. "There was some of last year's mutton left in the freezer. It needs using. Sandy's taken some leave from work to help with the arrangements for the funeral. I never know what time he'll be in to eat. Can I do anything towards the meal? We're not working this afternoon." Hattie hoped the activity might stop the whirling thoughts. "You can peel the carrots if you like. I won't ask you to do the onions. They're big, strong ones, and they'll have you crying like a baby." "I don't mind." Hattie thought you couldn't make up tears, the stinging of the eyes, the taste of salt in the mouth as they ran down your face. But she sat at the table next to Evelyn and began to peel the carrots, aware of how slow and clumsy she was.
She knew the older woman was watching.
"Would you and Sophie like to come for dinner?"
Evelyn looked up from the growing pile of meat.
"There's plenty, and you can't just go back to the bod on a night like this."
"I don't know." Hattie set down her knife.
"Of course we must celebrate. It's a dream come true. I wish I'd been there with you when you came across that first coin. This is just what we need before we put together a funding application for a big dig. I'm so thrilled for you. It's much more exciting than the piece of old skull."
She tipped the meat into a bowl and, using the same knife, cut an onion in half. A smear of blood was transferred to the white semicircle. She held it face down on the board and chopped it very fast into translucent slices.
"Would you mind if I used your computer?" Hattie asked. "There are some museum websites with images. Until Val gets in, I thought I might check the coins out, see if I can identify them, and I'd like to take another look at them."
Hattie wished she could have the feel of the coins on her fingers again. She wondered what they would smell like and imagined the sharp metallic scent of blood.
"Why not? Just let me get this in the oven. I'd be interested in what you can find out too."
Evelyn shook oil into a heavy pan and threw in the vegetables. Hattie saw her eyes were glistening. The onions must have made her cry.
"Mima would have been so excited," Hattie said.
Evelyn stopped stirring. The wooden spoon was still in her hand.
"We have to make plans," she said. "When we have the information back about the skull and the coins, we'll call a meeting. Perhaps something grand in the new museum in Lerwick, or even better, we could arrange something on the island. Show the folk from town what great work's going on here in Walsey."
She shut her eyes briefly, and Hattie saw that this was a woman with big dreams too. She was imagining a glittering evening with all the important Lerwick folk in Walsey, wine and canopies, and Evelyn at the heart of it.
"We can turn Setter into a museum now, a celebration of Walsey history. Wouldn't that be a fine thing? We could name it after Mima."
"I'm not sure that would be what she wanted." Hattie paused, remembered conversations in the Setter kitchen drinking tea.
"She said she wanted a young family to move into the house when she died. She was always teasing Sophie and me. Find a nice island lad and settle down here. You can rent this place when I'm gone. The boys won't want it. Bring up your bairns in Limby." "Aye, well," Evelyn said. "Mima was a great one for telling other folk how to live their lives."
She scattered flour over the meat in the bowl and tossed the mutton in it with her fingers until all the pieces were covered, then tipped it all into the pan. There was a smell of searing flesh, and the oil hissed and spat. She pushed at the meat with a wooden spoon to stop it sticking. How competent she is, Hattie thought. I'd never know how to turn a dead animal into a meal. There was a sweetish smell coming from the pan, which made her feel again that she was going to throw up. "I'm not sure what plans Sophie has for this evening," she said. "The boys were going to show her around Artemis. It's just come back from Lerwick." "She's a fine boat." Evelyn tipped a jug of water over the stew, continued stirring while it thickened and came to the boil. "Call Sophie's mobile and ask her. They won't feed her on board." "I will." Hattie made no move to find her phone, though. "I wonder how Anna's getting on with the baby," Evelyn said. She'd put the pot in the oven and turned, her hands still in the oven gloves. "She wasn't getting much sleep last time I saw her. Maybe we should take a walk down to the bungalow. Anna was talking about working on her website if she got the chance. It would be good to put something up about the coins. The folk keen on signing up for her workshops would be interested in hearing about the project. And maybe you'd like to see the baby." Hattie thought that was the last thing she wanted. She'd much rather go back to the bod and begin her plans for the project. "You could write something about the dig for her site," Evelyn went on. "It might persuade folks to book up. It'd help put Walsey on the map."
We can't do that yet.
Hattie felt anxious just at the thought of it. She looked up at Evelyn in horror.
We should keep the find secret for as long as we can. If word gets out, you'll have a bunch of people trespassing on the site, looking for buried treasure. It could damage the project.
She had the image of geeky men in grey anoraks with metal detectors marching all over her dig. Evelyn seemed not to have heard her.
Maybe we should take the coins to show Anna. She has a digital camera. I'd love to have a photo of them. Not yet. Paul Berglund should be coming in tomorrow. I think I should wait and see what he says. Maybe you're right. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble with your boss. And it would be good to keep a bit of mystery about them before we show them to the public.
Evelyn put the knives and chopping board in the sink to soak.
Come on then. Let's go and look at your treasure.
The desk was in the living room and locked with a small brass key, which Evelyn took from her jeans pocket. Hattie had put the coins into a clear plastic box. They were small and dull. They were in the box just to prevent the need for their being handled, but Hattie longed to touch them.
Imagine then being in Mima's garden all the time, Evelyn said. All those hundreds of years.
Hattie shut her eyes for a moment and resisted the temptation to lift the lid of the box and put in her nose to sniff the coins.
I can't do any more until Paul comes in tomorrow, she said.
She replaced the coins in the desk on top of a file containing the Amenity Trust documents and a checkbook.
I'll need someone else to countersign the checks for the project, Evelyn said. Mima used to do it. If we're going to expand the project, it might make sense for you to be a signatory.
Hattie wondered how the woman could discuss Mima's death so dispassionately. She still felt herself falling apart whenever she thought about it. What would it feel like to know that you were dying? To be lying in the grass in the rain, knowing there was no one to help you or hold you? But perhaps a farmer's wife who helped slaughter animals took death in her stride. It was all part of her competence. Later, after they had looked at the British Museum website, they walked to the Cloustons' bungalow. Evelyn insisted, and Hattie didn't know how to stand up to her without appearing rude or standoffish. They found Anna in the workshop, not in front of her computer. She had switched on the light, and for a moment they stood outside and looked in through the long window, watching what she was doing. She had no sense that they were there. There was no sign of Ronald. It seemed to Hattie a terrible intrusion to be staring at her. The baby was in his basket on one of the big trestle tables. Next to him, some cloth was soaking in an old tin bath. Anna was carding some fleece, preparing it for spinning, combing it between the carders with strong, easy movements. The process seemed very complicated to Hattie. She could work out the theory, but knew she'd be useless in practice. The fleece was combed between flat, hard board sheets pierced with thin nails. Anna moved the untangled fleece from board to board, then pulled it free of the nails and curled it into a loose roll. Now it was ready for the spinning wheel. Another competent woman, Hattie thought. I can't even peel a carrot with any sort of skill. Then Anna noticed them through the window. Their presence had obviously startled her. She stared at them sharply before waving them to come in. She met them at the workshop door, and there was a moment of awkward silence. Hattie almost expected her to send them away.
You've heard about Ronald?
She kept her voice low, though there was no one to hear except the baby.
The police have decided to take no further action. They've accepted Mima's death was an accident.
He's a lucky man,
Evelyn said.
I know that, and so does he. He's going out fishing with Davy for the night. I told him it would do him good to get away for a while.
Hattie found the atmosphere in the bungalow almost unbearable. I'm going to faint, she thought.
At least we can go ahead and organise the funeral now.
Evelyn walked ahead of Anna into the workshop.
The fiscal has agreed to release the body. Ronald wants to be there, Anna said, but he's not sure what Joseph would feel about that.
Joseph's an easygoing sort of man. He's not one to bear a grudge.
Thank you.
Anna reached out and touched Evelyn's shoulder.
I hope this doesn't change things between us.
There was a brief pause before Evelyn said,
Of course not.
Why should it?
Hattie had the impression that suddenly Evelyn was very pleased with herself, but she couldn't work out why. She'd never been any good at picking up unspoken communication. Sometimes she felt lost, a stranger in a foreign country, only half understanding the language. I shouldn't be here, she thought. She had to control an impulse to turn and run away.
Have you heard about the find at Setter?
Evelyn took a seat at the table where Anna had been sitting. No chance of keeping it secret, then. Hattie didn't know what to say. She thought Evelyn had used her as an excuse to be there. She wanted to make her own excuse and leave, but couldn't think of a way of doing it with any sort of dignity.
Tell me all about it.
Anna leaned against the trestle, and Hattie could see the swelling around her belly where the baby had been. Hattie mumbled an explanation of the significance of the coins. The baby started crying, a griping grizzle as if he was in pain. Anna lifted him out of his basket, rocked him in her arms. Suddenly, she held him out to Hattie, a kind of challenge.
Would you mind taking him while I tidy this away? He's got colic and he'll scream the place down if I put him back in his basket.
She gave a tight little smile.
Actually, he's been driving me mad today.
Hattie found the baby in her arms before she could object. She held him gingerly, slightly away from her body. He seemed very light and fragile. She had a moment of panic when she imagined herself dropping him. In her imagination, she deliberately opened her arms wide and he slipped from her grasp, and his head cracked on the floor like one of Mima's big white eggs. There'd be a puddle of blood. The picture was so vivid that she was surprised that there was no sound, no crying and shouting, but the two island women were chatting about the next forum meeting and seemed to take no notice of her. The baby smelled very sweet. When the time came to hand him back, Hattie wanted to protest and to hold on to him. Perhaps, after all, it wouldn't be so terrible to be a mother. Evelyn seemed to have forgotten her decision to invite the archaeologists to supper, and Hattie was pleased. She couldn't bear the thought of another meal in the Outre kitchen, forcing herself to eat, to keep Evelyn happy. She knew Sophie wouldn't be back for hours. She'd be in Artemis with the boys, drinking and flirting, the nearest she'd get to her wild London social life here in Walsey. Hattie wondered what else she'd be getting up to. She started walking down the road towards the bod. It was the beginning of dusk, what Shetlanders called the darkening, but there was still light enough to make out the colours of the stone in the wall and the peat on the hill. She began to think of Mima again, recalled their conversation sitting outside the house of Setter, Mima's anger and her loud words shouted into the telephone. Chapter 19. Perez woke early. He'd been dreaming about Fran, turned and panicked when he found the bed next to him was empty. He lost the details of the dream on waking, but was left with a sense of unease, a premonition of danger that he knew was ridiculous. He had to lose the notion that life away from the islands was risky. He'd seen too many parents reluctant to give their children the freedom to move away. Another week, and Fran and Cassie would be home. But he couldn't return to sleep. He found himself running over the details surrounding Mima's death. It was absurd to let the incident haunt him. Ronald must have killed the old woman in a freak accident. Any other explanation seemed so melodramatic that it was ludicrous. The fiscal had been right. He didn't really believe Sandy's stay in Walsey would result in fresh information. He thought they would be left with the worst possible outcome, not really knowing what had happened. He would have to live with that, but knew he would find it hard to stomach. He'd heard Sandy talk about Mima so much that he felt he knew her well. In fact, he'd only met her once, at Sandy's birthday party on Walsey. He remembered a tiny bird-like woman with a surprising belly laugh. She'd matched the men, drink for drink, but apart from flushed cheeks, hadn't shown any sign of inebriation. It hadn't affected her ability to dance the most intricate of steps. He wondered what there was about her that might have invited violence. Had that sharp tongue provoked one of the Walsey folk to kill her in a rage? Or was it something she knew, something she'd seen? But perhaps, after all, her death was simply an accident, and he should accept this most obvious explanation. What was it in his nature that forced him to question the accepted version of events? Fran said he was too sympathetic to be a cop, that he always saw the best in people, but he knew that not to be true. Everyone was capable of violence, he thought, even of killing a harmless old woman. He was capable of it himself. Perez got out of bed and went to the kitchen to make tea. It was too early for the heating to have come on, and the house was cold. He imagined the damp seeping in through the stone walls, could almost smell it. He opened the curtains and sat in the window seat, looking out at the harbour drinking coffee. Eventually, he came to a decision and set off for the ferry terminal. Paul Berglund was one of the last passengers off the Aberdeen ferry. If the archaeologist had left earlier, Perez might have missed him. Some people ignored the bright voice on the PA system announcing the arrival of the North Link to Lerwick. They stayed in their bunks and had breakfast in the cafeteria before making their way ashore. Berglund sauntered down the gangplank almost as soon as Perez arrived. Perez wasn't sure what he would have done if Berglund hadn't disembarked now. Would he have waited in the cavernous terminal until the stragglers emerged? How could he justify that? Berglund could have been a squaddy home on leave. His hair was cropped, and he carried about him the sense that he could look after himself in a fight. That at least was how he came across to Perez. It seemed an odd image, and Perez thought he shouldn't make up his mind about the man without knowing him. He had no reason to think of Berglund as an aggressive man. The academic was wearing jeans and a Gore-Tex jacket, heavy trainers. He carried a small rucksack. In one of its pockets was a small archaeologist's trowel, and in the other, a big knife in a sheath. Perez supposed they were tools of the trade. He wondered what excuse he could give for being here to meet Berglund. It seemed a disproportionate gesture. "Mr. Berglund." As soon as he spoke, he realised he'd got the title wrong. Berglund was a professor. But Berglund stopped and turned slowly, curious but not offended. At first, he didn't recognise Perez and seemed confused. Not far away, a family was welcoming back a young man, a student, and there was a lot of noise. Everyone was there, both parents and a couple of children. The returning teenager seemed embarrassed by the attention, the hugs and the shrieking voices. "I'm sorry to trouble you," Perez said. "I wonder if I could have a few words. It won't take long. It'll save me a trip to Walsey." Now Berglund did recognise him. "Of course. You're the detective." A pause and a frown. "What's happened now?" It seemed a strange question. Perez wanted to ask, "What were you expecting to happen?" "I just need to complete my report for the fiscal. Routine, I'm sure you understand. She's satisfied Mrs. Wilson's death was an accident, but as you were on the island when it happened—" It sounded an unconvincing explanation to Perez, but Berglund shrugged and nodded his agreement. They had breakfast together in a small and steamy cafe by the harbour, bacon rolls and tea in thick china mugs. There was nobody to overhear them. Berglund shrugged off his heavy coat, and Perez saw he was wearing a hand-knitted sweater in a pattern he didn't recognise. That's not Shetland, is it? Small talk, because he wasn't quite sure how to begin. If the archaeologist was surprised by the question, it didn't show. No, my grandmother's a great knitter. The pattern of the sweater and the name made Perez think Berglund's family must be Scandinavian. At first, he seemed nervous, almost jumpy. Perhaps it was just a natural reaction to being questioned by the police. He talked too much about the dig at Linby and the find of coins the girls had made. Hattie will be pleased. It's her commitment that set the project going. She's a strange young woman, obsessive. There are times when I worry about her. I hope this will take the pressure off a bit. She doesn't need to justify herself now. It was warm in the cafe. The condensation on the window meant there was no view outside. Have you known Hattie long? It had come into his mind. Of course, it had no relevance to the inquiry, but perhaps he could form a proper question while Berglund answered. Berglund considered for a moment. I've been supervising her since the beginning of her project. Was that a real answer? But Perez thought he couldn't justify following it up. Berglund's personal life was none of his business. How did you get on with Jemima Wilson? I take it you knew her. She was a joy, Berglund said. So many landowners can be a real pain. They don't want the hassle or the disruption of a dig, or they expect compensation. Mima loved having the girls at her place. I think she was glad of the company, even though she had her family close by. They're all men. Berglund was beginning to relax. He'd eaten half the tea. She had a son and 2 grandsons, not quite the same. She told me once that she'd always wanted daughters. It seems an odd kind of thing to say to a stranger. I called round one evening with a bottle of scotch to thank her for her help. We had a few drinks, we started chatting. We got on surprisingly well. I had the feeling that if I'd been 30 years older, she'd have seduced me. She must have been wicked when she was young. She has a daughter-in-law, Perez said. Ah, that's not at all the same, apparently. I have the impression that Mima had never really taken to Evelyn. Perhaps that's always the way with mothers and sons. I'm an only child, and sometimes I think my mother was always faintly disappointed that I felt the need of a wife at all. She should have been enough for me. My mother wants me to find a wife, Perez thought. She wants a grandson to carry on the family name. What will Fran make of that when she finds out? It seemed to him a terrible kind of pressure, and he wondered if that had something to do with his reluctance to propose to her. Would Fran think it was all about keeping a Perez in Shetland? Did Mima ever tell you what she had against Evelyn? Evelyn won't let Joseph be himself. I think that was the essence of it. Berglund drank the dregs of his tea. All the man wants is his croft and his friends, a beer or a few drams in the evening, a good dance once in a while with a band to play. Evelyn was interested in making him an important man in the community. Evelyn's an important woman in her own right, isn't she? I had the impression that she'd supported your project, and according to Sandy, she's managed to bring funds for other community events into Walsey. Oh, I've got nothing against the woman. She's been helpful to us. What else did Mima say about her? What is this about, Inspector? It's just gossip. But he grinned and continued without waiting for an answer. Mima thought Evelyn was spending all Joseph's money. Why on earth does she want a bigger kitchen? What's wrong with the old one? She'll bankrupt the lot of us. That sort of thing. When did you last see Mima? The afternoon before she died. Late afternoon after the girls had gone back to the bod. The weather was so bad that they'd left early. I was planning to leave on the first ferry the following day, so I went to say goodbye. She made me tea, cut us each a slice from one of Evelyn's cakes, then got out the whiskey. To keep out the cold, she said, though it was always warm enough in her kitchen.
How did she seem? Berglund looked up sharply. What possible relevance could her state of mind have if she was killed in an accident? We have to rule out all other possibilities. Again, Perez thought how unconvincing he must sound. She wasn't suicidal, if that's what you mean. The idea's ridiculous. I've never met anyone more full of life than Mima Wilson. She'd want to stay around just to cause mischief. Can you remember what you discussed? He frowned. The girls. I told you, they become like members of the family. She felt very protective of Hattie. She's too wrapped up in the work. What she needs is a fine young man to give her something else to think about. Don't you think so, Paul? Bring her a couple of boys up here to help on the dig. I told her times had changed, and young women wanted careers as well as families now. She said Sophie had a bit of spirit about her. She reminded Mima of herself at that age, fond of a party. Anything else? She was going on about Evelyn again. By that time, I'd had 2 whiskies, and in the warmth of the kitchen I was finding it hard not to drop off. She said something like, "That woman's gone too far this time. I'll have to sort it out. Make sure I arrange things so Joseph doesn't get hurt." Do you know what she was talking about? Not really. Like I said, I wasn't exactly giving the conversation my full attention. I assumed it was about island politics of some sort. I don't know Evelyn well, but she seems to build alliances, then fall out with people. That sort of thing happens in the university too. I try not to have too much to do with that either. Perez still found it hard to think of Berglund as someone who worked in a university. His speech was too blunt, and he was too big. University professors should be skinny and use long words. The discovery Hattie made. Wonderful. Berglund interrupted enthusiastically. It's just what she needs at the beginning of her career, and fascinating. Nobody had any idea that there was a house of such proportions on Wolsey. Hattie seems to have an instinct for domestic archaeology. I'm still not sure how she got it so right. Perez supposed the fact that Mima was shot just days before the coins were found by the students was a coincidence. He disliked coincidence, but he couldn't see how the 2 events could be related. Not if things had happened that way round. Then there was the skull. Could the discovery of an ancient body have triggered these events in the present? Of course not. But he wished he knew more about it. There's no possibility that Hattie could have found coins on an earlier visit. He kept his voice tentative. The last thing he wanted to do was question the student's integrity without good reason. But if Mima or any of the other islanders had known there was something of value on her land, it would bring a new perspective to her death. It seemed to Perez a more natural order of events. Why wouldn't she tell anyone? Hattie and Sophie always work on the site together. There are all sorts of health and safety constraints that prevent solo work. Besides, she's not a thief, Inspector. She's passionate about the project. There's no way she'd remove objects from the merchant's house at Seta without recording them properly. Of course, Perez said, it was a foolish idea. But he was wondering if anyone else had been rooting around on the site, if any other objects of value had been found there. He imagined the misty, rainy night. Perhaps Mima heard something from her house or went out unexpectedly late to shut up the hens. Of course, if the intruder came from Linby, she would recognize them, even from the faint light seeping out of the back of her house. She'd grown up there. Everyone was familiar to her. Islanders had been encouraged to take an interest in the dig, but Mima wouldn't expect anyone there once the students had left. Had she challenged the person? Shocked them into violence? He realized Berglund was staring at him. The archaeologist wasn't a man for quiet contemplation.
"Is that it?" Berglund asked. "Can I get back to Wolsey now? I'm interested to see the coins for myself." "Of course." Perez, though, was lost in thought. Would Hattie have noticed if someone had been visiting the site when she wasn't there? And what might the intruder have already found? He remembered the conversation between Sandy and Hattie in the Pier House Hotel, Sandy's questions about the value of the coins. Perhaps other people would believe them worth stealing. He should find out if there was a black market in objects like this. Later, in his office, he tried to call Val Turner, the Shetland archaeologist. He thought she would know if the coins had any sort of value. She'd put the Wolsey dig into context for him, and because she could have had nothing to do with Mima's death, it would be possible to talk to her more freely than to Paul Berglund. But she wasn't in, and he had to leave a message on her answering machine. He'd just replaced the receiver when his phone went. He expected it to be Val, and was thrown to hear the breathy, little girl voice of Hattie James.
"I wonder if it might be possible to speak to you."
"Of course," he said.
No, not on the phone."
"Were you planning to come into Lerwick in the next couple of days?"
No,
she said again, frustrated because he didn't seem to understand her.
"That wouldn't be possible. My boss has come in today."
"You'd like me to come there to talk to you?" At last, he could see what she wanted from him. The idea of returning to Wolsey filled him with an unexpected dread. He liked the island, what he knew of it. Why was he so reluctant to return? Why the clammy claustrophobia of impending imprisonment? Perhaps it was the fog, the lack of any recognizable horizon, or the twisted family ties that seemed to pull him in too, so he lost his objectivity. He was tempted to suggest that she speak to Sandy, but he thought she needed careful handling, and even the new, perceptive Sandy would frighten her off.
"Oh, please."
The relief in her voice was palpable. "Is it urgent? Could it wait until this evening? Shall we meet in the Pier House at 6? She paused.
"No," she said. "Come to the bod. I'll make sure I'm on my own there."
Chapter 20. Sandy stood at the north end of the island and watched the small fishing boat approach. This was nothing like the Cassandra, the huge pelagic ship owned by the Clouston family. When that went to sea, it was away for weeks, far out in the North Atlantic. It landed its catch in Denmark, and then went back to the fishing grounds again. There were stories all over the island about how much it had cost when Andrew bought it just before his stroke. A fortune, they said. But as long as Sandy could remember, the Cloustons had had money. This boat belonged to Davy Henderson, had just been on a short trip, and was already on its way home. It had been kind of Davy to take Ronald with him. It would have done him good to get away from Wolsey, even for a short while. The wind blew his hair across Sandy's eyes. He'd driven up the island to Skaw because he needed to get away from Utra for a while. A little way inland was the most northerly golf course in the British Isles, green and manicured despite its exposure to the weather. He came occasionally with Joseph to play, and his father was pretty good, though they never took the game too seriously. Now, he wished Davy had asked him to go out on the boat too. He wasn't much of a sailor, but it would be worth a few hours of discomfort to get away from his family and the discussion of the funeral. He wanted his grandmother to have a good send-off, of course he did, but she wouldn't have wanted all this fuss. She'd have been happy just to know all her friends were there in the kirk. The place she'd been married. The kirk was on a spit of land to the west of Wolsey, known as the Hoob. It was surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, and Mima always said that being there made her think of her sailor husband. It was a bit like being in a ship. She'd have wanted lusty singing during the hymns and a bit of a party afterwards. Nothing else would have mattered to her. Now his mother was wound up about getting rooms ready for Michael, Amelia and the baby, planning the food as if she was preparing for a 30-day siege, working herself into a state about who else they should invite. He relived the scene at breakfast. His mother had been at the kitchen table, drinking her second cup of tea, surrounded by lists of food and drink, and people who should be told. Joseph had had the sense to make himself scarce, and was already out on the croft checking the ewes.
"Do you think Paul Berglund would want to come?"
His mother's question had come out of the blue, sharp, underlaid by a barely controlled hysteria.
"I don't know."
Sandy thought it unlikely. Why would someone with a life want to go to the funeral of an old lady he barely knew?
"He's a professor,"
Evelyn said.
"What has that to do with the price of fish?" "I was thinking Michael might get on with him." "Michael will get on just fine with Ronald and the rest of the lads."
But was that true? The last time Michael had been home, it was like he was a different man. Sandy sat on the grass and watched the boat come in against a stiff southeasterly breeze. It was one of those bright and gusty days. 1 minute there was sunshine, and the next a bit of a squall would come up. At least the fog had cleared. He wished his mother could relax more. When she was relaxed, she was a lovely woman. He'd thought with his father working at home, and both of the boys gone, she'd be able to enjoy herself, become less tense. He didn't know what to do to help her. Once, confiscating cannabis from a couple of German students who'd been camping on Fettler, he'd wondered flippantly if that might provide an answer, chill her out a bit. Years ago, he'd gone to visit Michael at Edinburgh University, and someone had made hash cakes. He laughed at the thought of slipping some dope into his mother's baking, wondered what Michael would say about the idea. Once he'd have laughed too, but now Sandy wasn't so sure. That evening, when they'd sat round with his friends in the student house, candles lit, music in the background, was probably the last time they'd really talked. Maybe he should suggest to his mother that she should see a doctor. His understanding about women's health was sketchy, but perhaps this anxiety, these swings in her mood, were to do with her age. Wasn't there a pill she could take? Like the cannabis, but legal? He knew he'd never bring up the subject with her, though, partly because he would be too embarrassed, and partly because he was scared of what her response might be. It was pathetic, but she could still terrify him when she was angry. Something positive had come out of the discussion over breakfast. He was going to move into Setter when Michael and Amelia came up from the south. His mother had agreed as soon as he'd suggested it. Sandy knew she was worried he'd show himself up in front of Michael's smart wife, though she made out it was because they needed his room for the baby. It occurred to him that she might like Joseph to move out too, in case Amelia got upset by his drinking, his table manners, and his limited conversation. He hoped so. He and his father would get on fine together there. The boat was getting closer, bucking and twisting where the tides met. Sandy thought he'd drive down to the harbour at Simbister and wait at the pier house for the boys to come in. They'd been out all night, but they might be ready for a few pints before they hit their beds. He knew he was supposed to be making discreet inquiries into Mima's death, and he didn't want to let Perez down, but everyone was entitled to some time off. Besides, perhaps he might learn something from sitting with the boys in the bar. That was how Perez worked, after all. The inspector listened to folk talking, just throwing in a question occasionally, like tossing a pebble into a pool, and waiting to see what the ripples stirred up. Sandy was in the Pier House Hotel with the gang of men. Davy was there, but there were boys from the pelagic boats too. By now, it was mid-afternoon. Sandy had had a couple of pints while he was waiting for his friends to come in, but they'd already caught him up, and now they were steaming. They were laughing and joking because Sophie had come to look round the big boat the day before. One of the older men had said it was bad luck having an English woman aboard. There were lots of superstitions about the fishing. Words you shouldn't say, rituals to follow, but Sandy had never heard that one before. Ronald wasn't in the bar. Sandy had asked Davy where he was, but the man just made a gesture with his thumb to show that Ronald was well under Anna's control.
These days he seems to spend all his free time with that stuck-up wife of his. He's as daft about the new baby as a lassie. Anyway, he says he's given up the drink.
The men gathered at the bar, looked at each other and began to laugh. Sandy felt excluded. It was as if they were sharing a joke he couldn't understand. Because he lived in Lerwick, he didn't really belong here anymore.
Aye, well,
Sandy said, aware that his words weren't as clear as they should be.
If I'd shot a woman, I'd stop drinking too.
There was a brief lull in the conversation then, before someone shouted to Cedric for more drink, and the talk moved on. Soon after, Sandy decided he would leave. It didn't feel right to be here drinking when Perez thought he was working. He shouldn't let his mother get to him in this way, niggling away at him until he was as tense as she was. He should be more like his father and just let her panic wash over him. After the dark of the bar, it was a shock to come out into bright sunshine, to realise that it was still daytime. A couple of bairns ran up the street ahead of him, whooping and laughing until a pretty young woman came out of a house near the high school and called them in to their tea. He decided he would leave the car where it was and walk back to Utra. On the way, he'd call into the Clouston house and see how Ronald was. At first it seemed that the bungalow was empty. He opened the front door and everything was quiet. Then he thought perhaps the baby was asleep and Anna was resting. He didn't want to shout in case he woke them, so he closed the door quietly and started to walk back up the path.
"Sandy."
It was Anna. She was leaning out of the workshop window.
"Sorry, I didn't see you. I was dyeing some yarn. Come on in."
Ronald had explained to Sandy about Anna's ambitions to set up courses in spinning and knitting. It seemed odd to him, an English woman presuming to teach other folk the traditional island crafts. He would have understood if that had annoyed his mother, but she'd said very little about it. He went into the large room that was already kitted out for students. She lifted a hank of yarn out of a big old pan with a pair of stained wooden tongs. The wool was a sludgy green colour. He couldn't imagine anyone choosing to wear it.
"What do you think?"
she said.
"It's a new recipe, lichen. Pretty, isn't it?"
"Aye." He was surprised to see her working so soon after the baby was born. Amelia had taken to her bed for what seemed like weeks after the birth of his niece. Evelyn had gone down to Edinburgh to help out, to cook and clean and shop.
"Is Ronald in? I ken he was out with Davy earlier, but he's back now, isn't he?"
"He was," Anna said, "but he went up the road to see his mother."
Sandy thought Anna still sounded angry. He had a picture in his head of a pan of soup standing on the Rayburn and ready to boil over. He thought that was how Anna was feeling, ready to boil over at any minute. It couldn't be easy, having a mother-in-law like Jackie, living just up the hill, and a baby crying and keeping you awake all night.
She phoned to say that Andrews had a bad day. Ronald went a while ago, though, so he shouldn't be long.
She paused.
"Do you want to wait? Can I get you some tea?"
Sandy wondered if his mother would have been more pleasant and easy to get on with if she'd had a little business of her own like this, if she hadn't been forced to live her life through her sons.
"Aye," he said. "Why not?"
He followed her when she walked through to the kitchen, carrying the sleeping baby with her in a basket. She was talking about some of the emails she'd had from women wanting to book on her course. Their enthusiasm seemed to have excited her. Sandy had never seen her so lively, so lit up.
"There was one from Idaho who said she'd knitted Shetland patterns for 20 years and never thought she'd actually make it to the islands.
Anna turned from pouring out tea to look at him.
You and Ronald were very lucky to grow up here, you know.
Sandy supposed that was true, but now he was just looking for an excuse to leave and get back to Lerwick. She stood with a mug in each hand.
Shall we take this outside? The sun's still quite warm out of the wind.
They sat on a white-painted seat, their backs to the house. Sandy felt suddenly awkward. He'd never been on his own with Anna before, and didn't know what to say to her. After her chattering in the kitchen, it seemed quiet. There were just the noises he didn't usually notice, the sheep and the gulls, the wind rattling a bit of loose wire on the fence.
How is Ronald?
It must have sounded abrupt to her, because she seemed startled and hesitated before she replied.
Obviously he's pleased the police have decided to drop the case against him, but he's still upset.
Only natural.
Perhaps now he'll think a bit before he goes out with the boys, drinking, behaving like a lunatic. Perhaps he'll realise how much he has to lose.
Then it seemed to Sandy that Anna was almost pleased that Mima was dead, because it had pulled Ronald back into line. She'd always have that one moment of foolishness to hold against him. Just remember what happened last time when you didn't listen to me. What was it with island women that they had to control their men? He set down his mug on the path.
Maybe Ronald didn't kill Mima, he said.
What do you mean? He realised he'd been a fool to open his great mouth. What could he say to her now? But as he'd spoken, he'd thought it was probably true. Ronald was no fool. He wouldn't have shot Mima no matter how dark and foggy the weather.
Nothing, he said. Nothing official. I just don't believe it happened the way everyone thinks. There could have been someone else who was responsible.
Anna looked up at him astounded. He mumbled an excuse and walked away before his great stupid mouth let him down all over again. Chapter 21. Perez didn't tell Sandy about Hattie's phone call or that he was coming into Wolsey to meet up with her. He was hoping he could reassure her and leave again before word got out that he was there. He assumed that she wanted to talk to him about the dig. On the phone he'd sensed she had something to confess, something that was making her feel sheepish, uncomfortable with herself. It would likely be some irregularity she wouldn't want Paul Berglund and the university to know about. Perhaps there had been earlier finds on Setter land, and she'd had her own reasons for not telling her supervisor about them. It would be easy enough to set her mind at rest if the matter had nothing to do with the old woman's death. Although he hadn't been looking forward to the trip, when he arrived at Laxo, the weather lifted his spirits. The fog had cleared, the breeze blew the water into little white peaks, and even on the ferry he could feel the sea moving beneath his feet. Billy Watt was on duty again, and they stood on the car deck chatting. Billy had married late and had a little boy.
"Yeah, man, it's fantastic. The best feeling in the world. You should try it."
I should, Perez thought. He imagined what it must be like to hold his own child in his arms. Do men get broody? Is this how women feel? He told himself it was just the time of year. Spring. All those new lambs on the hill. He should concentrate on the case.
"I'm meeting one of the lasses from the university in the camping bod," he said. "Can you tell me how to find it?"
So when he drove off the ferry at Simbister, he knew exactly where he was going, and he didn't have to ask. He pulled into the side of the road and walked down past a couple of empty houses until he reached it. He looked at his watch. 5 to 6. He was pleased. He didn't like to be late. Many of the Shetlanders he knew had a relaxed attitude to time, and it always irritated him. He expected Hattie to be waiting for him. There'd been desperation in her voice on the phone. Although she'd said it wasn't urgent, he knew she'd been eager to talk to someone. but there was no response when he knocked at the door. 10 minutes later, he was feeling uneasy. He looked inside. It seemed quite primitive, a bare floor, a camping stove and a pile of assorted plates, cutlery and tins on a wooden shelf. Equipment for use with the dig was stored there too, a theodolite, camera and tripod, surveying poles. On the table, a pile of pink sheets of thin paper that seemed to be used for recording finds. There was no sign of Hattie, and no explanation for her absence. He walked into the house in case she'd left a note for him, and once inside couldn't help looking around. Beyond the kitchen, there was a bedroom with 4 bunks, 2 against each wall, the lower of each made up. One was tidy, the sleeping bag straightened for use, clothes folded on a plastic chair at one end. The other, which he presumed was Sophie's, was a mess. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He turned, startled and embarrassed. The inside of the house was in shadow, and the figure was silhouetted in the doorway. "I was looking for Hattie." "In our bedroom?" Sophie stood accusingly where she was, blocking his exit. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't know. We'd arranged to meet here. I thought she might have left a note." She said nothing, though just the way she was standing made it clear what she was thinking. Yeah, right. He walked towards her, and her image came into focus. "Look, I'm sorry to have intruded. There must have been a misunderstanding. Just tell me where she is, and I'll leave you in peace." Still she stood her ground. She was almost as tall as he was. She wore a sleeveless vest under a denim jacket. Her stomach was flat and firm. She had the poise he associated with film stars and models. He wondered how she and Hattie got on, away from the dig, what they could have to say to each other. "What do you want her for?" Her tone was amused, but he was left in no doubt that she expected an answer. "I think that's between her and me. I haven't seen Hattie since lunchtime." At last, Sophie did step aside to let him past, and they stood together in the sunshine. "Where was that?" He thought she was going to question his right to put the question, but after a pause, she answered. "We were at Utra. Evelyn invited us for a meal. Paul was there too, his first chance to look at the set of coins. Afterwards, he wanted to talk to Hattie about her PhD. I suppose they were planning what should happen next, the focus of the next phase of the project." "You weren't involved in that discussion?" "No, I'm just the hired labour." He couldn't tell what she made of that, whether it rankled. "Where did they have the meeting?" "I'm not sure. I left them at Utra." "What were you doing this afternoon?" "I went back to the dig and carried on working for an hour. I expected Hattie to join me there." "But she didn't." "No, I presumed Paul had taken her back to the pier house for a celebratory drink. I thought, sod them, and I packed up early. I've been visiting a couple of the fishing boys." She seemed edgy and out of sorts. Perez wanted to ask whose house she'd been in, but it probably wasn't any of his business. "Hattie doesn't strike me as someone who would enjoy an afternoon in the bar," he said, keeping his voice light, hoping it didn't sound like an interrogation. The day before, when they'd been there, Hattie had been jumpy, nervy, even after a couple of drinks. "No, definitely not her scene. She doesn't do pleasure." "You should have asked me instead." Sophie grinned, but Perez thought she was finding it hard to keep things light. "But he's her supervisor, isn't he? Her boss. She wouldn't have the guts to tell him it wasn't her thing." "Yes," Perez said. "He seems to me like a man who usually gets what he wants." But if he hoped this would encourage Sophie to give her own opinion of Berglund, he was disappointed. She shrugged and said she'd had a hard day. All she wanted now was to sit in the sun with a nice cup of tea, or maybe a can of lager. "So, you have no idea where I could find Hattie now?" "Sorry, I haven't a clue. And it's no point me giving you her mobile number. Her phone doesn't work anywhere on the islands." If she comes back, tell her I'm looking for her. Sure, Sophie said. Sure. But he thought she was a mischief maker, and he didn't know how much he could trust her. He found Berglund sitting alone in the bar of the Pier House Hotel. There was a tray of coffee on the table in front of him, and he was scribbling notes on an A4 pad. Perez saw that the writing was large and spidery and quite unintelligible. The place was empty apart from Berglund and Cedric Irvin, who was sitting behind the bar reading the Shetland Times. "What can I get you?" The landlord recognised him from the day before, gave a knowing smile. Perez thought he would probably have as much information as anyone about what had been going on in the island. He wondered if Sandy had thought to talk to him about Mima. "Coffee," Perez said. "Strong and black." Cedric nodded and disappeared. Berglund waved at him. "I thought you weren't coming into Wolsey today." "Something came up." He sat at the same table. "Did the setter coins live up to expectation?" "Absolutely. They're in fine condition, too." "I'm looking for Hattie." Berglund raised his eyebrows. "What do you want with her?" Perez smiled. "Just a chat. More loose ends." "I presume she's in the bod." "I've just been there. Sophie said she was with you." This was becoming ridiculous. He didn't want to play hide-and-seek throughout the island, looking for a neurotic girl. He had better things to do with his time. "We had a quick chat earlier just about where she should take the project from here, but I haven't seen her for a couple of hours." Cedric came over with Perez's coffee. Perez waited until the landlord was engrossed in the newspaper again before continuing. "You didn't bring Hattie in here?" Berglund pulled a face. "Good God, no. Earlier on the place was full of men from the trawlers. It was pretty rowdy, and Hattie's a sensitive sort of flower at the best of times. We just walked along the shore below Outre. It was quite sheltered there, very pleasant." "Did she say where she was going when she left you?" "She was going to walk on a little way, just to collect her thoughts, plan out in her own mind how she should organise the work at Setter. I thought she would go back to the dig later. Sophie was already there. I came here. As I said, it was pretty wild in the bar. I sat in my room to make some phone calls. We need to get the coins validated, but I have other work at the university too." Perez sipped at his coffee. He supposed Hattie had regretted the phone call to the police station as soon as she'd made it, and was hiding from him, too embarrassed to face him. People often behaved irrationally in their relations with the police. The sensible thing would be for him to go back to Lerwick, but he could still hear the desperation in Hattie's voice when she'd called him. Even if she'd changed her mind about confiding in the police, perhaps he could convince her that she needed to talk to someone. Fran would understand if he missed the call to Cassie tonight. He left the pier house without discussing his plans with Berglund. Perez walked to Setter along the edge of the loch. He stood for a moment, looking out over the water, and a red-throated diver flew in. It was the first diver he had seen that spring. He supposed later it would breed there. It called. Fran had once said that the cry made her think of a lost child, desperate for help. He'd laughed at her then, but now he knew what she meant. The old folk called the diver the rain goose, and the superstition was that its arrival predicted storm or disaster. Setter looked just as unkempt as on his first visit. There was the same pile of rusting junk by the side of the house, and the nettle patch and untidy hens were still there. The scabby cat was sunbathing on the roof of the byre. Perez wondered what his father would have made of Mima Wilson. He set great store by keeping his Fair Isle property tidy, and would have disapproved of her wild ways and her drinking. He knocked at the door. He thought he heard a sound inside, but when he tried the door, it was bolted from the inside. He looked through the window into the kitchen. Sandy's father was sitting in the one easy chair. He had his head in his hands, and he was weeping. Perez knew he couldn't intrude on an old man's grief. He looked quickly over the site of the dig to check that Hattie wasn't there, and then he walked away. Chapter 22. Perez missed the last ferry home and ended up taking a room at the Pier House Hotel. He'd expected a quick trip into the island to be home in time for supper, and now felt stranded there, marooned. But he knew he wouldn't sleep much if he did get back to Lerwick. He wanted to be here if Hattie turned up. He'd sat with Evelyn for most of the evening while she phoned all her neighbours. Nobody had seen Hattie since Paul Berglund had walked away from her on the shore. If she was still in Wolsey, she wasn't with anyone who'd known her in the past. Joseph arrived just as Perez was leaving. "Should we organise a few of the men to walk over the hill?" he said. "Maybe the lass has fallen, broken an ankle." Perez hesitated. It was dark now, and Hattie was last seen on the shore. Why should she be wandering over the hill? In the end, it was Sandy who answered. "Should we not wait until the morning when it's light? We don't know that she didn't leave the island, and she'd hate a fuss." Perez called in at the bod again on his way back from Utra, and was surprised to find Sophie still there. He didn't have her as the sort of woman to spend a whole evening in on her own. She was lying on the bed, reading a book, a can of lager in one hand, and didn't move when he knocked. She just shouted for him to come in. Now the sun had gone in. It felt cold in the stone building, but she didn't seem to notice. Her rucksack was beside her on the floor with clothes spilling out.
"Is there still no news?"
Now she did seem almost concerned. At least she did look up from her book.
"It's not like her. She doesn't usually do much except work."
"I wondered if you had a phone number for her mother."
"No. I don't think they keep in touch a lot."
She set down the novel and twisted her body so she was lying on her side facing him.
"Hattie's mum's a politician, more worried about her work than her daughter. Hattie didn't say so, but that was the impression I got."
"What about her father?" Sophie shrugged.
"He's never mentioned at all, but we don't really go in for girly heart-to-hearts about our families."
"How has Hattie been lately?"
"Well, she's always been kind of weird. I mean, intense. Mostly on digs you work hard during the day, then party in the evenings. I think she'd keep working all night given half a chance. And she definitely has a problem about food. Most people eat like a horse on a dig. It's hard physical work. She hardly swallows enough to keep a sparrow alive. But towards the end of last season, she lightened up a bit. Maybe the place was getting to her, helping her to relax. When she came back this time, she seemed full of the joys of spring. Finding the coins must have made her feel she doesn't have to put in so much effort." "You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? But since Mima died, she seems to have gone super weird again. Withdrawn. I've had enough of the mood swings, and I'm not sure archaeology is my thing after all. I'm hoping to persuade my parents to invest in a little business for me. An old school friend is opening a cafe bar in Richmond, and she's looking for a partner. More my scene. I mean, a girl needs some fun. I told Paul this afternoon that I was resigning."
"Did Hattie know you'd decided to leave?"
"Well, I didn't tell her. I didn't want to provoke one of her sulks. I thought Paul would do it when he took her off on her own this afternoon."
She pointed to the overflowing rucksack.
"I was making a start with the packing. Now I've decided to leave. I want to go as soon as possible."
Had the news that Sophie had resigned been enough to push Hattie over the edge, to make her hide or run away? Perhaps. She could have seen it as rejection of a sort. It hadn't prompted Hattie to phone him, though. She'd done that before her meeting with Berglund. Back at the hotel, Perez found Berglund still in the bar, still working. He'd moved on to whiskey, was sitting with a glass in one hand and a pen in the other. Perez took a low chair on the other side of the table. Sophie tells me she's resigned. I know. It's a bugger. I don't know who we'll find to replace her at this stage. What did Hattie make of the news? She seemed pleased. She said she'd just as soon work on her own. I have the feeling the girls haven't got on so well this season. I'm not sure how that would play with our health and safety officer, though, especially as Setter is empty now. You didn't think to tell me about this when I was looking for Hattie earlier? It didn't seem important. Besides, I'm still hoping I can persuade Sophie to change her mind. Haven't you found Hattie yet? The question was an afterthought. He seemed curious, but hardly concerned. Am I the only person to be worried about the girl? Perez thought. Even Sandy had thought he was overreacting, but Sandy had his own concerns at the moment, a grief-stricken father and a funeral to prepare. No, I thought I should check with her family in case she's left the island. I don't want to organise a full-scale search if she's not here. Do you have a phone number? He expected Berglund to resist, but perhaps thought of the search, the publicity it would bring to the university, made him suddenly cooperative. I'll have it in a file on my laptop. Give me a few minutes and I'll get it for you. Perez made the phone call from his room. Gwen James answered immediately. Hello? A deep voice, rich, pleasant on the ears. Perez had a picture of a dark woman, full-breasted, singing jazz in a shadowy club. Ridiculous. She was probably skinny, fair, and tone-deaf. He introduced himself, found himself stuttering, trying to explain, to hit the right note. There's no real cause for concern at this point, but I wondered if you'd heard from Hattie. She called me this afternoon. He felt a brief moment of relief. Did she tell you she planned to leave Walsey? She didn't tell me anything. I was in a meeting and my phone was switched off, so she left a message. She just said she'd call back. She wanted to talk to me. Of course, I tried to phone her when I was free, but I couldn't get through on her mobile. She often has no reception there. Perhaps she borrowed a phone to call me or used a public box. There was a moment's silence. I can't help worrying about her, Inspector. In the past, she's had mental health problems. She's not good